All right, guys, welcome back to Downtown Rams. As always, I'm Alexis Kraft, joined here with my co host, Jake Ellenbogen. And guys, we are live for day 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft. This is rounds 4 through 7. So we're very excited to be here with you guys. Day 3, Jake, is always like it's the long haul. Right? This is like the day that we are lounging for 7 hours and we order our pizza and we kind of like talk about whatever and we just kind of like get through it. This year, we do cover all 32 teams. We have so many different fan bases that join us for the draft. But for the Rams, for all the Rams fans in here, as of right now, we don't pick till round 6. So we are basically just seeing how the board falls. And also, guys,
Hoping that they trade up.
hoping we trade up. My voice, if you've been following along with us, I got sick early in the week. It extended into the draft. I'm so scared that my voice is just going to go completely out. I'm already talking right now, Jake, and my voice is like straining. So I'm going to pass it over to you. I'm going to drink some tea. But I'm going to be less talkative today, maybe, and more so in the chat.
All right. Well, Jermon McCoy is headed to the Raiders. Really happy for him. Unfortunately, this does mean that he's off the board, and I did want to draft him, and I already would have taken him in my shadow draft. I will say, Alexis, I would take both of our shadow drafts over what the Rams did, but hey, that's neither here nor there. Appreciate everybody being in here. This is day 3, which we'll say the professionalism is kind of out the window. We just kind of chill. We're not like prim and proper. Although, are we really ever like that? No, we're not like sitting behind a news desk in suits. Although we wore suits last year. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's gonna be fun. It always is, and I am really, really hoping the Rams trade up.
I love that after one intro, I had a coughing attack, voice went out. We're off to a hot start, guys.
Yeah. At this point,
At least there's a mute button, so I'm able to mute myself so nobody has to hear me cough.
I'm yeah, I give you a lot of props. You're hanging in there. Hanging in there.
And you know what's especially stoic about this?
Hmm?
Is in a couple of days, I'm supposed to go to the Ethel Cain concert. So I'm not going to have a voice for that. But that's okay. I just need to listen. I don't need to sing.
Oh my God. You'll try and sing and like, okay, Bills are taking Jude Bowery here. I think it's a great move. Bowery's awesome. I love this prospect. It's the reason why Hey Jude has been stuck in my head for weeks. Like, ever since I watched his tape, I'm like, literally, Hey Jude just stuck in my head. But Bowery's really strong. I had him going to the Rams in my mock draft, and and I'll get to McCoy in a sec because obviously I love McCoy, but I'm like a really big fan of Jude Bowery's game. I mean, first off, you talk about the elite frame, the length. I mean, he's 6'5", 315. What I really like about Bowery and what the Bills are getting is somebody that just mirrors extremely well. The foot speed is insane. Like it's insane for a tackle to see him move like that. There are some people that want to move him to guard, but Alexis, we've talked about this before. Everyone wants to move good tackles to guard. That's just, I don't know why. It's every year. It's all people want to do. He's a tackle. I'm not saying he can't play guard, but he's a tackle. He's a finisher, right? And I think that there's a lot of development upside here to go with it. So love the footwork, love the explosion, love the pop. Yeah, I think the Bills got a good one. Bills got a real good one. I'm kind of jealous here. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Trost, but this is a little bit different than Trost because this is in fact a tackle who will be playing tackle. And Jermon McCoy is an absolute stud. Best cornerback in the draft, I think. I think he had the best tape anyway. And he has to... Oh. He has to, unfortunately, I don't know if you guys saw this. Charles Robinson did a great job of kind of breaking down the whole situation. And then randomly people at Yahoo were laughing about him not maybe never playing again. Charles Robinson broke it down perfectly. Jermon McCoy, the reason why he fell is because the bone plug, which we talked about. But do you realize, and Alexis, I don't know if you saw it, the bone plug, if this doesn't work, it's probably the end of his career before it even starts. So it's like a very serious thing. And I'm wishing nothing but the best for Jermon McCoy. The good news is if it does work and the surgery goes well, there's precedent there for other players that actually have come back and had good careers with that injury. So I'm hoping. I think the Raiders got the steal of the draft if he ends up working out. Like if everything goes according to plan, I think he's going to be the steal of the draft. And the Jets took Florida State defensive tackle Daryl Jackson. So that's an interesting pick there. Add some beef to the interior. Yeah, I mean, now the Jets have really kind of addressed quite a few things here. So, I mean, what we're looking at, and let's see here. The Jets had Daryl Jackson to go with, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., David Bailey, and of course, D'Angelo Pons. I actually really, really like the Jets draft. I think they've done a really nice job. Probably one of my favorite draft classes that I've seen. I don't know if it gets better than that. I mean, maybe it does, but just really impressive stuff. The Cardinals are on the clock here. And
Guys, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get it toned down and then I will start talking. I'm so sorry, guys.
yeah, Daryl Jackson Jr.'s I think he's going to be like a nose tackle guy because he's like a 330-pound interior defensive lineman. So had to turn the fan on. It's already an oven in here. It's insane.
See, it's cold where I'm at, which I think is probably not helping me.
Let's see. Let's see here.
Caleb Proctor to Arizona. Did you
That's a
hear
good
that, Jake?
pick.
Yeah.
That was my sleeper.
I want to remove him off of my tier list, which if you follow me on Twitter, I posted my people for today. Caleb Proctor was in tier 3 for me.
Yeah, he was in my I made a video about the hidden gems of the draft that I thought, and he was in my hidden gems. Southeastern Louisiana. I mean, a really fun player to watch. I mean, you look at the elite first step quickness. He ran a 4.79 40, by the way, at 291 pounds. So, really good athlete. He was the defensive player of the year in the Southland Conference, high level production, and big time performer. Like, people were like, well, what would he do against top competition? He dominated LSU. He had 2 sacks, 3 TFLs in that game. And I think really what you're looking at is he needs to obviously get better as a run defender, but as a pass rusher, I mean, he's ready out the box. So I think you're getting a stud here with Proctor here in the 4th round, Arizona. By the way, the Bills had the number 1 pick to start the 4th, and the Raiders traded up to get McCoy, which doesn't surprise me. They moved up 1 spot to block anybody else from getting him. So, yeah. Chat, how we doing?
How we doing, chat? My voice You know what's so interesting? Has anyone ever used Cepacol before?
I have.
I never have used this type of Lasange, and I didn't know it's a numbing one. It's got a numbing agent in it. So I'm using this. It's not just a normal cough drop. It literally feels like, when you go to the dentist and they numb your mouth, like your mouth gets like. And
Yeah.
at first, I was a little panicked. I was like, "Oh my god, am I like allergic to this?" And then I just googled the ingredients, and that's what it's supposed to do, but it's helping because I can't feel my throat. Um, but I did not know that that's what this is. I just had this recommended to me by a friend to use as a cough drop, and I had no idea that it was gonna literally feel like I'm like at the dentist. But I'll take it because I want to be able to talk. Um, I'm getting there. Apologies, guys, for starting the stream off. Like it was literally like I talked and then I just broke down. My voice went. Um, But guys, as of right now, the Rams, Jake, are supposed to pick in the sixth round, and we both want them to trade up. So just because that's what we want doesn't mean that they're going to do it. But hopefully, we come with breaking news that they're trading up.
Yeah. So right now the Chargers are on the clock. And it looks as though, I mean, they'll probably go, let's see. Who'd they get so far? Slaughter and Mesidor. They didn't have a third round pick.
Who's around from Michigan right now?
Huh. I'm not sure where they're gonna go here. Maybe a wide receiver, maybe Skylar Bell here.
Yeah, that feels like a Chargers pick.
Yeah.
Probably gonna take like Chandler Rivers.
I could see that. Genesis Smith is also in play here, I would say. Safety.
I have him in my tier 1 for today. So
It's Brennan Thompson, the speedster. So they just added a speedy wide receiver. 4.2 speed.
That was a guy the Rams met with and inquired a lot about, but I think like you and I said, we both preferred the Rams didn't take him because they have not been able to figure out how to use that type of receiver.
Yes. I'm definitely with you on that.
Everyone in the chat, drop if you think the Rams are going to trade up or if you think they're going to stay put in the sixth. Curious what the consensus is here.
I think they do end up moving up at some point. But that could just be my Delulu Fantasyland wishful thinking. I'm hoping it's not, though.
Chat's divided so far.
Let's see. So the Texans are on the clock. And They went with Rutledge, McDonald, and Marlon Klein. By the way, I think Claire's a lot better than Marlon Klein, personally. So the Texans here, I could see a running back. I could see Mike Washington.
I think it'd be Jonah Coleman.
Or it could be Jonah Coleman. I think running back, there's also some centers there. I know that they could look at center. And I'm thinking maybe like Rayshon Benny, the interior defensive lineman out of Michigan. Those are some options for the Texans. But I don't know exactly where they're going with that.
They took, I haven't heard of this person, Fabici Niawu, guard.
Yeah, I mean, he's got good tape from Oklahoma. Fabici Niawu. Is he listed as a... I don't even see him on this list. I'm on PFF. He's not even on PFF. That's insane.
I'm unfamiliar personally.
Yeah, I mean, he was... I think he made my top 10 for guards. I mean... So he starts off at North Texas. He's a 6'4", like 320 guard. Didn't allow a tackle, only 2 pressures, over 800 snaps last year. But yeah, he started his career at North Texas. He transferred to Oklahoma, really came into his own. He's a guard center hybrid. I see him as a guard, but there are people that believe that he can play center. So that's what you're getting there with Houston. So Houston very well could be moving him to center, Alexis. That's certainly a possibility.
I mean, they need all the help they can get on.
I'm not debating that.
Their offensive line. So I think it's smart for them to take kind of versatile guys that they can mix around and figure out what works, I think.
49ers are on the clock here. They took Dejon Stribling at 33, Romello Height at 70, and Kalen Black, who is the weirdest stride I've ever seen for a runner, at 90. So
I will say it does warm my heart a little bit seeing how upset 49ers fans are at their draft.
I know they were poking fun at us for the Ty Simpson pick. Now here they are. They're not very happy.
I will say though, like if we want to talk about the NFC West, Cardinals have done a really good job.
Yeah, I mean the Cardinals have done a pretty nice job. Seattle's been fine. I think people just expect them to trade down and have more picks, but it's not a great draft. So
real quick, guys, the Broncos picked Jonah Coleman. So what did we miss here? There's a pick I think that we might have missed somewhere. Unless did the Broncos pick before San Francisco and I am tripping?
I believe they pick after San Francisco. So we just don't have the 49ers pick. I don't know how this happens so often. It's bizarre.
Who is everyone following for picks today, by the way? Because the guys that I normally check in on haven't even tweeted.
Aaron Wilson covers the Texans, but he does the whole NFL reporting. So all right. So the 49ers, I would probably go with, let's see. Probably say Keith Abney's in play here. Abney's probably best player available on most boards.
He's on my
Keontae Scott.
1. He's on my tier 1 too.
If they want to double dip on edge defenders, I mean, Dennis Sutton makes sense. I could see Ramsey here. Yeah. I will say they might make the most sense because they haven't taken offensive lineman yet. Jalen Farmer is a really good player out of Kentucky. I like him a lot. 6'5", 318, 21 years of age. I mean, I don't think he has the best tape I've ever seen, but I think there's a lot of upside there with him. And I think his pass protection you know, is good enough where he can compete for a starting role as early as this year. So, yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to find some reliable people that are on the picks. I mean, our chat is really good at it too.
Yeah, I
So I
mean,
could just rely on the
RD89
chat.
is ahead of
But
even the Twitter at this
yeah.
point. Hmm. Yeah, I think the 49ers should probably draft Farmer. I think it's the best. I think it's the best thing for them personally, if you ask me. Go and get yourself a guard.
They could be trying to trade too if the pick's not in yet. They've been trading a lot. Like the 49ers and the Browns, I feel like, have been the two teams that have really been trading a lot this draft.
It's Grayson Halton, defensive tackle out of Oklahoma.
Yeah, you brought him up yesterday.
Yeah, I mean he's a good player. I totally forgot he was still there. But you know, interior defensive lineman. This is a guy that had 9 sacks in college. Bit undersized, right? But the movement skills are there. The effort's there. The quick first step is there. Doesn't have a ton of functional strength, so he's all about quickness in his game. He's not gonna like just absolutely pop you with his pads. But you know what? I'll tell you. This is a guy that you put in a rotation. You let him, eat. And I think it makes a lot of sense for them to get him in that rotation defensively. I think this is a good pick by the 49ers. People would maybe disagree and they have other guys that they want, but I like the pick personally. And I think, because they got Osa Odigizua in the trade, if you remember that. They also have Alfred Collins, who's like their nose tackle. And they have CJ West, who I really like. So West, run defender, Collins, run defender, Odigizua, pass rusher, and now you go out and you add Halton, who can help as a pass rusher. So I actually think the pick's pretty good for the Niners. So now the Chiefs are up because we know the Broncos took Jonah Coleman. I don't know why it took them that long to tell us, but
They got to take a receiver, you'd think, right? Because the Chiefs haven't, unless I'm blanking. I don't think they've taken a receiver yet, and they've got all that drama at wide receiver right now.
yeah, it's not what you want.
How many people we got in here? I'm just curious.
647.
Hell yeah.
We love that.
Day 3, hanging out on a Saturday.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because the only time I ever am live on YouTube during the day is the draft. And I've got a lot of open windows in my place that I don't have like shades. So I'm always like, there's like an overcast right now on my face with my baseball hat because all this natural light is in here. And every year during the draft, Jake, and I'm pretty sure I say this to you too, I'm like, oh, I need to like figure out a way to like get it. And then I don't because I don't think about it because I'm not doing this during the day, any other day of the year, except for day 3 of the NFL draft. And then it comes around the next year and I'm like, oh, I didn't think of a way to cover the windows so there's not all this weird light in here with my studio lights and all the natural light. First world problems, doesn't matter.
There was a trade, by the way. The Bengals have acquired pick 128 and 140th in exchange for 110 and 199. So
Huh.
that means the Jets are coming up here.
Well, they're going to hit us. The Jets have taken Clemson quarterback Cade Klubnik.
That's high.
You know, it is high,
But
but I think with the type of
yeah,
draft they're having, they crushed it. That they're probably like, well, we're just going to take the guy that we really know that we want.
they're just shooting
And
from the hip at this point.
yeah,
Yeah, I like Klubnik. I mean, if he ends up being like he was in 2024, that's a really good pick. Because I watched 2024 Klubnik and I thought that was like potential franchise quarterback. And 2025 Klubnik was a different story. And I know people have pointed the finger at Dabo Sweeney as like, does this dude even know how to recruit in 2026? Like, you know, because the NIL he's really had a hard time with. But I thought Klubnik looked poor in 2025. And in 2024, I thought his tape was really good. So,
guys, I also apologize. Okay, so the Chiefs took defensive back Jaden Kennedy. I did not.
oh,
My
that's a guy that I
chat
liked for the
did not
Rams
update.
in the 6th round.
So I've missed all of this. Hold on, I'm sorry, guys. I was like sitting here going like, man, no one has sent a chat in like 15 minutes. That is so unusual. And it was frozen. So I apologize.
Let's see.
Brian, the pizzas come in round 6.
So, Swing Timer, thank you for the 5. Rams need to let
Thank
McVay
you.
buy his own groceries. This is horrible nepotism at its finest. We appreciate the super.
Thank you.
Aaron Crandell, thank you for the 5. After watching last night's presser, I actually feel more optimistic about what we are doing. Appreciate you. Yeah, it was definitely a better tone. I'll say that for sure. Tito, thank you for the 5. Edge rusher Michael Heldman out of Central Michigan is a must pick for me, and Malik Benson, wide receiver out of Oregon. I like Benson a lot to add to this room because I don't think they have a field stretcher, and I think he would replace that.
I mean, Benson is a guy we took in our mock.
Yeah.
Um,
And then
you
they
know,
yelled at me. Remember that?
oh,
PFF was
great.
like a D
But
plus.
listen, and this is not a shade to PFF because these mock draft simulators are a computer and like you never know how their grading system works and it can go wonky, but the grades that we get at the end sometimes are so not
Yeah, it's
realistic.
not the best. We'll just
Yeah.
say. I just keep refreshing the mock draft simulator because I'm too lazy to go in and actually pick the players.
Guys, what if my voice becomes permanently stuck like this?
Oh, the Broncos had pick 111 too.
Yeah, they're up again.
So, I mean, I think this is probably a tight end. Right? Because they only have Tyler Onyedum and Jonah Coleman.
So let me think of who's here at tight end right now. I'd have to go check.
Michael Trigg or Justin Jolie, I think makes sense.
They took Cage Casey, the offensive lineman.
Okay.
Where is he from? Is he from Boise State?
Boise State, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Interesting. I think at this point, I'm seeing in the chat people talking about Surratt. I would trade up for him now. He's a
Yeah.
guy that I'm sure that they've looked into. Like, I would trade up for him now. He's a team. He's a guy a lot of teams probably are interested in. And I really think that you got to go after someone to compete for wide receiver three, and you're starting to thin out on guys available who can be that immediate competition there. You know, there's obviously receivers I think you can take later in the draft that can be that 4 or 5 guy, and then eventually, work your way up. And that does seem like the type of draft that, the Rams are having. They don't, Nate Adkins, who is the athletic reporter for the Rams, who does a pretty good job, has been adamant and did a really good article last night, basically confirming that the Rams are stating like that they feel that they're good. They think their roster right now is a Super Bowl roster, so they are basically making picks from the standpoint of people we want in the future or down the road, which is not a philosophy I personally agree with because I think this is a Super Bowl favorite, but I don't feel that they are perfect. I think they do have needs. So we'll see.
Yeah. They're still talking about Cade Klubnik here. I don't understand. It's still getting traded up. By the way, he joins the quarterback room with Brady Cook, Bailey Zappi, and Geno Smith. I think he can take QB2.
Oh, yeah. He's going to compete.
Tim, thank you for the tangerine. We need another Alexis reaction to Kyren Williams' pick. I don't know if there's anyone out there that would get us to react in that way.
I think looking at my and
Kyle
thank you
Lewis,
very much
maybe.
for the super. I mean, yeah, but like at this point, I think like the Kyren Williams reaction was like, imagine somebody taking. For me, that was the Rams taking my like most favorite player I've loved with all my heart for so long.
Yeah,
'Cause I was,
yeah.
So that reaction was like, if they had taken Jeremiah Love or something, I maybe would have done that again. But Elijah Surratt, Kevin Coleman Jr., Chandler Rivers. Later on in the draft, maybe Billy Schrauth, Parker Brailsford, Sam Hecht.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Klubnik, honestly. I wouldn't want to be on the Jets, but hey, they're drafting well, so maybe things are going to turn around. I will say, by the way, I'm really getting tired of how long this is taking. Like, we got 5 in a row, and then, like, it's just, I hate that they keep doing it.
It's because the NFL is trying to milk every cent.
It's so obnoxious.
Every advertisement, and they have in recent years really gotten insane with leaks because for so many years we had it so good where we could just.
This is a little ridiculous, though. We're sitting here and you had the first 5 picks come off. I mean, we already were on like pick 106 by the time we started. It's like, I don't know.
Jake, somebody's asking our thoughts on Skylar Bell, and because my voice is at a low point right now, what are your thoughts? Because I know that we've kind of talked about him a little bit. I don't know that he's.
Well, I don't love him. Because he's very similar to like that Jalen Royals type. I think I liked Royals more last year, but he's a slot receiver. I think the Rams should go after a guy, that has more build, more bulk. Yeah, I mean, he's 6 foot, 185 pounds, older as well, so he'll be like 24 by the start of the season.
So real quick, oh sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Drew Shelton just went to the Cowboys. It's a good pick. He's
a solid tackle.
But yeah, sorry. Continue about
yeah.
Bell.
So I just don't. I don't know. I wasn't in love with Bell's tape. I mean, I guess at this point, if he's there, I mean, this is what I would say. Okay, Drake, Drake's the GOAT. If he's there when the Rams pick in the 6th round, I'm not going to be upset about it. We'll just put it that way. But if they were to like trade up for him, I wouldn't be like, woohoo. You know?
Yeah, that makes sense based on value. I think I'd feel the same. I don't think he'll be there though.
Yeah. So we got a lemon here from Julian. Thank you for the 10. I think Les Snead should be drug tested. We had a chance to get Bell or McCoy. Instead, we got a 5th tight end. An 8-year-old could have drafted better by just choosing the best player available. All right, so I will push back on this. I appreciate the super. I'm going to say that Max Clare makes sense because they told us yesterday. See, here's the thing. We want a wide receiver, Alexis, right? You and I both want a wide receiver. But the Rams told us yesterday, this is real. This is a real thing. The 13 personnel is not gimmicky. We're going all in on 13 personnel. And Les Snead brought this up on the presser and said, look, like, and he's absolutely spot on because remember, I brought this up on DTR last year during the season, Alexis. If anybody goes down, you're running 13 personnel and you only have 4 tight ends, guess what? You're not going to be able to run 13 personnel, right? Yeah. You need to make sure you have the depth. And getting 5 tight ends sounds crazy, but keeping 5 tight ends on your roster, one, like most of those guys can play special teams, so that helps. But 2, on top of that, you have 2 free agents next year in Allen and Parkinson. But also now, if you're going to have 3 guys on the field, that means you need 2 backups. So I actually wholeheartedly agree. My thing is, though, to be fair, when it comes to Alexis, and she's been spot on about this, my dad even texted me, he was like, I loved what Alexis had to say about drafting Kenyon Sadiq at 13. Because my dad was not on the board with Kenyon Sadiq. He was like, I like him, but I want a guy that can contribute right away. Like, I'm not going to like say I don't like him, but I totally understood with what my dad was saying. But then it's like, to your point, you go out and you take Claire at 61. So Kenyon Sadiq was actually in play there. You know what I mean? Like, and I think everyone that wanted Makai Lemon, I think Sadiq was probably the number 2 option. But then I actually got word yesterday, and this morning, that I literally got a text. It was like, you're right on the money with Eli Stowers. The Rams liked Eli Stowers. That's who I think they wanted at 61. That's what I was told. So, yeah.
Well, I just for me, I was like, if you're gonna do the you're committing to 13 personnel, right? That's something that we already figured. I'm like, why would you not? I don't know. I think the Max Clare pick, and like I said yesterday on the stream, like where Max Clare was drafted was where I thought he was going to be drafted. But the fit, knowing what Rams typically want from their tight ends, didn't really make sense to me. Yeah. And also, I was like, you already took your luxury pick in the 1st round. Max Clare kind of felt like that as well. So it just was a little bit like, I don't know, when wide receiver 3 is such a question mark, for you to then take a tight end was a little bit confusing. And Jake, it's funny, like our reaction to that pick was so like people were like dying at that reaction, rightfully so. And I think like if a lot of people didn't watch what our breakdown that we gave after that, talking more about Max Clare. So I would encourage people to watch the full Max Clare reaction and not just like the first X amount, because people did the same thing with the Ty Simpson pick. Like we reacted to it, and then we spent, Jake, how many minutes do you think we spent actually breaking that down after the draft? 45 minutes?
Yeah, I mean,
we talked a long time.
I will say, after sleeping on it, which I think everything gets better after you sleep on it, because keep in mind, guys, we're now going on. We've streamed for 9 hours, 10 hours, right? So yeah. Now we're gonna stream for 7 hours. So you'll have to bear with us if we have I have
bad news, Jake. I have bad news. It sounds like Elijah Surratt just went to the Ravens.
Okay. And Devin Moore went to the Cowboys, which, by the way, I like that pick. I think Moore's really underrated. It's the slight frame with him, I think, is what people didn't love. But, and like, he's lanky, but I mean, 6'3", $198, 22 years of age. It's the injury history as well, but he's got the speed, he's got the fluidity in his back pedal. He ended up grading out as a top 6 cornerback for me in this draft. So I think the Cowboys did a really nice job on that pick.
The dream is dead. The Elijah Surratt dream is dead.
Yeah, I mean,
the chat just reminded me of that. And also, the Colts took offensive guard Jalen Farmer, which didn't you just bring him up?
Yeah, that's a good
earlier?
pick. Oh my God. So who? Oh, okay, the Cowboys took Shelton. Then the Colts took Farmer. Then the Cowboys took. See, this is what I mean. It's so this is the most disjointed way to do the draft because you get these tweets in a minute for 3 picks in a row, and you don't even know who's on the clock.
Well, and it's also because the way that these, depending on who you're getting your information from, you've got some of the beat reporters that are more focused on their area of certain teams.
It's true.
They're able. So if pick 89 comes in and then pick 90 and 91, if the guy who hears pick 90 hears it first, he
Keontae
tweets it out.
Scott off the board.
Who'd he go to?
Bucks.
They've had such a good defensive draft. They took Ruben Bain, if you guys remember, in the first, and then in the second they took. Why am I blanking on his name? They took, shoot, hold on. Uh-oh. Let's see. Does anyone remember? Why am I totally blanking? They took Ruben Bain. Oh, they took Josiah Trotter.
Yeah.
Trotter.
They're just building up that defense, and I think it's smart. Keep in mind, this guy, he's not going to replace Jamel Dean, but he's going to replace Jamel Dean in the fact that they don't have Jamel Dean, so he's going to move up the depth chart. To me, Keontae Scott is a do-it-all corner, but you're going to want to play him in the nickel because he is a fantastic. He's got amazing pursuit to the football, closing speed. I really loved his fit with the Rams. I really liked him. He was one of the guys that I was really hoping for. But this is a really good pick for the Bucks, and obviously he wasn't going to fall this 6th round. So,
Xavier in the chat just said, "So what happened to Alexis's voice?" I've just been sick, and I got sick before the draft. A lot of people I think thought I lost my voice from night 1. I was losing my voice before night 1. So, I'm sorry. That's what happened. Jake, we have some supers too.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure because I think someone asked about
Melissa. Thank you for the 5. What if the Rams know something we don't? What if they plan on making a post June 1st move off of a pick in 27 that we plan on being high? I mean, I'd be all for that. It's definitely an interesting strategy this year, and I don't think it's one that we were ready for, to be honest with you. I thought that they would want guys that can contribute right away. And keep in mind, when you draft a guy that can contribute right away, he can also contribute in the future as well. So I think we get really caught up, not you, Melissa, I appreciate this super. I think we get really caught up in this whole, they're thinking about the future. It's the draft is the future, right? No matter what. You can say what you will about Omar Cooper Jr. Yeah, he can play right away, or Mekhi Lemon, right? These guys can play right away, but they're also part of the future. They're young, right? They're young players. So, I do kind of get a kick out of that because it's they were drafting for the future. Give them a break. It's everybody's drafting for the future. It's the NFL draft.
Well, the June 1st question is, I don't think that is in the, because I was asked that last night as well. People are like, oh, do you think they're waiting to do A.J. Brown or George Pickens or whatever after June 1st? I don't think so.
No, I mean, I still wonder if maybe if Ayuk is cut, if they go after Ayuk. My thing, people are not going to like to hear this. My thing, Alexis, is the more and more I think about it, you add 5 tight ends to the roster, right? You're going heavy 13 personnel. Why would you get a wide receiver 3 that you would want to play every single play? Instead, who would you get? A gadget guy. That's what you would do to differentiate your, add some diversity to that room. And so based on that, if the Rams aren't going to go receiver that can play right away, they believe in Whittington and, Mumfield and Xavier Smith. I I think this honestly, it makes guys like I know people. I saw Wet Gen in there. I think we literally got a super chat about Wet Gen. I think CJ Daniels becomes interesting. I think Deion Burks becomes interesting. Skylar Bell also does kind of fit the mold there. Since they're drafting for the future, though, I'm going to say it, Alexis, everyone's on the table. Bryce Lance is on the table. As raw as he is, they're no longer drafting because you're now in the 4th round, and we don't know if the Rams are going to trade up or not. Likely not. Maybe they will. I don't know. But think about that, right? Now that we're in this part of the draft, they're not drafting a receiver to be wide receiver 3. So I think everybody's on the table.
I mean, if you're staying in the 6th round, I think you just start a BPA. You just, like, at that point, if like Nate Atkins was reporting and what the Rams have said, if they really think that they are set right now with their current roster, why would you not just then wait till the 6th round and just start taking the best players for the future, right? So it is interesting, and it is a good point that maybe they aren't looking at a wide receiver 3. So to answer, the super chat, I would say that probably not, because it just doesn't sound like they're that concerned about receiver right now.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to pay.
Yeah, and he's asking for a lot of money.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like them to, but I don't think they're going to. Now I'm really feeling like, okay, they're just going to roll with these receivers, and then maybe if they have to reconfigure at the deadline, they will. I think it's the wrong move, honestly, because I think they should add another receiver because it's not a guarantee that Devontae Adams is going to stay healthy. Nor is it with Puka Nacua. So, yeah. Deontay, really appreciate that. And then Noah, how about Caden Wetjen? Great returner, in my opinion. I mean, 6th round sure seems possible. So, wouldn't rule it out.
And special teams. I mean, you look at the Rams, season and really what did them in. I mean, it wasn't just special teams, but it was a huge reason that they lost so many games. It felt like when we played the Seahawks, it was the one side of the ball that we just absolutely cannot compare with. So I think that'd be a great pick for the Rams. I mean, they've got to figure something out with special teams if they want to be competitive. Thank you for the super.
Yes, thank you. Drafting for future, these guys are all old. WTF. Yeah, that exactly. I'm like, we can we can do the draft drafting in the future thing all day, but drafting in general is for the future. Like you're getting a 4-year deal for these guys at cost effective pricing. So it's like it's always for the future. Appreciate the super there. So you got right now the Chargers are on the clock at 117. And so far they've picked Akeem Mesidor, Jake Slaughter, and Brennan Thompson.
They traded. Jacksonville traded up to Carolina.
Interesting.
So who would Jacksonville be going after? So the Chargers took Travis Burke, offensive tackle.
I thought you said they traded.
They traded
with the Lions?
So the Chargers took
Carolina. Okay.
Yeah. So the Jaguars traded up to Carolina, so now the Jaguars should be on the clock.
So Burke off the board to the Chargers. Talented, definitely one of the tackles that I liked. Big, 6'8", right? PFF did not like him. They had him. Remember, I would draft him and they would give me an F.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did not like him so much. 311 on their board. But I actually think he's a lot better. Actually, I think he's 6'9", 315, so I understand having a guy that big, like the knee bend you worry about, but I like the pick. I mean, this is about where I had him going. PFF probably just gave him an L.
PFF just hates us.
Oh, that's fair.
We do our draft and
Jimmy Rolder is going to the Lions. He's staying in Michigan.
I love that.
So
That's the second Michigan player they've took.
Rolder just looks like a football player. The aesthetic is amazing. Like he's got that giant Gronkowski, like arm brace, and he's this linebacker. It's crazy. The football aesthetic of Jimmy Rolder is insane. I love it.
And too bad he's going to Detroit.
I know. He's gonna fit Detroit too. He's kind of a rugged player, fits Dan Campbell's philosophy, if you will.
So real quick, the Jaguars drafted Duke edge rusher Wesley Williams. So that was who they traded up for. It's pass rusher.
I don't even know if I had him on my radar. Wesley Williams? I know Vincent Anthony Jr., but okay. Wesley Williams is the... All right. Interesting. They're both kind of raw, 21 years of age. I can't really say too much about Wesley Williams because I don't really know him, but...
I want to see if I pull up the ESPN draft, if they are keeping it going. So, just so we can be as efficient as we can, and I can. So, up next is the Packers, Steelers, Falcons, Texans. So, guys, we're at pick 120. The Rams don't pick again until
227?
207.
207, okay.
So we're 107. No, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Easy now.
We're less than 100 picks.
Hey.
Yikes. Okay, wait, hold on. We are 87 picks away from the Rams picking if they don't trade up. I don't know, Jake. It's just so hard to envision the Rams not picking in the 5th round.
I know.
It is a little bit like, and I don't know if anyone in the chat feels this way. I don't want to say demoralizing, but it's hard when there's a draft and your team doesn't pick a ton because you're basically watching all these other teams grab like the talent that you're getting in the 4th round compared to the talent you're getting in the 6th round, right? So you just kind of have to sit there and take it and be like, wow, look at all these pieces people are adding. Be nice if we could get in on that.
Must be nice. Penn State defensive end denied Dennis Sutton, headed to the Packers.
I got to take him off my list. I got to be updating my list. Now, guys, if you follow me on Twitter, if you're on Twitter, I've got my tier list of who I want today. And I need to update it because, like, Elijah Surratt's gone. Keontae Scott's gone. Genesis Smith went, right?
No, he's still there.
Oh, okay.
Denied Dennis Sutton, by the way. My comparison was Preston Smith, who used to play for the Packers, and the Packers just drafted him.
Brennan Thompson was in my tier 2. He's gone. Everyone else, I think, is still here. Yeah, I thought Dennis Sutton would have been an interesting pick for the Rams, like if he had fallen and, you end up just doing BPA, but I didn't think he was ever going to get to the 6th round. I had made my tier list, like, assuming that there was a chance we could trade up, because it's, like, hard to be like, let's remove everybody that I don't think will be here in the 6th round. So I basically just did, like, out of all the players available, who do I want, accounting for the fact that there's a chance the Rams trade up. It hasn't happened yet, but...
So for the Jaguars to move up 5 spots to get Wesley Williams, they traded back 30 spots from a 5th to a 6th round pick. That's interesting. Caden Wetjen, people are not going to be happy. Iowa is they have the almost the exact same uniform as the Steelers, and Kane Wetjen is the Steeler.
That is kind of a bummer. Not kind of a bummer, it is a bummer because you hope that. But again, guys, this is the type of thing of like, you don't pick to the sixth round. So you're going to have to watch a lot of people that could help your team go early. And the fourth round is kind of like, to me, it's really the fifth round where you start to see kind of those crazy reaches. But it can happen in the fourth round. I mean, Stetson Bennett, you know, that's the best example I could think of the Rams in recent years where a team just takes a guy that they like way too early. The dream is dead. I wonder how many we have so far of that saying, Jake. 5 this year? We've said it 5 times? 6 times?
Yeah, something like that. I'm sure there'll be more times.
We think we got some supers.
Yeah. So Wetjen's off the board. I know there were a lot of people that wanted him, so
Yeah.
the dream is dead for you. I wasn't out on him, but I wasn't as high. I get the returner aspect, but they also like Xavier Smith, Alexis, so I don't know.
They are sticking by Xavier Smith.
Alex, double X Alex, thank you for the broccoli. I think with special teams being such an issue the past couple of years, I actually think they let Ventrone pick his guys with these last picks. Oh my God. Can you imagine that if they're just like, yeah, the rest are special teams and they're not even like draftable prospects? I guess we'll see.
I don't love the approach already, so if they want to make me more mad, they can go for it. Like I said, I have a disagreement with their philosophy this year. So what do I know? maybe they're like, yeah, 6th and 7th round special teams. Kicker, why not?
DJ Warhacks, thank you for the tangerine.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thanks for the draft coverage, y'all. After 24 hours of the tie pick, gotta say I still hate it. Alexis, what two jerseys do you want to see released this summer? I have a friend in St. Louis who wants the gold and navy back. I know she does.
Thank you for the super. I do want the golden navy back as well. I think that would look so sick in like a modern type of uniform, but that will never happen.
Mike Washington Jr. off the board to the Raiders.
Yeah, they traded up for him. I would like to see a yellow jersey. I really liked the yellow color rush jerseys. Like if you guys remember those. My voice is starting to go. I'm so sorry. And then I'd like to see like a white and navy fearsome foursome.
Yeah, I would. I'd probably go with. You like the navy jersey fearsome foursome, or you want it to be white? Because I think it should be navy personally. I think it'll also be a modernized one. I think I'm gonna go with. Oh, I already know what I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with the navy fearsome foursome one, and I'm gonna go with the. What is it? Oh, the all yellow. The yellow. I want to go with the yellow. Let's see. So yeah, we appreciate the super DJ. And Julian, thank you for the 5. Why move up in the draft if we've shown we can't choose players that make sense? Well, that's one way to look at it. I mean, I still think that there's room to trade up for sure. Wade Woodaz was just drafted by the Texans, Clemson linebacker. Never heard of him. So I think there's been 2 players so far that I've never heard of. Mace, thank you for the lemon. Morning. Really hoping we trade up because so far this draft is going the way Alexis pizza toppings. Kidding. Alexis should try ketchup on pizza because it's surprisingly delicious. Hashtag try it before you deny it. I am not a ketchup fan, so I don't think that would happen, but maybe she'd be interested in that when she comes back. Appreciate you, Mace. And then Tito, thank you for the 5. My mock, we take 207 Michael Heldman, 232 Malik Benson, 251 Domani Jackson, 252 Parker Brailsford. I mean, hey, I would like Benson. I think that'd be cool. Appreciate you. And then Nathan, thank you for the 10. Claire signing signals commitment to 13 personnel. Totally agree. The only move that would have made sense ahead of him is Sadiq. LA is not the only team reaching this year, so no guarantee Simpson is still there. That's definitely fair. It seems like there's a lot of reaching. And of course, we don't really know what reaching is. What is reaching? Based on our consensus, we don't know what the NFL likes. You know? So, appreciate you, Nathan. Yeah, Abney is still on the board. The Bears traded up with the Panthers, looks like. Let's see. So far, Wade Woodaz is the only one. Well, not the only one. He's the recent one that got drafted. Yes. Ephesians Prysock is still on the board. I can't believe these names, man. It's crazy. Tyler, thank you for the 5. I watched Simpson on Gruden's quarterback show. Processing skills are there, underrated mobility, and his character and leadership skills are through the roof. I agree completely. He came across great in that video. That's probably one of the best videos I've seen from his quarterback show. I mean, he's had some quarterbacks that were just straight stupid. I'm sorry. They came off as stupid. And Ty Simpson came off as very likable, a leader, motivated, and just really intelligent. And that's what I like. I like football savvy. I like intelligence. And I mean, guys, we saw it. Some guys that were doing the whiteboard, it was not good. Back in the day, Gruden's quarterback camp, I think it was on ESPN. You remember guys doing the whiteboard? It's just like, brother, good Lord. She's back.
I'm back. I am going to shut the hell up for a little bit. My voice, guys, I'm sorry. I had like a coughing attack, and that's why I turned my camera off, and I got up like no one needs to see that happen.
You poor thing.
I'm dying.
Yeah, I was just answering some supers. Um,
Thank you for all the supers that I missed.
Great question, Ryan. I mean, at this point, I'm really just hoping that they land. I think my number one guy on the board, which would I understand it's not a receiver, and I know a lot of people want a receiver, but right now I want Kyle Lewis. He's my top player remaining. I can't believe he's there, and I understand he's smaller in stature, but like he's a weapon. I honestly don't understand how these professional decision makers they like view positionless players as a negative, but like Kyle Lewis could literally play everywhere. He's positionless because he doesn't fit into one pre-existing category. I'm not out on Dolak. No, not at all. No. I think Dolak should start, but I know he won't, but I think he should. Did you see TJ Hushmanzada say that he thinks Ty Simpson's going to be a better player than Fernando Mendoza? I mean, I think that's kind of unfair because Fernando Mendoza didn't go to like Sean McVay and get to sit behind Matthew Stafford. He's sitting behind Kirk Cousins, with all due respect to Kirk Cousins, and their organization. I think if Fernando Mendoza has a lot of success, Alexis, I mean, that's going to be on him. Like, he did a great job, like, you know, because, I mean, the Raiders haven't been good in a while. So, Ty Simpson does it. It's not going to be like, oh, yeah, Ty Simpson did the impossible. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Simpson is in a much better situation. Well, guys, what pick are we at?
He is, yes, absolutely. So, yeah, to answer your question, Ryan, I would want Kyle Lewis. You know who I'm actually intrigued with, and I'm going to sound like such a hypocrite? Deion Burks. Because I think Burks is better. See, Oklahoma, I was not impressed with Oklahoma. Did you get a chance to watch like Oklahoma like offensive tape? It was not great. Like people were talking about what's his face, the quarterback. Oh, good Lord. He went back to school. I don't see it. I don't see it with the guy. I don't. I know in the comment, I'm not even going to say his name because I know in the comment section somebody's going to drop it. The quarterback for Oklahoma, but no, I like Burks. Mateer, yeah, I did not see it with Mateer at all. John Mateer. I personally think that Deion Burks was held back there, and I think the athleticism, I think the strength, I think he's got some upside there. Can be a guy that, you know, could take the top off, can be a slot. Keep in mind, Alexis, they're going to be heavy 13 personnel. Yeah, so it looks like Malik Muhammad is off the board to the Bears. So that's the latest draft.
And the Bills took Skylar Bell. I might be behind on that, but I just saw that the Bills.
Nope,
drafted.
you're ahead.
All right, so the Bills took Skylar Bell.
Yeah. Yeah, so Bell's off the board. I know some people wanted him to fall to the Rams. I mean, fell pretty far. But yeah, I mean, older prospect. Like I said, he'll be 24 when the season starts. UConn. I see him as kind of a gadget slot guy. It's bizarre that they get him when they already have Khalil Shakir because he kind of plays like Khalil Shakir. So I guess you just want to have an army of Khalil Shakirs at this point. I don't know. Kind of an odd pick for Buffalo, I'm not going to lie, but maybe it's just best player available at that point. So it looks like the Bills also have the next pick as well. because the Bears traded their pick to the Bills. The Bears initially had 24 and 125, and now the Bills have 25 and 26. So interesting. And the Rams pick, by the way, in round 6 is from Houston. I can't remember why.
It was probably a draft trade situation, maybe last year.
Oh, was it maybe when they got Ty Hamilton, the pick that I hated that trade so much? Oh, Ted Hurst is long gone. He went to the Bucks last night.
So someone asked our best available receiver on the board and corner. To me, my favorite receiver on the board right now is Kevin Coleman Jr. My favorite corner is Chandler Rivers.
Yeah, I would really like Kevin Coleman Jr. I mean, I like him more than Deion Burks, but I was just saying I'd be open at that point if they fall. That's a long fall, by the way.
Someone asked about a DTR meet and greet this season. I hope so.
That would be fun.
It all depends on like when the schedule's released, So the Bills took Caleb Elarms or the linebacker out of TCU.
That's surprising. So I like him, but I don't know why he went ahead of Kyle Lewis.
So the 49ers, Bengals, Panthers, Dolphins. That's who's up. So the 49ers are up now.
Elarms or actually ended up making my my gem list with Kyle Lewis. Because I didn't love the linebacker class this year, to be fair. But yeah, I really liked Elarms or in Kyle Lewis. I mean, look, Elarms or is still raw, but he's got elite sideline to sideline speed and range. Really good tackler, can blitz, right? Really versatile because TCU and when he was at Cal, like they used him in different ways. But he's a really smart pre-snap adjuster, and he's got natural coverage ability. I think my issue with it is he's very over reliant on his speed. He's going to overrun his tackles, and then he adds some durability issues. But I think this is a really good pick. It's just surprising to see him go before Kyle Lewis. I thought Lewis would be off the board day 2 easily, and now here we are, and he's still there. I'm hoping he falls to the Rams, but that's not likely. And then it looks like Connor Lew is off the board, the Auburn center to the 49ers. Interesting.
He was on my list. Let me
pick.
take him off.
He was on your list?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. They kind of have just been rolling out what's his face for so long, Brendel. Makes sense.
The 49ers drafted offensive tackle Carver Willis out of, it looks like, Washington. Yeah.
Wait, okay. Why did I see Connor Lew?
Wait, hold on. I wonder if Jordan has this wrong. Because, let me see. I saw Lew as well. Did ESPN update it? Let's check some other sources. Jordan Schultz is reporting the 49ers took Washington offensive tackle Carver Willis. So did Connor Lew go somewhere else? This is the problem, guys. Day 3. Nope. So it was Carver Willis. So the 49ers took an offensive tackle.
Okay. Was not on my radar at all.
Same, and now I got to put Connor Lew back on my back on here.
Yeah. Carver Willis is ranked the 398th best player on PFF. The average draft position was 191 for the community. So I don't really have too much to say about. I don't really know him. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's an interesting pick. Obviously, they're going to need help at tackle because eventually Silverback Williams is going to call it a career. So
it's such a long road to the 6th round, Rams. Why would you do this to us?
yeah, it's a little brutal.
Now, I did think if the Rams were going to trade up, it would be to the 5th, not the 4th, to be fair. I think the 5th round is where the Rams really like to work. So we're still in the 4th round, so there's still time. Okay, so the Bengals are drafting Auburn center Connor Lew. So now I got to take him back off my board. He was on, he was off. All right, he's off. I mean, that makes sense. The Bengals have just had such a hard time protecting Joe Burrow. I feel like they can't seem to figure it out.
That is fair.
So you've got the Panthers, Dolphins, Chargers, Saints up, then the 49ers again. The 49ers picked 2 more times, by the way, in the 4th because of all the trades they've got. So the 49ers will have 3 4th-round picks.
By the way, I am shocked that Nussmeier hasn't gone yet. I can't believe Nussmeier didn't go over some of these guys. It's mind-boggling to me. Will Lee the third is off the board, cornerback out of Texas A&M. Panthers just took him.
It's kind of where I felt he would go.
Yeah, this is about where. We're getting close, guys. Only 80-something pick. I don't even know.
I'd have to do the math because we pick at 207 next. We're now at pick 130.
So only 77 picks to go?
Brutal, yeah. Maybe we just do our pizza early.
I know.
Because we normally do it the 6th round, but it's like, shoot, maybe we have the pizza in the 5th round.
We should schedule delivery for like 3 p.m.
So 2 my time.
Yeah. If you're down, I'm probably going to do that.
Yeah. Well, guys, someone asked what would the Rams have to do to trade to move into the 5th, all the 7s. I think you're probably going to have to do a 2027, like 5th or something to get into the 5th round.
I really don't think it would cost that much. I think you could move like 251 and you could probably get up into the 5th round.
I don't know. It's just a weird draft year, man.
There's going to be guys that go in like the 6th round that probably wouldn't have even made the top 500 in drafts in the past.
It's a weaker class, but like I know that people are going to use that as a like excuse for the Rams and be like, "Oh, well, it's a weaker class." You know, I'm like, "Yeah, but you still could have gotten some starters the first 3 rounds."
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know if they would have started, but I get what you're saying. Starting caliber players. Hmm. So, I think I'm gonna go with a buffalo chicken pizza. That's what I'm thinking.
I got to do the pizza I always order out of principle. Real ones, no. Like, I don't even know that it would be what I would order right now because, frankly, pineapple feels like it would irritate my throat because it's like citrusy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it feels like it
Yeah,
would.
don't do anything that's gonna bother you.
I know, but it's just the pizza that I always order. Like, who am I if I'm not on the Downtown Rams stream making people mad? You know, my pizza order.
I always get nerded out on day 3. So I think every year I've worn like MCU shirts and whatnot. This year I'm rocking the Goku shirt
Nice.
from Game Changers. Holden sent this to me. So
Oh yeah, I'm wearing just Lululemon hoodie and sweats. Day 3 is kind of where I just like you gotta be like we gotta be comfortable. You know what I mean? Like it's
yeah, yeah.
this is the long haul, and we still have so long to go. Okay, pizza. So do I want to
Oh
do
yes.
chat? Do we want to do the Alexis Craft special, or should I take it a little easy on myself?
Take it easy on yourself. You deserve it.
I know. Someone said get ketchup on pizza. I can't do it, guys.
I've seen that. That we got a super chat asking you if you would put ketchup on your pizza. I was like,
No.
no.
Maybe for like a $1,000 super chat.
Oh my god, they have
Or
buy one get
something.
one Five Guys near me. I want to do that so bad, but I gotta stick to the tradition.
Yeah, we got to do our pizza.
Let's see, Primo. Hmm. Hmm.
Unfortunately, I just feel like the pineapple is going to irritate my throat, like anything
Probably, yeah.
citrusy. So, unfortunately, guys, we're going to have to change up the
I don't even
pizza
know where this
order.
is located. Flames Pizzeria? It says it's in Timbuktu. Why is this getting connected to me?
Maybe I just like do something entirely. I usually get mod pizza for these streams, but like if I'm not doing my typical. So real quick, the Dolphins took Trey Moore. He's the edge rusher out of Texas. He was also on my tier list for the Rams.
Okay.
Um, so I'm gonna have to remove him.
Butter chicken pizza? What? Chicken tikka masala pizza? Very fascinating.
I have a question, chat. How do you guys feel about Papa John's? Like, be honest. Let's just have an honest conversation about it.
I've never had it before, but I heard it's really good.
I like Papa John's, and I don't like it when people act like, listen, I don't like Papa John, the person, but you know what? He's no longer involved in that establishment for obvious reasons. And you know what? The pizza's good.
You shouldn't even have to
Ev-
preface that. Like, obviously, we know that you don't. You know what I mean?
but I just ethically, I'm going to point it out. But like, listen, thank you for like, people get so like, oh, Papa John's is gross, it's a chain. But like, so are a lot of pizza places, and sometimes it's okay. So the Chargers took safety Genesis Smith. He was also on my list.
Sega Genesis. I love that name, by the way. Genesis. That's such a cool name. Also related, but not really, but you'll understand why. Shout out to Phil Collins, who was inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Genesis.
I love one of my favorite songs by Phil Collins is the Look Through My Eyes from Brother Bear.
Oh, really?
You guys know that movie? I
I
still listen to that song.
I still listen to the Tarzan soundtrack that he had the full thing of. It was amazing. It had like In Sync in it. Have you ever heard it? Like Rosie O'Donnell was in
Yeah.
it. Like it's crazy. It was so good. It was such a good soundtrack. Like it's probably one of the OG best soundtracks I think I've ever heard. I Yeah, I would say that, and then also I've had like Sussudio stuck in my head like on a loop for days. So I don't know. Phil Collins is a badass. It's sad that he went deaf basically from
I know.
drumming, but I think he didn't. Isn't it cool he got to go out? I think I think he retired, right? And he actually went on tour with his son. See, like that's how I'd want to go out.
Speaking of going deaf from drumming, there's a movie called Sound of Metal,
I
which
need to
is
see that.
so
Yeah,
good. I just bought it on the Criterion Collection sale, so I have it on like my Blu-ray, and I watched
nice.
it, and the movie is so good. I literally just watched that like less than 2 weeks ago.
That has my guy J.K. Simmons in it, right?
No, that's Whiplash, I think.
Oh, is it?
Sound of Metal is Riz Ahmed and Olivia Cook.
Now I understand why.
It's a great movie. Anything she's in is good. But Riz Ahmed is like the main like guy in it, but he literally
Okay, yeah, I know I know who you're talking about now.
yeah, it's a really crazy. And what I love so much about that movie is they literally distort the sound at parts like in a way that's mind-blowing. It's just a really good movie.
You know
Just
what's a
recommend
crazy
it.
movie now that we're doing the whole deaf thing?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, we're being inclusive to the deaf audience that I know we probably have somebody out there, right? So that said, there's a horror movie where the main character is deaf, and it is incredible. It's called Hush. Have you ever seen it?
Mm-mm.
Must watch. It's exhilarating. It's insane. It's incredible. Hush is so good. Anybody who's seen that, definitely drop that in the chat. But oh, my favorite Phil Collins song, I mean it's Genesis. I would go with Land of Confusion, which I bet you not many people know that it is not a Disturbed song. It is in fact a Genesis song. There's still people that think that's a Disturbed song.
So the Saints took offensive guard
I like
Jeremiah
Jeremiah
Wright.
Wright.
I don't know if he was on my tier list or
That
not. I
dude
think he might have been.
is built like one of those box jump boxes. Like he is built like a box. It's hilarious, but hey, look, like he made my list of like these my
Okay.
underrated list. I really like Jeremiah Wright.
He was on my tier 2 list.
Yeah, he was in my gems list. I mean, really strong, 300 pound, 300 plus pound guard. Like I said, very wide, built like a box. Just has really good, anchor. It's like if you try to power rush him, you're not going anywhere. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Jeremiah Wright. He could play right away, by the way, Alexis. So I think this is a good move for the Saints. I know they've had some issues there in the offensive line, staying healthy, some guys retiring, what have you, but he is a mauler. He's a high football IQ player, and he's got a lot of experience. He actually is a former defensive lineman, I believe. So that's what I have in my notes here. So hopefully I'm right.
Well, the 49ers were supposed to pick next, but they just traded down. So the Ravens are now on the clock.
That is interesting.
I'm telling you, the 49ers have just been all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremiah Wright, man, that dude out of Auburn, he had some fun tape. If you like watching offensive line tape, and I know Alexis does, she loves offensive linemen. Jeremiah Wright, very, very good.
And while the chat's talking about metal movies,
Heavy Metal is a badass movie.
Lest we forget, this is Spinal Tap. They weren't really metal in the sense, they were rock, but if you guys haven't seen the Rob Reiner film, This is Spinal Tap, you gotta see it.
I have not.
It's like a mockumentary about a band called Spinal. It's a fake band. It's like Christopher Guest and all those guys. And Rob Reiner plays a guy following them as they like go on tour, and it's just so funny. And it was like the first movie that I feel like was really like that.
Matthew Hibner? I don't think I've ever heard of that man.
He just get drafted?
Yeah, the SMU tight end.
I don't.
Rated 392 by PFF, 219 community draft ADP. Well, I mean, they lost, what's his face, to free agency. So they had a tight end here in the 4th round. They lost Isaiah Likely to the Giants.
That's right.
I'm not going to lie. I'm seeing some highlights here come up on my Twitter feed. That dude looks like he has crazy movement skills. Did they just find an absolute gem? 6'5", 252. Okay, he's 24. Low drop rate. Not really a contested catch guy, but he was like moving. He was at the combine. Oh, yeah. 956 RAS score. He ran a 4.57. You could see it immediately and how smooth of a route runner he looked like in that quick high. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of, his highlights, right? Like, I didn't watch tape on him. He wasn't on my radar. But Matthew Hibner, or Hibner, I don't know how you say his name, Alexis, they might have gotten a steal here. They might have, you know what they might have done? They might have done the John Franklin Myers. Like, he's a steal, but it looks like they reached on him. But then you watch, you watch him play and you're like, oh, they know what they're doing. So, yeah, that dude can play. Ryan, it does feel like there's a lot of tight ends off the board. We got some love for Hush in the comments section. There we go. I know there was another one. I'm trying to find it.
Someone said, is it just me or is there an insane amount of tight ends being taken? I kind of feel like that.
Yeah.
I'm drinking so many fluids.
Did you order yet?
Yeah, I scheduled it. You know what? It didn't let me pick it. I had to pick a window, so I did between 150 and 210. There was no it was like 150, 210, and then 210, 230. Like, it was a weird way that they broke it down. So I was like, I'll try to schedule a little early so it's not late.
That's fair.
The Falcons took linebacker Kendall Daniels.
Pizza, etc. What the hell's Twisted Chicken? That sounds good, but I don't know what it is. Barbecue pineapple? What the freaking hell?
Hey, let's not slander pineapple on pizza.
What on earth? Jeez, pizza's expensive. They're like, yeah, $30 for an 8 cut. Are you out of your mind? Ah, this was it. Hush is freaking dope. I wanted to be sure to highlight anybody that was Hush. And then we got Phil Collins. Yeah. I will say, because there's no pineapple in it, they like cook it with pineapple. Chicken al pastor is insane. I had it. I had the Chipotle chicken al pastor. Avery got for me like a while back, and oh my god, it's absolutely insane.
I haven't had that, but I do like pineapple stuff. I just so Bryce, linebacker Bryce. I don't know how to pronounce his last name because I feel like I hear it different all the time. I think it's Botcher, but it's spelled like that. But I think it's pronounced
Botcher. Yeah, I think I know what
Bryce
you're talking
Botcher, linebacker out of Oregon, went to the Colts. He was the guy that I saw a little bit on, like whatever, and I think I even put him on my like tier 2. But I am actually curious how his last name is pronounced because I feel like I don't know if you run into this, Jake. You'll like watch prospects sometimes because we're not watching all the games, and everybody pronounces their last name differently, and you're like, wait, who's right? You know what I mean?
You're better than me. Yeah, when I'm watching all 22, I can't hear anybody. So I literally I have no idea how to pronounce some of these people's names.
So Colts just picks. We got the Saints, Cowboys, Dolphins, 49ers, Bengals, and then we are into the 5th round.
There have been times where I've actually beaten, doesn't happen often, but I beat you before you say the pick in the ticker, and then I don't even realize I just did it mindlessly. So, yeah. Bryce Botcher from Oregon, and then Kendall Daniels from Oklahoma. That Hibner guy had that was head turning. Now this is the problem about watching highlights is that you only see the good stuff, you don't see the bad. But I just know how much fluidity he had in those breaks and as a route runner. That was crazy. That was crazy. I really do think they got something there.
Well, guys, we're not up still until 2:07.
I think I'm gonna get buffalo chicken and barbecue chicken. I don't know. Barbecue chicken alert. Barbecue chicken alert. Yeah, screw it. I'll do that. We move.
We move. Well, chat, who's left on the board that you guys like? Is there anybody that you guys are all lusting for? I gotta make sure my tier list is updated. I think it is.
It's asking me if I want to get a cannoli or creme brulee cheesecake. I want a cheesecake, but I'm going to the Cheesecake Factory tomorrow, so we will not be doing cheesecake. What?
The Cowboys have drafted Alabama defensive tackle LT Overton.
Okay.
This is like a little later than I thought he'd go, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Oh my god, it was just like, your order's $84. I was like, I ordered 2 pizzas. The hell? And then I was like, oh, it put quantity of 2 for each. I was like,
Ryan, I'm from St. Louis. All right, well, now that the Cowboys pick is in, you got the Dolphins, 49ers, Bengals. And then we start the 5th, which is like, I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked if the Rams trade into the 5th at all.
I saw Don't Breathe is another great horror film. Very odd. It's a very odd horror film, but yes, it's very.
Have you seen Undertones or whatever that is? I haven't seen it.
I have not.
Ooh, the Saints drafted wide receiver Bryce Lance. So there he goes.
Very raw. This is it 5th round or 4th round?
We're at the end of the 4th.
Okay. You're getting a guy with high upside at this point. The guarantees are now split, so it makes sense.
So I haven't seen Undertones. I just know it's controversial. People either liked it or hated it. I really want to see Backrooms. I'll probably see that in theaters. That looks so weird to me.
Backrooms?
Yeah. Watch the trailer for it. That's going to be a really weird film, but Renate Rainsby is an actress who I like, and she's in it.
It looks like my pizza is going to get here like way before.
You didn't schedule it?
I tried. It's not letting me.
Someone in the chat says no Kyle Lewis yet is crazy. I agree. What?
Yeah, don't.
Maybe there's
don't jinx
something we
it.
don't know.
I did not need my Sprite to just explode on freaking stream. Thank God for non-caffeinated soda. Yeah, right now, the best available, according to PFF, in case anyone's wondering, Keith Abney, the second, Arizona cornerback, Joshua Josephs, the edge out of Tennessee, Deion Burks, the wide receiver from Oklahoma, Kyle Lewis, the linebacker from Pittsburgh, Kamari Ramsey, safety from USC, Chandler Rivers, cornerback Duke, Sam Hecht, center, Kansas State, Garrett Nussmeier, quarterback LSU, Rayshawn Benny, interior defensive lineman, Michigan, Kayshawn Elliott, linebacker, Arizona State, Zaki Wheatley, safety, Penn State, Michael Trigg, tight end, Baylor, Dante Corleone, interior defensive lineman from Cincinnati, Demetrius Crownover, tackle, Texas A&M, Anthony Lucas, edge, USC, linebacker, Deontay Lawson out of Alabama, Billy Schrouth, guard, Notre Dame, CJ Daniels, wide receiver, Miami, Xavier Harris, interior defensive lineman from Ole Miss, Michael Kamara, edge, Indiana, Landon Robinson, defensive interior lineman from Navy, Tyreek Sapp, edge defender from Florida, offensive lineman Brian Parker II from Duke, Seth McGowan, running back, Kentucky, Jalen Kilgore, defensive back, South Carolina, Justin Jolie, tight end, North Carolina State, Reggie Virgil, wide receiver, Texas Tech, and I could keep going on, but those are the top. So, whew, I needed to breathe. Oh, she's told me about emos. Do we have emos? We did not.
No.
No.
Emos is only in St. Louis.
Yeah, no, we didn't have emos, no.
And Emos, I love Emos Pizza. Every time I go home, I'm going to St. Louis next week, and I'm going to make my family get me Emos because it's the only time I can eat it. I'm too scared to, you can get it frozen and shipped to you or whatever, but I just feel like it's not the same.
I'll tell you, I got frozen pizza from the Golden, I forget what it's called. It's not the same. Like it's not even close to the same.
Why do I want to spend all that money? Like it's become such a treat for me to go home and get Emo's pizza. So
and they charge you what they would charge you for it fresh. So it's just not worth it. Yeah, I saw. Have you seen the Clayface trailer? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my God. James Gunn cooked. It's a horror movie. It's straight up a horror movie. Don't say Kyle Lewis.
The dream is
Don't
dead.
say Kyle Lewis.
The Dolphins drafted Kyle Lewis.
Are you kidding me?
Out of Pittsburgh. The dream is dead. This is the problem, Ram. They're comfortable. They're chilling. They say they don't think they need anybody. So they're not trading up, but I need to be put in a padded cell. That hurts. The Dolphins got Rodriguez and Lewis. So selfish.
Now the Niners are on the clock.
Well, let's see. I got to remove Kyle Lewis from my list.
We have over 1,000 people watching across all platforms, so really do appreciate that.
Yeah, it's awesome, guys.
So, yeah, the Kyle Lewis pick really grinds my gears.
Yeah, that is bothersome. You've got the 49ers pick and then the Bengals, and then we are into the 5th round. And I don't know, I might be being a little bit delusional, but I just feel like the Rams, they love the 5th round. I'm not going to be shocked if they trade into the 5th. Now, who they would trade in for at this point, who knows?
There's so many people that are live right now on YouTube. I'm actually surprised. On day 3, normally people are like, no, I'm not doing that.
Well, guys, we're closing out the 4th round. We're going into the 5th. If the Rams stay put, so they're at 207 is the next Rams pick.
Yeah.
So if they stay put, we're going to be, let's see, after these next 2 picks, we'll be at 141. So we still got a ways to go. I don't know, Jake, what's worse, this or the year when the Rams didn't have any 6th or 7th round picks? So it was our draft was over in the beginning of the 5th, but then we had to do the 6th and the 7th, and the Rams didn't trade. It was that worse, or is it worse when we have to do this? Because I think that was worse.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal. But
this, at least we have something to look forward to, Everyone's talking about the vibes. I think that Kyle Lewis pick took like the air out of everybody, I feel like, because that was
Yeah.
the guy that we all were like hoping that they'd make a move for. Um, but also, like, people are going to start flooding in when we get closer to the Rams picking. And, like, if news comes out that the Rams, make a trade up, then people come in. That's usually what happens. So then the vibes might shift and we'll all be having conversation about that. So the text, oh, wait, no, this is an old pick. Ooh, never mind. My feed switched to For You instead of recent. Jake, someone asked you about Black Phone too.
Very different. Very different. I really liked it. I thought they took a risk. They made it see, Black Phone was honestly just kind of a scary narrative that, children used to live with. I mean, they still live with back, today. But back in the day it was really bad. Like, people would just, he's called the grabber, and people would just take kids and put them in their van, It still happens. But the second one was very, how do I put it, supernatural, which I was not expecting. It was pretty wild. I enjoyed it.
I haven't seen either movie, so I can't comment.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen let's see. The 49ers took Ephesians Prysock, the cornerback out of Washington. He was on my tier list, so of course the 49ers took him. So let me just remove
He's
him
built
now.
so much like Kello. And guess who drafted Kello? The 49ers. Guess who drafted him? John Lynch. John Lynch is the GM of the 49ers.
Well, guys, the Bengals pick next, and then we're into the fifth, which, if you're a Rams fan, is interesting territory because, like I said, they like the fifth round, even though they as of now pick in the fifth. I don't know that they keep it that way. The Bengals took wide receiver Colby Young out of Georgia. That feels high. So we are officially into the fifth round. What do you guys think? Fifth round. Once we make it through the fifth, then we got the Rams, unless they trade up.
By the way, I have to say, I think the fourth round was a really missed opportunity for the Rams. And I will factor that into my overall grade. I think we just saw the best value of any of the rounds. I was really impressed with that, and I don't know.
I agree. A lot of guys there that would have been great picks for the Rams. I mean, look at how late Kyle Lewis went. I mean, you mean to tell me you didn't have any interest trading into the end of the fourth round?
Yeah, it's not just Kyle Lewis either. I mean, there's a
Yeah.
lot of players there. Like, you look at the fourth round, and it's enough to make you sick. I mean, say we will about Bryce Lance, that would have been interesting. Now in the fourth round, it makes sense. Price Sock in the fourth round, Jeremiah Wright. Then you look at Connor Liu, Caleb Elarms Orr, Skylar Bell, Malik Muhammad, Mike Washington Jr. Not saying I would have gone running back, but the point being is that there's been a lot of value here. Surratt, yeah, it's bummer.
Well, guys, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Yep.
I'm gonna go now, and of course, I'm sure while I do that, somebody's gonna be like, "The Rams traded up into the fifth." But I'll be back. Jake, hold it down.
Um, all right. So now Goku beats Superman. I stand by that. Kamari Ramsey to the Texans. So they draft another USC safety. They drafted Kalen Bullock, I think 2 drafts ago or last draft. And now Ramsey's joining the best defense in the NFL. So in the 5th round, by the way. So now we're in the 5th round. Ramsey's off the board. Looks like the Titans are at pick 142, it looks like. They did a trade with the Jets. We got some supers here. Caesar, thank you. What positions do you think we take next? That's a good question. That's a real good question. I am going to say, I think they might just go best available, but I feel like there's going to have to be a special teams twist to it because they're a deep roster. I mean, they already feel like they're Super Bowl ready even before the draft. So, and to be fair, they are. But Brian Parker could be interesting, but they did already take Trost. I don't know if I see them adding another he can play all 5 positions guy. I don't really love the tackles for them, if I'm being entirely honest with you. Don't love what's there. I mean, Isaiah World, now you're in the 5th round. That can make sense. JC Davis, I really like, actually. JC Davis, if they don't view Trost as an actual tackle, JC Davis can play right away, right? Then Isaiah World is like a developmental guy, crown over. So there are some tackles, I guess. Let's see what else. We got linebacker, I could see a little bit here. Now, who is in play? Kayshawn Elliott, Deontay Lawson, Torian York, Aiden Fisher. I'd probably say they're probably going to like Aiden Fisher. Keep an eye on Harold Perkins Jr. That's an interesting player. Eric Gentry is kind of a unicorn type of player, like a 6'7" type of linebacker with crazy long arms. If they go after edge, I mean, Joshua Josephs is still there. Anthony Lucas, Kamara Sapp, Riger is the guy that I would want. That's my pass rusher in this draft. That is my guy. I want Riger if they go edge. Cornerback, Abney makes a lot of sense. Chandler Rivers makes a lot of sense. Jalen Kilgore, Charles Demings. I'm going to say they probably go corner here, or wide receiver. It seems like those are the best options. Wide receiver, you still got Deion Burks. You still got C.J. Daniels, Reggie Virgil, Kevin Coleman Jr., Josh Cameron. There are definitely some receivers there. Lewis Bond, Malik Benson. And then, like, would they go safety? I mean, I think Michael Taff, keep an eye on him. VJ Payne could be very interesting as well. But Michael Taff, to me, is another one of those guys that I thought would be a Ram. Like, I just think he's a really good fit for the Rams. Special team demon. Like, I think he'll be one of the best special teamers in the league. So I could see them going after Michael Taft, safety out of Texas. But a great question. I mean, I think they can really take anybody at this point except for quarterback. I think people would absolutely lose their mind if they took a quarterback. But no, I was just asking if, like, who the Rams could target, like what position. So I went through them.
All right, let me check the so we're into the 5th round.
Double X Alex, thank you for the 5. I spent $54 on a pizza last month. When you get a chance, look up Slice of Homage Pizza on TikTok or whatever and tell me how crazy I am.
Damn, $54 on a pizza. I'm going to have to check that out.
I'm going to put it in my reminders here. That's how I remember things. People are like, hey, can you do that? Yep. I'm just going to put it in my reminders. Some Slice of Homage Pizza.
So brutal. To start the 5th round, Kamari Ramsey, safety to USC. Fernando Carmona, the offensive guard from Arkansas. Now I'm seeing, this must be moving fast because I'm seeing the Browns took Parker Brailsford. So
there's your guy.
Happened to the Cardinals, Panthers, Chargers? What'd I miss? It's not updated. What's going on?
There is your guy.
Well, I had both. I had Parker Brailsford and Kamari Ramsey on my tier 1. So
Melissa's like, did Kyle Lewis die? Or, well, you jinxed it. He is alive and well, and he is no longer on the board. So, but no, appreciate you with the super. And then Tito's coming in here with the 5. Kamari Ramsey is a steal for the Texans. 2nd round talent that had a down year being played out of position due to injuries. Also, how is Keith Abney available? Agree with all of that. I'm going to look into Abney. I want to see what's going on there. I want to start seeing, like, I don't remember him having a crazy injury history, but that could be it. I mean, I'm just going to check. It is puzzling why. Size and frame concerns at 5'10", 187. Didn't run a fast 40. Very penalty heavy. And he's medically healthy, so it wouldn't be medicals. So I don't know. It's just he's just kind of sitting there. I mean, it happens. We've seen guys that are much, like, really talented, and they've just fallen, so. Fernando Carmona to the Titans.
So did I miss the Cardinals, Panthers, and Chargers? Because if the Browns took Brailsford, I'm confused.
Bengals took... Oh, no, Bengals. Oh, yeah, we saw that already. This is actually really irritating how behind they are. How ahead and behind they are at the same time. How does that even make sense?
Well, guys, there's a lot of talent here. Like, this is the problem. Is, like, I feel like we're in this, like, little patch where all these, like, really good guys are going to start going. The Cardinals took wide receiver Reggie Virgil. Of course they did. Another guy in my tier 1 list, a guy I thought the Rams would be really interested in.
Who'd they take?
Reggie Virgil.
That's interesting. Yeah, I thought the Rams would likely take him. I mean, I had a comp to Josh Reynolds. Yeah.
There's only one remaining receiver left for me in tier one, and that's Kevin Coleman Jr. You know, tier two, I've got Deion Burks. Tier three, I've got Kendrick Law, Devontae Smith. I mean, it's kind of over for me, I think, in terms of receivers that I personally want at this point. But yeah, it's so crazy. How was Parker Brailsford announced when Panthers and Chargers haven't even announced their picks?
Yeah, this is wild. I'm so sick of this though. So sick of the whole like the
I
throttling.
Well, they're trying to listen. So we have what, 6 hours, 5.5 hours until their slot ends for the draft. So what the NFL does is they're like trying to just make this go as long as possible. I would argue you would, and I know that they've got like a draft celebration at Pittsburgh, and you know you have people come on stage. And by the way, the Panthers just drafted Sam Hecht. See what I mean? Another guy in my tier one list. That this is the pocket where all these really, really good, talented guys are going to start flying off the board, which is why it's so infuriating the Rams do not pick. Um, but back to the draft it is like fun. You know, you've got the big day three and you do the stage and you do all that. And the NFL's trying to, you know, make as much money as they can. But I think you'd actually maybe get more engagement if you made the clock shorter and you turned it into more of like a competitive, intense like type of thing, and you get people locked in and engaged instead of dragging this out for 7 hours. People are like, I want to go out and do stuff on a Saturday. I'm not going to sit here and watch, you know, we do it because we like it and this is what we do and we like to hang out with everybody, but people who are maybe more casual aren't going to engage in something like that. So I think all the guys in my tier one are about to go. The Chargers selected defensive tackle Nick Barrett. I don't know who that is.
By the way, Nussmeyer still hasn't been selected. He's in round 5.
Well, guys, so we know that the pick 146, unless Jordan was wrong, is Parker Brailsford. So you've got the Commanders up, then the Seahawks, Browns, Saints. The Browns pick so like 3 times early in the fifth round. Let's make a call.
So, looking at the Browns, they're going to they pick 4 times. That's insane. 146, 148, 149, 152.
I'm telling you, Rams, if you're listening, look at the talent that is starting to The Seahawks traded up to 148. So it's going to be someone that I love. If history if history serves us well, Jake, what do you think the Seahawks are doing?
They didn't take a corner yet. I think this is Abney.
I'm sure it's Abney or Chandler Rivers.
Yeah, it's not going to be good. I'm not going to be happy about it. Oh no, they took Julian Neal. Price, Bud Clark, Julian Neal. Don't say it yet. I want to see if I can predict this.
I think I have in my mind who it's going to be, and I'm not going to like it.
I am going to go with... I mean, they lost, what's his face, the pass rusher. I could see Josephs here.
Hold on a second. Trade Tyree Wilson to the Saints? What? Yeah, that's insane. And remember, they were trying to get Kayvon Thibodeau yesterday, and it fell through with the Giants. So the Saints and the Raiders make a trade sending Tyree Wilson to New Orleans. Now, this is interesting because if you guys are, we all know what happened with the Raiders and Max Crosby. So the Raiders were planning on Max Crosby to be gone, and then they started signing guys and operating under the assumption that one of their pass rushers would be gone. But now that they can't get rid of Max Crosby, they say, all right, well, we'll just trade Tyree Wilson instead.
That's interesting.
I am so curious, Jake, what the return on this is going to be. Because I don't see that yet. I just see the trade. But we knew that the Saints were interested in trading for a pass rusher yesterday when they were trying to go after Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah.
Wait, is that true? Tyree Wilson in a 7th for 150?
What the hell?
Interesting. Huh. So we've got the Commanders, Seahawks, Browns, Raiders, because the Raiders traded, so they've got their pick now at 150 that's coming up here shortly. Wow, okay, yeah, that's the compensation.
That's interesting.
I guess I didn't consider the fact yesterday that the Saints would continue to try and make a trade. You know what? The Saints have had such an interesting draft, and now this, like, they drafted Jordan Tyson, Oscar Delp, and uh Lance. Wait, right? Guys?
Yeah,
They
the
took
Saints got
Lance.
Lance.
Yeah, so they've gotten a lot of offensive weapons, and now they trade for a defensive one. So the Commanders took Joshua Josephs, the pass rusher out of Tennessee. Like, this is later than I thought he'd go. So good pick by the Commanders. So that means the Seahawks are up. This feels like it's going to be Abney.
No, I don't think so because they already picked a corner. So
Oh,
I
that's
think it's
right.
gonna
We
be
talked about
Josephs.
this. No, Josephs just went.
Oh, Josephs went.
He just went to the Commanders.
Oh, you just said that.
So,
Okay, yeah.
I mean, looking at my list, I mean, probably Kevin Coleman Jr., could be Dion Burks.
They didn't grab interior defensive line though, right?
So the Browns picks are leaking because Jordan Schultz just reported the Browns just picked linebacker Justin Jefferson out of Alabama, but they're not up until
Justin
after the
Jefferson, huh?
Seahawks. So the Browns are just getting loosey goosey with their info. They're just like, yeah, this is who we're gonna take.
And the Giants, it
Um,
sounds like they couldn't agree to a deal with Kayvon Thibodeau and the Saints. So the Saints just said, all right, we're going to go out and get Tyree Wilson. They really wanted a pass rusher. I get it because Cam Jordan is a free agent.
Not seeing the Seahawks picks, guys. I mean, we know the Browns because that's been coming out, but I just don't see.
Thank you for the super. I did not buy that tie jersey yet. I'm going to wait until he's actually going to play. And I'm going to wait until I see him play. He's got to earn my jersey purchase.
And that might be in 4 years if the Rams have their way,
Yeah.
according to what they're saying. So you got time to save up for the jersey, you know?
I can't even keep track of who's on the clock. This is so bad the way they
Because
do
the
this.
picks are coming in. So it is the Seahawks. Well, in theory, even though the Browns pick is already gotten out. It's Seahawks, Browns, Raiders, Panthers, Browns again.
It's like I was trying to
Man,
go in order. Now I don't care. I'm literally just putting on the ticker whatever I see the most recent. And that will be that.
I will never buy a JSN jersey unless he plays for the Rams.
Yeah, I don't know why. Is somebody asking you to buy a JSN jersey?
Yeah, but they're just having fun.
Yeah, I'm like, well, it's the most random thing ever. It's funny.
Well, guys, I still haven't seen the Seahawks pick. I don't know what's going on. Brian asked, "Oh, so the Seahawks took guard Bo Stevens." I'm blanking on where he went to school. Um,
Oh yeah, Bo Stevens, good player, physical. Um, Browns just traded 152 to the Broncos for 170 and 182. I'd do that all day. Are you kidding me? It's a good trade. Smart trade.
Why is everyone saying Iowa? Oh, Iowa. So he played at Iowa. Okay.
Yeah.
I just saw Iowa come in and I'm like, wait, who's Iowa?
All right. Sounds like my pizza is indeed here. So I'm going to go and get myself some. Um,
All right.
you good holding it down?
I'll hold it down.
It sounds like your voice is recovering
I think it is.
in real time.
It's recovering. I had a second cup of tea, so after I left for that coughing fit, I had more tea. I've been slamming water. After we eat, I'm gonna take another Sepical,
Hell yeah.
and we're gonna endure, guys. We are going to endure.
Love that. All right, cool. So I'm going to go do that. If the Rams straight up, I'm going to be really pissed. But I'll grab my phone and you text me because I want to get it. I want to make sure that we record these clips.
So the Raiders just drafted safety Dalton Johnson.
Dalton Johnson. Okay. All right. I will be back.
He'll be back. So the Broncos selected tight end Jolie out of NC State. I'm blanking on his first name. For whatever reason, when they announced it, they just said his last name. I do know he's from NC State, but I'm completely blanking on his first name. But tight end off the board to the Broncos here. Justin, thank you, chat. Justin Jolly out of NC State. Thank you for the nice comments, guys. I'm trying to make sure that let's see, this tracker is updated. So the Panthers took safety Zakee Wheatley out of Penn State. Sorry if I missed that. So then the Broncos took tight end Justin Jolly out of NC State. So now we've got the Packers, 49ers, Bucks, Colts up. So it'd be such a great time for the Rams to be picking based on who's available, guys. This is a bummer. Sean McVay's on ESPN talking about how he wasn't angry. He was trying to be respectful to Matthew Stafford. And I think that's a little bit true, but I think a lot of this is also some damage control. And that's okay. That happens. But based on just like, stuff, I think that this is a little bit like they're going a little hard in the paint with trying to overcorrect. I think at this point they should just let that narrative be what it be and move on. So my assumption is if the Rams don't trade up and they stay in the sixth, I do think they're going to go receiver. I could see them going corner. They've lost a lot of depth at corner in the offseason. They lost 3 corners. So I think at some point you got to just get a body in there. Maybe take a risk on a guy. Um, I mean, they could do an offensive lineman again. I wouldn't hate that. Um, I don't think you need to go running back. You've got four running backs actively signed right now. So the Packers took safety Jager Burton. Jaeger Burton, maybe. I don't know how it's pronounced. I don't know who that is. Center out of Kentucky. There is pizza this year, guys. So Jake's just got here, so he's gone to um, get that. Mine is coming a little bit later. Mark says he agrees with me. It wasn't just the interview. Sean wasn't very happy during the call to Simpson either. Yeah, I think like, and I have to be a little careful here, but I think that like, you can, I think that like at the end of the day, the pick is the pick, and he's the coach, and he'll be fine, and he'll come around on the pick. Um, but you know, the way that they're overcorrecting now is a little bit showing their cards a little bit. I probably would have just said the thing yesterday and moved on from it, and now you're kind of like it keeps coming up, and you keep trying to. The more that you try to say no, it wasn't this, it becomes more obvious that it was something, but it's all right. Um, Max Clare, his reaction to that was very telling. Max Clare was definitely a McVay pick. Takeover LA said, at this point, let's just draft some special teams demons. That could be the plan. Listen, the Rams clearly had a very different plan for the draft than we all expected. They have been open about the fact that this is a futures draft for them. So here's what I would say. The positions that would piss me off in the sixth would be tight end and running back. I don't think there's a world where they take another quarterback. Drake's the go. I agree with you. It is a horrible plan. I don't think that the Rams personally have a roster that is super solid. Like it's solid, but it's not like I don't think they're in a headspace of they should be in a headspace of like, oh yeah, we don't need anything because it's not true. They do have needs. And they are a few injuries away from having some real bad holes. 954 Ram 7 said maybe McVay wanted Love and he went too early. There was legitimate juice to a Love Rams move. And I know everybody's going to say, oh, they would have traded Kyren Williams. It wasn't going to involve Kyren Williams. So I think part of that is his reaction on draft night is imagine that you are like potentially thinking you could be leaving the first round with Jeremiah Love, and instead your GM has a different vision. So the 49ers took linebacker Jaden Duggar. Interesting. So they did go linebacker. Somebody brought up Jake is selfish. He tells you to schedule your pizza, schedules his or for earlier, and then leaves you to go eat. He did do me dirty because he was like schedule it for this time, and then he didn't schedule his. Guys, all this talking isn't good for me. The problem is that I'm sick and now Jake has left. The silence is so unsettling. If I keep talking, it's gonna be bad for me. Keith Abney to the Lions. The dream is dead. Gotta update my list. For anyone just joining, Jake went to go get his pizza, and I am trying to talk in pockets because my voice is going out. So I'm just giving myself a little bit of time to like get my voice back. I wonder if Jake is just eating his pizza and then coming back. Normally we eat it on camera, but like I'll be honest, I don't love it. Like every year I mute my mic and I cover my mouth. Like I don't like I don't like being loud when I eat, even on accident. And so I'm like, maybe he is eating his pizza and coming back. I've never had Little Caesars pizza actually. People are saying they like the crunching noises, but like, do you guys though? Like, I don't know. I feel bad every time I'm eating and I'm on the draft. Um, Dolphins took Michael Taffy. Got to remove him off my list. They've had a really actually low key good draft. Um, What's my next project post draft? I'm working on a show for the Second City here in Chicago. Here in Chicago. So I'm writing a show and gonna be focusing on that. And I've got a short film that I'm supposed to shoot. Well, I don't know at this point. It was supposed to be like August. It's probably gonna be in the fall now. Um, so we'll see. All right. So the Vikings, Bucks, Steelers, Ravens. I don't have a ton of details on the show. We're writing it. It's gonna be a variety show. Um, at the Second City, and it's basically just gonna be a montage of different sketches that me and a group are doing, and I think it's gonna be in July. So that'll be really fun. If you guys have never been to like a sketch comedy show or an improv comedy show, um, they're fun and I like doing them. And the Second City is like a really cool place if you guys are familiar with the history there. The Vikings selected fullback Max Bredesen. Would I take a role as a 49ers fan? I would. I'm not above any role. It's just acting. Alex said you could write a show on how comically bad this draft has been. Write Draft Day 2, the sequel. Oh, my order was just dropped off. Oh no, my order's out there and Jake isn't back. Now what? Um, I guess I'll grab my pizza and I'll eat here. I don't know what Jake's doing. Sorry, guys, you're gonna have to be hostless for a few seconds. I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab my pizza and I will be right back. I love that I was like having this fantasy of not having to eat on camera. Now I'm, oh, look at who's back. I was like, I don't want to eat on camera, and you guys are like, no, eat on camera. I am gonna mute myself probably. It's just too much. Just too much social anxiety having to. Can you guys hear me? The Chiefs took Emmett Johnson. Oh, that's a really good pick. Okay, good. You guys can hear me. I wasn't sure because I like left my AirPods in. And I'm like, did they disconnect? Did they not?
Alrighty.
Were you eating off camera?
Yes, absolutely.
See, that's what I want to do, and now and everybody.
I think you should, because like I got a bunch. Like I ate like 3 slices off camera. That way this will be good for me, and then I'm probably just good.
All right, guys, I'm gonna.
Ooh,
Eat a
I
little
love
bit
that
off.
pickup. I love that pickup. The Chiefs got Emmett Johnson. That's a
Yeah.
great selection.
Do you guys like? I can't tell if people are screwing with me. They like want me to eat. I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna eat a little bit off camera and then I'll eat some off camera, on camera. 'Cause I want to go get water and stuff too. All right.
All right. Let's see here. Oh no, Billy Schrouth is off the board. Oh, and Michael Taff is off the board. And Abney. I'm catching up, guys. Schrouth, Abney, Taff. You guys want ASMR chewing? That's wild. That's diabolical. All right, we got 8-Bit Tacos is burned into the screen there. Who do you guys believe gets extended after Puka? I'll wait for Alexis. We'll revisit that. I do think it's going to be... I now think Warren McClendon Jr. is getting extended after this draft. That I feel very confident about. I kind of feel like they're going to try to sign everybody. Now, probably not, but no, I think Byron Young is definitely in play. I think Kobe Turner's a definite. I think Kobe Turner's definite. I think Warren McClendon Jr. right now are definites. That's just my take. I need a top 10 worst Rams drafts to see 2026 rank. Maybe I'll rank the drafts. I feel like it's disingenuous because we know what all the other drafts are and how everybody worked out. In this one, it's like you're grading without knowing the future. But yeah. Let's see. All right. Still waiting on an update for the pick. How's everyone doing? I'm refreshing to see who's on the clock. I'm trying to follow. It's kind of a lot. Like, okay, so the Ravens are on the clock post Emmett Johnson pick. Deion Burks is the best player available. Chandler Rivers is there. Garrett Nussmeier, Rayshon Benny, Keyshawn Elliott, Michael Trigg, Dante Corleone. What a name. Demetrius Crownover, Anthony Lucas, Deontay Lawson, CJ Daniels, Xavier Harris, Mikhail Kamara, Landon Robinson, Tyreek Sapp, Brian Parker, Seth McGowan, Jalen Kilgore, Jack Endries, Eric McAllister, Charles Demings, Mason Reiger, Dallin Bentley, Tim Keenan III, Torian York, Nick Singleton, J.C. Davis, Nadame Tucker, Le'Veon Moss, Devin Marshall, Max Llewellyn, Isaiah World, Jaden Ott, Diego Pound, Cyrus Allen, Katron Allen, Joe Royer, Kevin Coleman Jr., Josh Cameron, DeMond Claiborne. Those are the best players available currently, according to PFF. I will say, I think the Rams really made a mistake not trading down, or at the very least trading away that pick for Ty Hamilton. I just think that there is way too much value that I've just seen. And I think the Rams really missed out on a lot of value in this draft. Picks, in round 4 through 5, I think there was a serious issue there. Chandler Rivers off the board of the Ravens. See what I mean? Like, you're getting a guy who's probably a 3rd round talent, really good slot corner, and he's off the board in the 5th round.
Right, guys, just for you. I'm really bummed Rivers is gone, by the way. I mean, I just can't believe the Rams have done this to themselves, but
Shrouth also went. Sorry.
I saw that. I know. I will eat some of the pizza on the stream in honor of tradition, but I will be muting myself
That's
and
normal.
covering my mouth. But
I got the it's kind of like the pink barbecue. Do you know what that is?
no.
It's got like a jam to it. I actually really
Or
like
no
it.
mute.
They probably can barely hear me. I have so many sound gates on my mic. I have to, because you can hear random people like street racing, and you have the people upstairs that just love, pounding on the. It's insane what they do up there. Charles Demings to the Vikings. Like I said, there's so much value. I really think the Rams, this is a misfire. This was a misfire, I will say. And again, like, no one's saying that they're not Super Bowl contenders. No one's saying that they're not Super Bowl favorites, whatever. But, like, I'm a big fan of just value, like getting value. And I just feel like there's been so many value picks that the Rams just could be in this position, and they're just not. And it's really frustrating. All right, so now we know the Ravens took Rivers. Jaguars are on the clock. Julian, thank you for the lemon. Next year, waste them picks. Oof. 13 personnel. Higbee's always hurt. They don't trust Davis Allen. They don't even run plays for Ferguson. We have Parkinson. Is Max Clare going to play or just a decoy? Well, to be fair, if Higbee's always hurt and they don't trust Davis Allen, then Max Clare makes a lot of sense. Probably even more sense now based on what you were saying. Tanner Kaziol? Do you know who that is? I don't know who that is. I mean, I've seen his name before, but I didn't watch.
Nebraska.
No, Houston, it said.
Really?
Yeah, I guess. There's another Tanner at tight end, Tanner Arkin from Illinois. Oh, Koziel. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know who that is. I didn't really watch him, but I know who he is. Yeah.
Running back Nick Singleton out of Penn State went to the Texans.
It's a good player.
I thought maybe the salt from that pizza would like help my throat. I think it actually kind of made it worse. Titans, not Texans. Let me pull up tracker, just see kind of where we're at. Bears are up, then the Bills have back-to-back picks, then the Steelers. So guys, we're at pick 166. The Rams don't pick as of now until 207. My board is just dwindling.
HAV, thank you for the 10.
Thank you.
The more and more I see this draft play out, I can't help but want Snead gone. So much wasted potential in the 5th. Remember, Snead wasn't high on Puka. McVay basically begged in the video. Check it. I will never push the Rams brass out the building. I mean, like, they're one of the best organizations in the league. So I honestly, I understand your frustration though, but I don't think Snead deserves to be fired. I mean, it's a little over the top, but I appreciate it, HAB. Yeah, 164 Alexis is the pick that the Rams could have had around that if they had traded down to 100 with Jacksonville.
Well, guys, it felt like 207 was going to come faster, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And yet, it does not. I think the big issue, guys, is just the philosophy that the Rams have had with this year's draft does not align with the philosophy that most of us, I think, had. And so because of that, we're seeing a draft play out in a way that we didn't want it to play out, and it happens. We're still a long way away from 207. And
Long way.
listen, the Rams historically get really good picks in the fifth round, so it's a bummer. The Bears took linebacker Keyshawn Elliott.
Yeah, he's a good player. Thought he would have been off the board a little bit earlier, but one thing about Elliott, really good athlete, really good tackler, click and close ability, about 6'2", 230. Once again, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, another really good value pick. So the Titans take Nick Singleton, and then we had, you said Keyshawn Elliott to the Bears. I mean, if I were the Rams, I wouldn't take a linebacker. There's nobody worth taking now. Harold Perkins Jr., but he's kind of an edge. Just undersized edge. He's going to be like a situational pass rusher. Eric Gentry.
I have Gentry on my list.
Yeah, I'm
So
only
the Lions
interested.
traded up.
Oh,
So it was the Bills were up back to back, but that second pick the Lions just traded for.
by the way, Nick Singleton, one of the best pass catching running backs in the draft the Titans just got. So now they have him with Pollard, right? It's the same running back room, right? Pollard and
Spears.
Tulane's running back. Yeah, Spears. So they just have a bunch of the same guys.
You can't get Jeremiah Love. This is your next best room.
A little bizarre, but it's really good value. I think Singleton is maybe the best pass catching back in the draft. From like an overall, I can run the full route tree, natural hands, yards after the catch ability.
I was just choked on air. Well, you've got Bills, Lions, Steelers, Browns up.
My favorite pick still is by far Trost.
Same.
Jaguars just love the tight ends, by the way. Borkacher early on, and then you go with who'd they get again?
Who?
The Jaguars. Didn't they draft 2 tight ends?
Well, real quick, the Jaguars just took defensive back Jalen Kilgore.
Oh.
Oh no, the Bills just took him. Sorry.
Wait, are the Jaguars? Hold on a second here. Yeah, they took Koziol and they took Borkager early on. That's what I was nailed this. I think the Jaguars are trying to copy the Rams in the 13 personnel obsession. They took two tight ends in this draft, Alexis. And we know they have, I mean, one of the best tight ends in the league in the guy out of Penn State, Bretton Strange. He's awesome. I don't know what your thoughts are on Strange, but I'm a big fan.
I like him.
Yeah, now their depth chart is Bretton Strange, Borkacher, Quentin Morris, Hunter Long, and Koziel. There you go. They have 5 tight ends.
There you go.
I would take the Rams tight end room over that, but Kendrick Law to the Lions.
All right, gotta take him. Man, the Lions like taking people on my board.
Well, he's probably going to replace what's his face? The loss of Khalif Raymond.
Where did Khalif go again?
I think he went back. He teamed up with Ben Johnson with the Bears.
That's right.
I think.
No,
I'm pulling a U right now. I'm like, I don't know. I know this, but I was
thinking it was maybe Chicago, but
yeah.
Someone asked if I'm becoming a Lions fan. Absolutely not. They just keep drafting people I like.
Xavier Thomas was such a weird pick. That's honestly the weirdest pick I've seen so far, I think.
Just felt so early.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I guess they really like him. I actually read an article about it because I was really confused, why the Bears took him so early. But
well, guys, we are at pick. So the Browns selected Cincinnati tight end Joe Royer. Those Browns picks are getting out early because we don't even know the Steelers pick yet, do we? Because it's supposed to be Steelers, Browns, Patriots, Saints. So we know who the Browns took. But guys, we're basically at pick 171. The Rams pick at 207. So we're getting closer. We're getting closer, but we're not quite close yet.
Close. I was thinking in the Queens of the Stone Age song.
Yeah.
All right. 169 Steelers. Their selection is Riley Nowakowski. Their draft is really good. I'm hating it. I'm so jealous. I like Riley Nowakowski a lot, and the reason being is he reminds me of a guy that I've always liked in the league that probably no one even knows about, Reggie Gilliam. He was with the Bills for a while. He's like one of those fullback tight end hybrids. Basically played fullback at Indiana. This dude is a blocking machine. Absolute monster. But I also think he's underrated because he wasn't really utilized in the passing game, but when he was effective. So I like Nowakowski a lot. One thing I really like about him is he has really good contact balance after the catch. And like I said, he didn't catch a ton of passes, but like when he did, dude, he was really good. But yeah, the blocking ability. I think the Steelers got an absolute stud in Nowakowski. Browns pick is in.
Yeah, that was Joe Royer. Remember that the Browns picks keep coming out early. So
I don't like that.
The Patriots drafted Wake Forest cornerback Karen, wait, where'd it go? Caron Prunty. I don't think I'm familiar with.
By the way, did who signed or is he still a free agent? Who signed Njoku?
You know what? I don't know.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Because, I mean, the Browns did not. I know they moved off him. Harold Fannin Jr., Jack Stoll, Blake Whiteheart, Brendan Bates, and now you add Joe Royer to the mix.
He's a free agent.
This guy wasn't on my radar, but Karan Prunty from Wake Forest? Yeah, Wake Forest. Patriots just selected him. Yeah, I had to make sure I switched that quickly to Karan. Because Karen, I lose my shit when I see people that talk about Kyron Williams and they're like, oh, yeah, Karen. You ever see that when people call Kyron Karen? It happens to me all the time in the comments. It's insane. There's my buddy Tyler. Appreciate you. This draft is bad. I feel for you guys sitting here for 7 hours. Your commitment is impressive. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, it's tough this year because we're waiting so long off the bat. So there's not a ton to talk about. It's like not like a year where the Rams pick in the fourth and then we wait to the sixth and we've got kind of like this period in between when we can like maybe talk about a new pick. This is like there's been nothing Rams wise. So we're kind of just talking about everybody else.
But how about our loyal viewers? 347 on YouTube, 1,400 total.
Amazing. Well, guys, I don't think that the Rams are going to trade up, by the way, at this point.
Yeah.
Mo, you haven't missed anything if you're inquiring about the Rams. They haven't done anything. Shout out from Australia. Thanks for tuning in. Guys, I feel like we need to someone bring up something to talk about because I think everyone's energy is like,
Yeah, it's apparently this dude is getting flamed on Twitter for the Panthers pick. This German guy who was doing the announcement, and he like talked about his dog, and people are like, "No one cares about your dog. We want to hear about the pick." Who was 129? So that was the Will Lee, the third pick. What's up?
nothing. I don't know, guys. We're at the end of the fifth round. I think if we're getting a little antsy, wondering if something's gonna happen.
Lorenzo Styles Jr. This is how you know we've been streaming for a long time. The last three to Ohio State is what I almost said. Lorenzo Styles Jr. went to Ohio State. He's now going to the Saints.
Who would be, guys, like, if I look at my board, so if I'm being honest to my tiers that I posted on Twitter, um, it'd be, I mean, Kevin Coleman Jr., Jalen Stroman, Eric Gentry, Dion Burks, Isaiah World. I don't know. Basically, um, everybody that I really thought maybe they could trade into the fifth round for is already gone. I mean, Kevin Coleman is there. But I feel like everyone else on my list right now is like people that might just be there in the sixth. Like Eric Gentry, I don't think is gonna go before the sixth round. I don't think you're trading up to take Eric Gentry. Um, Maybe Kevin Coleman, maybe Dion Burks, even though it feels like Dion Burks should be gone by now.
Yeah, it is surprising that he's still there. But I mean, you could do a lot of different things with Dion Burks. And people complain because he's short, and I would complain, but I'd complain the second round. At this point, fifth, sixth, I mean, I'd be okay with it.
Well, who's on the clock?
Right now, it appears appears it is the Ravens back-to-back picks.
Well, I don't think they're taking another receiver.
Doesn't it feel like back-to-back picks is where you would trade? Like, the Rams are at 207. There are two back-to-back sections. There's the Ravens at 173 and 174, and then the Giants at 192 and 193. So I think if the Rams were going to trade up, those are teams that I think might want to trade up with the Rams because they have back-to-back picks. That's typically what you do. You pick one, then you trade the back one.
I'm curious let me move away from my board. So the Ravens took Josh Cuevas, the tight end. There have been a lot of tight
I
ends.
was just going to say.
There's been a lot of tight ends.
There's had to have been
drafted this
20
year.
tight ends. No, I'm kidding, but it's a lot.
So if I go to ESPN's best available, because my board has just been obliterated.
Thank you for the lemon, LA Rams fam.
Thank
Do
you.
y'all feel like the Rams will sign Juwan Jennings or trade for BTJ, judging by how the draft has gone? I don't, but it'd be cool if they did.
Yeah, I don't either. I think Jawan Jennings is really set on some big crazy number that the Rams will never meet. And
I don't
I'm
think
not
anybody's going to meet
convinced.
that.
I don't think so. And I don't think that the Jaguars actually end up trading BTJ. So Garrett Nussmeier is still available, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Brian Parker is a guard out of Duke. He would be nice. Harold Perkins Jr., linebacker out of LSU.
Rusty, thank you for the super. That Thursday Rams
Thank
parody of Friday was a disgrace, especially after this underwhelming draft. Les pulled a Nico Harrison. Thank you, Rusty.
Thank you.
Panda Ventures, thank you for the tangerine. I watched a bunch of breakdown videos on Ty. Chase had him on to break down film. Said he had a photographic memory. His ability to see what's going on with the defense, make adjustments was impressive. Thought. Yeah, I mean, I think he's very smart. Like, I've said this before, there's a lot of quarterbacks that just come across as just not very intelligent. Ty Simpson's not one of those quarterbacks, which I felt really good after watching the Gruden quarterback video. I'm like, oh, okay, so this kid actually knows football, and he can read a defense, and that's a good sign because, yeah, it's going to be a big thing for him, especially in this type of offense down the road. But really appreciate you. Wildman Samurai coming in with the tangerine. He's back at it. Here's the silver lining in this draft, not to mention we could still go after a free agent. There are nearly 500 undrafted players currently in the NFL, 486 undrafted players made week one 53-man rosters. The UDFA matters. You're absolutely right. And for the Rams, it's not unheard of. They've found a lot of talent through UDFA. So, yeah, great point. Appreciate you. P-Train with the lemon. Thank you for the 10. I have come to appreciate Ty Simpson after watching Gruden's and Kurt Warner's video on him and the fact that he's sitting and waiting and learning behind Stafford and McVay. Yeah, he's in the best scenario. I honestly don't think it could be a better fit, but yeah, appreciate that. I tend to agree. I mean, I still don't love the pick, right? But I do, now that the pick has been made, I do agree for sure. King Wee, thank you for the 299 and 2001 Rams versus 2008, 18, and 2021 Rams. Best of 7. Yeah. I mean, I have a take, and people aren't going to really love it, but I don't think the 2021 Rams are better than either of those three teams that you met. I think 2018 would have beat them. Well, okay, 2021, my biggest thing about 2021 is that they had Stafford. So I think Stafford beats Goff, but I don't think that team was the best Rams team we've seen.
Right.
Like I'm very thankful they won the Super Bowl, but I don't feel like that's the best Rams team we've seen. Keep in mind, they were banged up. No Robert Woods at the end of the year. You know, you have Eric Weddle in like a harness to hold his shoulders in place. Troy Reeder was playing meaningful snaps in that game. It was wild. They found a way to win. You got to love it. But yeah, I would probably go the 2001 Rams that lost the Super Bowl. That was the best Rams team, probably. I actually think last year's Rams team might have been the best Rams team that I've seen, at least in the Sean McVay era. But 2001, they went 14-2, and we won't get into the whole, Patriots thing. But yeah, that was an incredible team. Appreciate the Super.
Know. I feel like the defenses might have been better in the 2018 and 2021 teams. You know what I mean? So it's like, but the offense, then you get, greatest show on turf. I mean,
well,
that's
it's
hard
like
to
the
beat.
defense.
So,
the defense in 2018 held Tom Brady's Patriots to 13 points in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The defense in 2021 sacked Burrow like 9 times. Now, to be fair, I don't even know half of the guys that Burrow was being protected by. So that had something to do with it. But that 2001 defense, I remember that being a very opportunistic defense. 99's defense was really good. It's a great question. I mean, I would lean 2001 Rams. That's what I would lean.
What pick number are we on?
Adam Randall from Clemson to the Ravens.
Running back?
Yes.
So we're at pick 175, guys. The Raiders are on the clock. The Rams are, as of right now, pick 207. So we're 32 picks away. We're every team in the NFL away. Almost, pretty much, if you want to do that, but...
Yeah, Raiders up at 175. Appreciate you, King Wee. That was a cool super chat. Sir Vancelot, thank you for the lemon.
Thank you.
Feels like we are making all the vets in the Rams building feel safe and secure. We have the team, chances for a post-draft or June 1st signing or a big in-season trader rising. Good looking out, DTR. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's funny. I don't hate that ideology. What's really funny is I don't hate the ideology, but at the same time, on my Yankees show, I'm constantly bitching and complaining about the fact that the veterans are too comfortable and they could just sit there and be lackadaisical. Like,
I just think in general, like, this strategy is a little gratuitous because this team isn't as, like, this isn't a perfect roster. Like, the Rams certainly could be upgrading at certain spots. So for them to kind of take a step back and be like, oh, we're comfortable, it just means that they see things differently than we do.
Which is fair. I mean,
and I think if you're all in for a Super Bowl, I would just be more aggressive. But
I would just want to maximize Stafford's window because the way I see it is, Alexis, they absolutely should win the Super Bowl this year. They should. If they don't win the Super Bowl this year, there's going to be a lot of flack that they kind of coasted by the draft. And the Raiders took a guy that I had mocked to the Rams, Hezekiah Masses from Cal. So he's off the board. Bummer. I liked his tape a lot. Dude is a twig, right? But for whatever reason, he's a really good tackler. And oh, by the way, he's also incredibly intelligent with great ball skills. I think they got a banger there of a pick with the Raiders. I think Masses is really good. Traeger said the Rams said they don't have any needs. What needs do you think we have? Well, I mean, wide receiver, you could say like what you will, but it's not even about wide receiver 3 to me. It's about the fact that Devontae Adams is 33. You're paying him $28 million, and you didn't have him the last 3 games of the regular season, and he was banged up in the postseason, dealing with a hammy, and he's essentially not a guarantee to stay healthy. And then, as Alexis has brought up a million times, Puka Nacua's play style guarantees that he's more likely to get hurt. I don't know why you wouldn't want a 3 that could. Like, I don't like the wide receiver depth.
I don't either, because like if Adams, and by the way, the Chiefs drafted wide receiver Cyrus Allen out of Cincinnati.
Interesting.
The thing is like Adams has been struggling with injuries. He's older. Puka Nacua gets banged up a lot, and there are concerns about Puka Nacua, right? They've shown literally no interest in trying to get Whittington super involved. Mumpfield, maybe jury's out. They didn't utilize him a ton. Had some moments where it looked, he just didn't look ready. And so you're telling me that you feel comfortable if week 1 and 2, Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua get injured, throwing Jordan Whittington and Mumpfield out there to be your 1 and 2.
This is crazy. I love this type of super chat. It just warms my heart. Blake, appreciate you. Appreciate y'all. Feel like I've grown up watching you all first in 8th grade. Now I'm finishing my first year of college. Never forget Jake making me fall in love with Jordan Smith, UAB.
That's
remember
awesome.
Jordan Smith, man. I think he got drafted by the Jaguars. I can't remember
he
where
did.
he got.
I remember
Okay, he
you
did.
really liked him.
I love Jordan Smith. I was a big fan.
Well, we appreciate you tuning in and watching all these years.
Yeah.
And hopefully there's
That's a
more
throwback.
prospects, that we can hype up and that the Rams will take. I mean, Jake, this bears a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the obvious answer for me, the most excited I've been when we've drafted somebody would be Kyron Williams, because I was wanting the Rams to take him since his freshman year at Notre Dame. Like, I was very all in on Kyron Williams, and people know that. But I think of like other players the Rams have taken. Quentin Lake was on our show.
Quentin Lake was one of my favorites.
We interviewed him, and I remember when he came on Downtown Rams, when he was a draft prospect, we just were like, wow, he's so smart and nice, and we talked to him a ton. And then he ended up getting drafted. My voice is starting to go. Same thing happened with Terrell Burgess. Remember, we interviewed him. Rams ended up drafting him. He's come on our show multiple times. For your 500th episode surprise that I did for you, the video, he sent in a video for that.
That was sick.
Terrell's still good peeps. I haven't talked to him in a while, but Quentin Lake has come back and talked to us, so we had really good reactions there. But is there anyone else that you remember being like really excited when we drafted them?
Yeah, I mean, Davis Allen, people still bring up my reaction to that. Warren McClendon Jr. Interesting. 2 guys that are currently on the roster. And in a draft class that ended up being really good. Let's see. I really liked the Van Jefferson pick. I'm trying to think.
Well, me, Jared Verse.
Yeah, no, I like Jared.
Because-
Jared Verse played football in my backyard, so like
Jared Verse
yeah.
and Braden Fisk was more like, I was excited because I had predicted that. And so I felt very validated. And those guys are still on the roster. Who else? Who would be like well, we probably shouldn't get into least.
Yeah, no, let's not. Negative vibes have already kind of like circulated in our area and everything, so let's keep it positive. But yeah, Blake, really appreciate that. It's super chats like these. Like everyone
Those are
drop
the best. Yeah.
How about this? Everyone drop comments of the player that sticks out the most. Like, so for Blake, he's like, I'll never forget Jake making me fall in love with Jordan Smith, UAB. Drop a player that Alexis or myself has made you fall in love with. I'm very curious. And it's got to be a player that we made you fall in love with, you didn't already like. And if it's nobody, then you don't have to leave a comment. It's totally fine.
Oh no, the dream is dead.
Oh.
Kevin Coleman Jr. went to the Dolphins. The Dolphins legitimately have taken so many people that we've wanted. First Kyle Lewis and now Kevin Coleman Jr. Sorry, yeah, everyone dropped the chat, but oh man, sorry, I had to get that out there.
Melissa said Omar Cooper Jr., Kyron Williams, Omar Cooper Jr., Sean Dolak. Yeah. Sean Dolak, when they actually, because I think we stayed live a little bit longer, and I found out they signed him to the UDFA deal. I had a third rounder on Dolak. I was so excited. Chris Paul Jr., Dolak, Omar Cooper, Sean Dolak, Pooh Paul, Ethan Evans. Which one of us made you like Ethan? Sean Dolak, BJ Ojulari, Chris Paul Jr., Luther Burden. Dolak was an Ellen Bogan special. I should be putting these up. Yeah, Dolphins are pissing me off. Willie Lampkin. Kyron was a craft project.
Yeah.
Drew Aller. Oh, that hurt. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Firecap is talking about Monteric Brown. Or was it Dwight McGlothern? I liked them both a lot.
Zion McCollum, that's a throwback.
Oh my God. Crazy. KT Leviston, yeah. Jake Funk Hall of Fame. I was not a fan of that pick. I hated that pick so much. I remember it. I don't know why I hated it, but I hated it. Oh, Whittington. Okay. Dwight McGlothern. Yeah, I really liked him.
Yeah.
We got Verse. Pineapple Pizza.
I hope I've encouraged people to do it.
Hey, it wasn't my fault they cut Chris Paul Jr. I still think that guy can play. There's something that went down there. Cole Payton to the Eagles. Jacob Harris. McGlothern.
The Eagles are taking quarterback Cole Payton out of NDSU.
I did not like Bo Nix. You're absolutely right.
Can I just thank you, Mark, for the Kyron Williams shout out? Can I just emphasize that I know the Jets have had a really good draft. Listen to this draft by the Miami Dolphins, okay? Because I just went and looked into this.
Yeah.
First round, they get Chris Johnson, the cornerback out of San Diego State. Second round, Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker out of Texas Tech. Third round, Caleb Douglas, wide receiver out of Texas Tech. Third round, Will, is it Kazmarek, the tight end out of Ohio State. Third round, Chris Bell, receiver out of Louisville. Fourth round, Trey Moore, pass rusher out of Texas. Fourth round, Kyle Lewis, linebacker out of Pittsburgh. Fifth round, Michael Taffy, safety out of Texas. Fifth round, Kevin Coleman, wide receiver out of Mizzou.
Interesting.
They have actually had a very good draft. I mean, value wise, man.
The Eagles are just obsessed with drafting North Dakota State quarterbacks. So yeah, Thomas Booker, I think it was Stanford, went to the
Yeah.
Texans. And then
Oh,
Charles
Cody
Snowden,
Mauch.
Cody Mauch, yeah, we interviewed him.
Someone in the chat really liked him too.
Charles Snowden came up on one of our shows recently because I think I was trying to compare Eric Gentry to him. Like the unicorn, crazy, long arms, all that.
Okay, I've got another fun question for the chat, inspired by the super chat earlier. Everyone drop how long you've been listening to Downtown Rams. 'Cause that's
Ooh,
always a
yes.
fun one. Like the year, if you know it, if you remember the year you started listening, or maybe it was maybe you're not a Rams fan and you just watch the draft streams. Um,
Oh my God. Daryl Henderson was one of my all-time favorite draft prospect running backs. Like, I loved him and Josh Jacobs in that draft. I had him ahead of Josh Jacobs.
so I've been on DTR since 2019. So if you're past 2019, post 2019,
2016 for me.
yeah, seeing a lot of 2021 and beyond. So I mean, hey, when you go to a Super Bowl, brings in the masses, right?
49ers pick is in.
A lot of 2020. CPS, it became just us two. It was in February 2019. So the 49ers took offensive lineman Enrique Cruz Jr. I don't know who that is.
From Kansas.
Oh, and he goes to San Francisco.
It is unreal. They love taking Kansas guys. I liked Enrique Cruz Jr. I'm surprised he went here. But I thought he was pretty good. Can play right tackle or left tackle. He was a left tackle for KU in 2023. Then he didn't play in 2024, by the way. And then 2025, he started at right tackle. I thought, his tape looked really good against Arizona and Cincinnati. Definitely Texas Tech with Romello Height, who he's now a teammate with. He did not do well against, nor did he with David Bailey. To be fair, those are two top 3 round pass rushers. But Cruz is 6'6", 320 pounds, and it's an interesting pick here. I'm surprised. Brian Parker has a lot of upside. And on top of that, Brian Parker has a lot of versatility. I'm surprised he's still there. Also surprised J.C. Davis is still there out of Illinois. Can literally play instantly. Like, I would literally start this guy. I think he's ready. Isaiah World, project, right? Injuries, project. I get why he's fallen. Diego Pounds, Demetrius Crownover, understandably so. There's not a lot of tackles left. So if you want to tackle, you better come up and get one, because if this starts to run on tackles, you're going to be left out in the cold. 2019, I think, and Brennan Jackson. Oh, man.
I had someone come after me yesterday about that. They said, we can't trust anything you say because you like Brennan Jackson. And I thought that was really unfair because Brennan Jackson never got a fair shot.
No.
So it wasn't
And then
like
people will say, he wasn't even good enough to make the team. It's like,
No,
Okay,
he
John
was.
Franklin Myers wasn't good enough to make the team over Tanzel Smart. Who would you rather have?
Yeah, no, Brennan Jackson sat back on the depth chart for a long time behind some really talented people, and then I think he got hurt, and then it just they were done on him. So I don't. Brennan Jackson was a great prospect, and he was an even better kid. Um, just really, really good guy. We interviewed him on Downtown Rams before he got drafted by the Rams.
Hmm.
Ooh, Terrell Lewis. What a throwback. I forgot about him.
I wasn't a big fan, but I understood where they were going with it. I just had the injury concerns. That was a lot for a third rounder.
Ooh, someone said Dominique Pooney and Malik Mustafa, and they both ended up being Niners. Yeah, that one hurt.
Pooney
Mustafa
bothered me,
becoming a
man.
49er hurt. He's still in the 49ers. Ugh.
When Kansas puts guys into the league and they're drafted like high enough, they're almost always hits, by the way. Almost always. I don't even think Chris Harris Jr. wasn't even drafted, but like Aqib Talib went in the first round. I'll never forget Aqib Talib getting drafted. He gets drafted by the Bucks, and right away, Adam Schefter, I think it was just like, yeah, Aqib Talib is being arrested, like, or he just had to. It did immediately start talking about his. It's like the biggest day of his life, and they're talking about his legal issues. I'm like, are you kidding me? I do too. I loved Corey Littleton.
I forgot about Littleton too. How could I?
Corey Littleton was undrafted out of Washington. Fun fact, wasn't allowed to report to camp because he had to finish his degree or he couldn't move on to the NFL. It was some weird thing that they did. So he didn't report until late, and then he ended up making the roster. Baller.
So we're at pick 180, by the way. So we are getting closer. So I suspect some people are going to start coming to hang out now. Here soon. I got something in my eye.
Oh no.
Falling apart. Like something in my... We've got an OG in here. Fan since 2015.
Wow. 2015, that was man, I would think I was doing like just Facebook. I don't even think I was, I don't know. Assuming they're talking about DTR.
Oh, right. Chat saying Alexis got me hooked on Kyron Williams. Hey, it worked out, didn't it?
Bryson Hopkins. Oh, yeah. I loved Bryson Hopkins. They drafted another Purdue tight end, Max Clare. I know he ended up going to Ohio State, but was a Purdue tight end.
The Browns just took Arkansas quarterback Taylon Green.
That's fascinating.
God, they're addicted to quarterbacks.
You get a quarterback. You get a quarterback. You get a quarterback.
Did Nussmeier get drafted? Like, how are all these guys going before Nussmeier?
No. I thought Nussmeier was so overrated. And then I watched his tape and I was like, you know what? Like, kind of Baker Mayfield light to his game. I see the vibe, honestly.
Yeah.
It just sucks because, like, once again, another guy stayed at LSU his whole career, was like, I'm gonna beat Jaden Daniels out for the job. Obviously, he did not beat Jaden Daniels out for the job. Got hurt, and then I would never want to play for Chip Kelly personally. I've never heard good things about him. But apparently there were people saying that, like, there was some bad PR. Chip Kelly did not talk about Nussmeier in a great light. So I think teams might have taken his word for it. I don't know. Taylor Green is literally Anthony Richardson if you drafted him in the 5th round. Mm-hmm. All right. So we're looking at this is the last pick in round 5 for the Bills. Oh yeah, Alexis, they did it again. Taylor Green went in the 6th round, the first pick of the 6th round. We still don't know who the Bills picked. I don't understand. Oh, you're muted, by the way, just in case you didn't know.
Oh, sorry. Their picks are leaking, obviously.
I hate
But
it.
it's the Browns. They probably just want attention. But they're probably leaking them themselves.
The number 1 quarterback recruit in 2027 just committed to Alabama.
I saw that.
Elijah Haven, which, by the way, that's an amazing name.
Well, guys, we're entering the 6th round, so the Rams are finally, we've got a round where the Rams have a pick. I don't want to jinx it, though, maybe. I doubt that they trade out of the 6th, but
And Trevor Sycamore, back when he was with PFF as the lead draft analyst, he said that Cyrus Allen is the wide receiver that I feel is the most underrated this entire class. And now, awesome, he's going to the Chiefs.
perfect. Of
Love
course.
that. Love that for him. I mean, I guess for him, yeah. So So R. Mason Thomas, by the way, did you hear about him?
No, what happened?
Somebody asked him about the R in his name and like what it stands for.
Oh, I did see this. It's nothing.
It literally doesn't stand for anything.
Just aura.
I hate it. I honestly hate it so much. Because like Mason Thomas sounds like a killer name. I'm not calling you R. Mason Thomas. I know I did this time, but how do you have a name like Mason Thomas and you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put an R? What?
It sounds stoic. It sounds like dignified.
I don't like
Zane
it.
Durant, defensive tackle to the Bills.
Good athlete. They made a typo at the hospital. I mean, hey. All right, let's catch up on some supers. Got Mace, thank you for the 5. Did Alexis try ketchup on her pie? I missed the pizza segment, LOL. Hashtag try it before you deny it.
I didn't. I did not do that.
I would be avoiding that at all. I hate ketchup, so.
I like ketchup. I just, something about that texture and the taste on the pizza would just sit not right with me, I feel like.
That is totally fair and normal. But Mace, we're glad you like it.
Yeah.
Matthew, thank you for the 5. Are they addressing special teams? They could really use David Putney. I'm just going to say, I've never heard that guy's name before, and it sounds like people are inventing names in the comment section. But you're probably right, because you know who he is. So
I'm starting to see some people, some Rams fans, familiar faces are now starting to join, Jake, because the Rams are getting closer. So welcome everybody who's pouring in now. As we await the Rams pick, we're getting closer. Jake and I have been sitting here for 4 hours. So we are certainly excited as well.
Tyrone, thank you for the 5. Will this be the first year you both don't get any picks right? What say you? I got one right. I got Keegan Trost.
I got Keegan Trost too.
Yeah, he was in both of our mock drafts. So
we did get one.
Will we get 2? I don't know about that. Probably not, but
I don't think so with the way that things are falling, if I'm being frank.
All I know is our shadow draft. Anybody in the crowd would have taken it over what they did. I'm just saying. Omar Cooper Jr., Jermon McCoy, Kyle Lewis, and for you, Makai Lemon, Kyle Lewis, and Chandler Rivers.
Yeah.
So I'd still take that. Yeah. Appreciate you, Tyrone. Julian, thank you for the 5. Sorry for all the griping, Jake, but this was a very frustrating draft. Oh, dude, don't apologize at all. I still felt we should have got Lemon or Sadiq if we were going to take Max. No, that's exactly how we feel. I still would have taken Omar Cooper Jr., but if they were interested in a tight end like that, I would have just taken Sadiq if I had to choose. So, yeah. Appreciate you. Pando Ventures. It's going to be tough to watch if Sadiq or Lemon go off. Well, we know Lemon's going to go off in the Eagles offense. Like, he'll be fine. Sadiq, it's a little bit tougher to know because he's coming from the Jets. You know, so yeah, a tight end playing with the Jets, that's tough. Mason Taylor's there, Ruckert's there. Now they add him. It's like it's a little crowded. I don't love it, but appreciate you. And then we got Sean Stewart coming in with the 11. Jeff Caldwell, developmental deep threat. Here's my issue with Jeff Caldwell, although at this point in the draft, I mean, like, who really cares about what's developmental and all that? But Caldwell is older, if I'm not mistaken, Alexis. I'm pretty sure he's like 25. So it's like, he's 23. Okay, he's not as old as I thought, but 6'5", 215. I didn't see him. Did you get a chance to watch him? Because I didn't see him separate despite having these crazy measurables.
I haven't. Yeah,
he was like a workout warrior. Like, he had like a great combine and everybody fell in love with him. But you watch the tape and he doesn't separate. Like, it's not consistently anyway. And like you get your hands on him in press. I mean, he pretty much can't do anything. So that's concern of mine.
The Cardinals took Carson Sherrar, linebacker out of Iowa, and then the Titans took Jackie Marshall, defensive tackle. I don't see where he went to school.
I don't know who any of these people are.
So you've basically got the Bucks, Giants, Commanders, then Seahawks. So we're at pick 185. The Rams pick at 207. So we're creeping there. And Jake, it sounds like that prospect that somebody brought up earlier, Putney, is from the movie Draft Day.
Oh, I've never seen Draft Day.
I haven't either. was like, Putney sounds like a 1800s Oliver Twist schoolboy type name.
That's so funny. I did say it was like you guys are making up names at this point. Boxing Ram, thank you for the tangerine. Want to thank you for both for great content and routine videos. Started listening to you both prior to the pandemic on audio podcast. Now watch every episode here. Keep it going. We are taking it this year. Horns up. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. Appreciate it, and for sticking around and the support.
We really appreciate that, especially days like today. These are the real ones.
I know.
Good Lord. Having to wait for your team to pick for... I mean, we've streamed for 4 hours and the Rams still haven't made a pick. So
we'd have to go back and we could check this easily, just looking at, drafts since 2019 the Rams have done. I don't know that this has happened before where we've had drafts where the Rams, I think, picked in the 4th, but I don't think there's been a draft where we've literally had to wait.
Yeah.
4 hours.
I mean, I don't think so. Caesar, thoughts on Jacob Rodriguez? Really like him? Yeah, I mean, he's off the board, just so you know. You probably know that, but I just want to make that clear. He's not still there. Yeah, I do really like him. I wasn't as high on him as maybe everyone else, but I did end up really liking his tape. I thought he was day 2 guy. Anywhere on day 2 didn't really matter. But yeah.
Everybody wants us to watch draft day. Are we going to do a draft day stream? That's a joke. We can't copyright that. But
Jerry, thank you for the 2. Hearing Rams see Claire as a Nakua breakout at slot receiver. Well, I mean, he can't really... Can he play receiver? He doesn't have the speed, I think, to play. He's a great route runner, right? But I don't know, maybe. He's Bauer, Sharp. Dude, the tight ends in this draft. Are we kidding ourselves? Thank you for the Baja there. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
It's insane. Another tight end off the board. I don't even know who this guy is.
Bauer Sharp out of LSU.
Kind of a cool name, though.
Yeah, it is. So now you've got the Giants, Commanders, Seahawks, Bengals. So the Seahawks, NFC West team, traded, actually. Literally, as I said that, ESPN changed it. The Jets traded. Wow, the Seahawks traded so far back.
Makes some sense. Oh, everyone drop a W in the chat because we just got a filet mignon from Matthew Plowden.
Thank you, Matthew.
Awesome. Appreciate you. OG supporter. Hey, guys, just appreciate the work y'all put in. Haven't been able to watch too much since day 1 stream. Sent a milestone chat then, but I don't think you saw it. Could y'all recap the picks after Ty Simpson till now? Thank you. So, absolutely.
Thank you.
So after Ty Simpson, the Rams stood at 61, and they took tight end Max Clare, former Purdue tight end, transferred to Ohio State. A guy that's described as an improving blocker. Wouldn't necessarily call him the best blocker, but he is an outstanding route runner, really good natural hands. And really the Rams' thought process there is that they want to add another tight end to the room so they can run 13 personnel at a high clip and not just have it as a gimmick, but actually as a DNA of their offense. So by having 5 tight ends, you have 3 tight ends on the field at once, and 13, it gives yourself some leeway and some depth to continue to run 13 personnel. And then they took at 93, they did not trade down. They stood at 93 and took Keegan Trost out of Mizzou and a million other colleges. That dude played 7 years of college football. He's 25 years of age. He's ready to help this team right away. He can play all 5 positions, so that's who they got. I think I can definitely say Alexis and I both were most happy with the Keegan Trost pick, but every pick is growing on me. I mean, I don't have a choice with Simpson, right? They took him. I can't change it, whatever. I like Simpson as the person. Like I really liked what I saw, just how smart he was and how much he knows football and how much he loves the game, and the way he carries himself. And then Max Clare, I do really like that he's a great route runner. I don't like that he's not a great blocker, but I don't know. I mean, it's not my favorite draft, but at the same time, I think they got three good players. And, as long as you take away the draft value and where they got him, I mean, the Rams technically got better. So I can't complain too much. I just kind of wish that they traded down a little bit or just didn't trade for Ty Hamilton last year at all and had a pick in the 4th round. What about you?
Well said. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think you broke down the prospects in terms of capability, clearly. My thoughts on taking the tight end in the second, it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way positionally. I just felt like there were so many receivers that you could have gone for to try. And, Jake and I have talked a lot about depth at receiver right now and how shaky that is, and kind of the Rams not really being able to get Whittington involved, and you don't really know what Mumfield's going to be yet, and maybe giving yourself some more options. Instead, you go get a tight end when you feel good about your tight ends after last season. And then Keegan Tross I like a lot because he's very versatile, and I think the Rams are going to be able to use him at guard and tackle, and he's very experienced. So sorry, my voice is starting to go again.
You poor thing. All right, well, really appreciate you, Matthew. Thank you so much for the hundo. Much love. And hopefully that was a good encapsulation of what they've done so far. Sean, back at it with the lemon. Thank you. Malik Benson is still available. Yes, a guy that can really stretch the field. He's got 4.3 deep speed, can really stack DBs with ease. I think, he'd be a good fit. And I'm not saying they have to take him there. He might even fall further, but 6'1", $195. You know what he reminds me of? He actually reminds me of Jalen Naylor if he ran a 4.3. Very similar player. Naylor just got paid by the Raiders. Inez Cooper is off the board to the Jets. The guard out of Miami. So,
and this feels late for him.
Yeah, I saw him mocked on day 2, so definitely not the 6th round here.
It's been one of those years.
It really be like that sometimes. So that's pick 188. I don't know who the Commanders took. It's not saying.
The Bengals just took Brian Parker II, guard out of Duke. Good pick.
That's a good pick. I didn't think the Rams would be interested in him anyway because they already took Trost, and he does pretty much the same thing. But
so, guys, we are at pick. I want to make sure I got the order correct. 190. Saints are up. We are 17 picks away from the Rams picking.
I am starting to wonder if they would be interested. I don't know if he'll be there, but I am starting to wonder if they'll be interested in Deion Burks. Guy jumps out of the building at 42.5-inch vert, 4.33 speed, 92nd percentile broad jump.
He's my only receiver left in my on my tier list here. I should say he's the highest receiver left for me. I've got a couple at the bottom of my tier 3, but Deion Burks, if I was going receiver and I'm the Rams, if he's there, he'd be who I would take.
He reminds, so he's not just a speedy deep threat receiver. He reminds me of Zay Flowers. I'm not saying he is Zay Flowers, but I actually have grown to like Burks over the course of time. Do you know his 10-yard split is under 1.5? That's insane. That's in the 98th percentile. His 10-yard split's a 1.49. That's crazy. So yeah, yeah, I'm starting to really like that pick at this point.
Yeah, I'd say my top choice for the Rams at 207, and we're still quite a ways away. So assuming that everyone on my board is there, would be Dion Burks. If not, I think Malik Benson could be fun. I would take a chance on like Isaiah World. You want to take more offensive line. Emil Wagner. Um, Torian York, the linebacker out of Texas A&M, wouldn't be a bad pick. Caden Curry, that pass rusher out of Ohio State, it's a little surprising to me he's still available. I just don't see the position like the Rams taking a pass rusher.
Tyler, thank you for the boysenberry.
Thank you.
Much love. Been loving every minute with you guys. Thank you both for your commitment. Hopefully we can look back on this draft and all be positively shocked. Jake, my dad and I are both Rams, Lakers, and Yankees fans, so you're the main outlet for us. Check Discord. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's awesome. We share 3 teams in common. You're not a Jayhawks fan by chance, are you?
That
might
crazy.
be pushing it, but
That would be crazy.
Oh man, but no, appreciate it. That's awesome. Oh my God. Got the pizza, the dog, jealous of the pizza, and I see Giancarlo Stanton in one of the pictures. I see the NFL draft. I see the Lakers, and I see our stream. 4 screens going on.
Dedication.
Absolutely.
Solid setup. So guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Pick 190 I don't think has even come in for the Saints yet. Because you've got the Saints, the Patriots, then Giants back to back.
Yeah.
I'm going to run to the restroom really quick.
Matthew Plotton's back at it with the 5. What do y'all think the needs are in these later round picks? Defense, offense, maybe special teams? I would say wide receiver, corner, special teams.
I agree. Wide receiver, corner, maybe linebacker, more offensive line depth, special teams. Someone in the chat said, what about Toriano Pride? I have him in my tier 3. Like I probably wouldn't take him before the 7th round. But he's a corner out of Mizzou. All right. I'm going to use the restroom, maybe get more tea for my throat. New tissue box. Revamp before 207 and when the Rams start picking. I will be right back, guys.
Sounds good. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. Is that another one? It is another one. Y'all had pizza yet? I'm having ham sandwich and potato chips. Yes, we had pizza. That is for sure. We got unfortunately not Huskies fan. Hey, I have a lot of respect for the Huskies. Fun fact, they played in Albany, and I went to the game. They played against Iona. So I watched Rick Pitino and Walter Clayton Jr., I think his name is, or Walter Clayton III. He ended up going to Florida and winning a national title. I watched that team go up against UConn in Albany. Sugano is just insane. The way that dude just moves the floor. Oh my God. I think, hopefully I'm not jinxing. I really want Deion Burks now. Unless I'm missing somebody. Oh my God. Caden Wetjen is currently golfing. So while the draft was going on, he just found out on the course he was selected, and he's expected to meet with the family later in the day. It came earlier than expected. I didn't shank it into the pond after I got picked, so everything is good. That dude's hilarious. That's amazing. I'm so glad I know that. Yeah, I'm thinking Deion Burks. Barry and Brown, so wide receivers off the board here at 190. The Rams have 17 picks left. No chance that Burks falls to them, right? That would be sick if he did. So let me put together a board. Let's do this. So we got wide receiver Deion Burks, Oklahoma. We got Jack Kelly, Giants. And they also have another pick. I'm going to go with... Do I want Rayshawn Benny? I'm going to go CJ Daniels. Miami. Edge, I'm going to go Mason Reiger from Wisconsin. Really like that player. Offensive tackle, J.C. Davis, Illinois. Offensive tackle, Isaiah World, Oregon. Edge, Max Llewellyn, Iowa. Wide receiver, Josh Cameron, Baylor. I think Pat Coogan, I'll put him on my list. Eli Heidenreich, definitely. I am interested in, especially if they're gonna wait this long. Yeah, I'll probably say I'm not like dying for Pat Coogan, but he would be on my list. Oh, VJ Payne, definitely. Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, Harold Perkins Jr. And then
Oh man, the Giants took J.C. Davis.
Okay, I'll take him off the list.
Man.
Tyron Montgomery out of John Carroll intrigues me, so I'll put him on there. Lewis Bond, Boston College. Josh Moten, Southern Miss. By the way, kind of sad to find out that unfortunately because of injuries, Jalen Catalon retired. I didn't know that. We had him in one of our mocks. It's probably good. Nothing crazy.
I don't know. We're at pick 195. Rams are at 207. They could be trading up. You wouldn't have to give away much at this point. You're close enough to where there's guys on the board, you're not that far.
Like, am I missing somebody?
Ooh, the Raiders took Malik Benson. So he's off my list. There he goes. I wonder what the hesitation is with Burks.
It's the production. It's got to be because here's the thing. He projects well to the NFL, but the production just was not there because I just don't think it was a great, spot. Skylar Bell and Ted Hurst are long gone. Ted Hurst got picked last night. He's been gone. He's last year. Skylar Bell was picked today. Oh, man.
So the Rams, because, Jake, I don't know how many we've got watching us live, but I know more people are starting to come in because the Rams are coming up at 207. The Rams pick at 207, 232, 251, 252. So I'd move on from one of the 250 picks and try to move up if you can.
Let's see. So Coogan's gone. Josh Cameron's gone. JC Davis is gone. That comment was not an exaggeration. He's like, yeah, literally 70% of Jake's list just got picked. I swear to God.
So we are at pick. Guys, ESPN tracker, the Rams have traded up.
What?
The Rams traded up to pick 197. So the Patriots are at pick 196. The Rams are now picking at pick 197.
It's about damn time.
So
the Rams are finally playing. So they are trading up with the Eagles, looks like.
Well, guys, so the Rams have traded up.
No, they pick. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, they're at 197 now.
197. Okay.
So they were supposed to be 207. They trade up 10 picks. I mean, for me on my board, I've got Deion Burks.
So Crownover's off the board here to the Patriots. Oh, real quick, shadow draft. I'm gonna go with Riger.
Well, I can't go receiver because I already went receiver, so I'm gonna go with Caden Curry, the pass rusher out of Ohio State. Um,
Okay.
Even though, like, if it were me, I would take Dion Burks here. Um,
That's how it works. So, all right, I'll give you Caden Curry. I'm taking Mason Riger. And I think for this pick, I think it's Burks. It's Burks or CJ Daniels, in my opinion.
I think it's Burks, Jeff Caldwell, CJ Daniels, Dylan Bell out of Georgia. I forgot about him. Could feel like a really Rams pick. Lewis Bond out of Boston College as well.
I
We
like
took
him.
him in a mock.
Yeah.
Um, Chase Roberts out of BYU. I do not want. He's there. Eric McAllister out of TCU. Um, but I mean, you trade up 10 spots.
Did they trade up 10 spots, though, or did they buy this pick out of the 7th round?
Cameron DeSilva reported they traded up 10 spots. They traded two, so they traded picks 207 and 251 to the Eagles.
Okay,
So
that's
they
not
aren't,
bad.
yeah, they aren't at. I think it's got to be receiver. I just am very curious which receiver it is.
I would love
Um,
for this to be Burks right now. I think that is. But I mean, CJ Daniels makes a lot of sense. He has some crazy circus catches,
yeah.
low drop rate. They could go Harold Perkins, the upside there. Isaiah World at tackle. That's kind of a developmental guy. Eli Heidenreich can literally play wide receiver. I think they would love a guy like Mason Riger. And I think VJ Payne also makes a lot of sense.
The pick is in. I think Dion Burks and CJ Daniels make the most sense here. Um,
Watch, this is
but
probably going to be the favorite pick of the draft. Here we
you're
go.
taking your shot.
Here we go.
The silence before every pick is always comical every year. It gets
I know,
dead
it's
silent.
ridiculous.
It's we talk, and then the pick is in, and we just go silent as we wait with trepidation.
Here we go. Pick is in. When are we going to...
Make sure you got record going.
It's going. We're at 4 minutes and almost 5 minutes here. Come on now. Hurry up.
Apparently, ESPN just went to commercials, according to the chat.
Oh my
It's
God.
CJ
It's
Daniels,
CJ Daniels.
the wide receiver out of University of Miami. There we go.
I
He was
like
one of the
it.
two
My
that we
favorite pick in
wanted
the
here.
draft.
This is the best pick of the draft so far for me as well. I mean, listen, I think it made sense, right? If you're moving up 10 picks and you haven't taken a receiver yet, the two guys that you and I both said made sense here the most were Deion Burks and CJ Daniels. So the Rams prove us right and take CJ Daniels. Jake, I made
I
it to
have
say
a
the pick.
video on CJ Daniels. It's not a full video, but he was in my gems. I said gems that the Rams could be interested in. So I like this move a lot. First off, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to give this an A plus because I think the value's here. Okay. And I love the trade. I love being aggressive and going out and getting somebody that can be competitive here. And what you're getting with CJ Daniels is big game experience. I mean, this is a leader, a vital leader for Miami Hurricanes in that playoff run. And you see the contested catch production, which is in the 100th percentile of contested catches over the last 2 seasons. And he is just insane, at catching it at its apex, right? He goes up and he plucks the football out of the air. Really reliable hands, ball tracking ability. He has the crazy, sorry, Alexis, catch of the year against Notre Dame when Carson Beck, I don't know what the hell he was doing throwing that ball. It was awful, terrible throw. And CJ Daniels OBJ'd it into the end zone. He's got incredible, just what I love about him, because he's not just like diving all over the place, ragdolling himself and making all these crazy catches, but he is a really nasty blocker. Okay. He's competitive. He's not just like, okay, I'm going to take care of this guy. He's committed and he's going to finish the block. So I really, really like this pick. I think he's very high football IQ. I think he has positional versatility. The real issue with him is that he didn't run fast. So, he fell because of that, I think. Ran in the, high 4.5s, low 4.6s. And of course he's 24, as a rookie with 6 collegiate seasons. So, there's some things there. He also never played special teams, and doesn't have a ton of yards after the catch ability. But I think this is going to be kind of their, just go down the field, throw it over to CJ Daniels. You got Matthew Stafford, who's just got amazing, ball placement on his throws. I think this is a fantastic pick by the Rams, and they needed to do something like this. It's really, I'm a huge fan of being aggressive, and Daniels is one of the best players remaining on the board at this point in time. He was the 118th player according to PFF, 126th ADP community mock draft. This is a great pick. This is a great pick. I love this pick. And after waiting this long, you go out and you get somebody. I think he can be wide receiver 3. And by the way, confirmation, the Rams did trade away 251, 252, and 207 to move up 10 spots. So I like the aggression. I think it was worth it. CJ Daniels, new member of the Los Angeles Rams wide receiver room.
And real quick, guys, just to catch you up.
No. Give your thoughts, because we're doing the video.
Oh, that's right. Okay, true. Okay. So my thoughts on CJ Daniels. He is someone who, you pointed out that, he didn't run fast, but I think the speed with CJ Daniels is he's still quick. Mm-hmm. It's not so much that he's a straight A to B sprinter, fast, going to run incredibly, low 40 time, right? But he's quick. He's quick with his hands. He's quick feet, quick hip movement. He's able to get to the ball. He tracks the ball really well. So maybe he's not the fastest guy, but he does all those little movements quick to get himself into a really good position. He's a really good yards after the catch guy. So you think of like Puka Nacua, right? Yards after the catch. Like CJ Daniels, maybe he's not super fast, but he's really good after the catch. So I think that's, a really big standout thing for him. He also has pretty good hands, right? You talk about some big catches that he's made. So maybe he doesn't need to be your Tutu Atwell, but he can be your contested catches guy and can get better even at that. So I think it's a really, really good pick. I think the reason he probably fell is that, he's a little bit more raw. He's probably not as polished as some of these other receivers. So I think, you're taking a little bit of time to develop him. But my voice just started to go.
Oh, no. By the way, he did run a 4.47 at his pro day. So that's cool. You're muted, but yeah, he ran a 4.47 as pro day. I did get confirmation on that. One thing, he has an injury history. He tore his ACL in 2022. This is somebody that played at Liberty, LSU, Liberty for most of his career. Then he transferred to LSU and then transfers last year to Miami and was a huge focal point of their offense. So, yeah, I love the pick. I think it's the right move. You finally go out and you get a receiver that is going to compete in this room. And like I said, I will not be surprised if this 6th round pick ends up being wide receiver 3 for the Los Angeles Rams this year. Will not be surprised.
We hope.
6'2", 200 pounds. So, and apparently 4.4 speed. I don't know if I'm just going to say he runs a 4.5. I think that's fair. Probably, right? Not that I even care because he's fast enough on tape. And I like that he is, he's versatile. He can play multiple positions. So I like that. I also like that I was prepared and had a video on my draft gems, and the Rams drafted one of my draft gems. So I feel good about that. So, yeah. Rams, good work on grabbing C.J. Daniels out of Miami. Initially transferred from Liberty. I think, is there a chance? Because he's kind of an older player. I wonder, did he play with Malik Willis? His first year, maybe? I gotta look that up.
Malik was drafted in 2022.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I actually think there's a chance. He did. He absolutely did. So this is what we're talking about. And Malik Willis actually was talking about him and gave him a public endorsement to the Dolphins. Yeah, CJ is a dog. Yeah, that's cool. I made that connection. I was like, wait a minute, Liberty, Malik Willis, through to CJ Daniels. Love it. Anyway, that's all I got. Anything else?
We're in agreement. It's our favorite pick in the draft.
A+ pick.
I do have to break bad news to you is that Emmanuel Henderson Jr. went to the Seahawks.
Kansas. Oh my God. Because they drafted what's his face out of Kansas last year. Seahawks drafted Cable Dew.
Who?
Bryce Cable Dew. He was the Kansas tackle last year.
Oh, got it. Well, guys, the Rams, we just now pick in the 7th. So we are currently at pick 202. The Rams are up again as of now.
What?
No, I mean like they're up again at 232.
Oh, okay.
No, they didn't trade back in, but
the Chargers got a sneaky prospect here. Logan Taylor from Boston College, another one of my draft gems. Can play every position. Really effective at Boston College. Started 8 at right guard, 3 at left tackle, and a game at right tackle this year alone. So I like him. I think it's a good pick for them. Let's see. I gotta find my draft gems video and link it on Twitter.
Well, guys, Jaguars, Texans, Lions, Chargers again. The Jaguars took wide receiver C.J. Williams out of Stanford.
Interesting.
It is interesting. Yep, Rams aren't up again until 2:32, so we got a while. Barring any trades, maybe they trade into the end of the sixth, right, for their seventh and give up a next year's pick. I don't know.
Let's see. Let's catch up on.
Supers.
Well, let's also upload this clip. You did it again. Jake, I have bad news, and it cuts out.
I thought it was long done recording at that point. My bad.
No, you're fine.
I thought you had ended it when you said something kind of like some
A plus,
professional.
CJ Daniels. And then,
Yeah, and so I just assumed it was over.
well,
might
I thought
be.
you were going to say it, and then you're like, also, and then you're like, yeah, you're talking about him, and you're like, and Jake, I have bad news. No one's going to know what you're even talking about.
Bad news, it was a misfire. It wasn't actually CJ Daniels. ESPN got it wrong.
They drafted Jake Paul. No.
I didn't even know he was eligible.
Thank God he's not.
Yeah.
We went over 2,000 viewers.
Hell yeah.
All right. Supers. Let's see. Y'all had pizza yet? Oh yeah, I saw that. Okay. Steve
Yes.
Smith had Burks as his fourth best in the class. Yeah, I like Burks.
I do
I don't
too.
know
I'm
why he fell.
surprised.
I am totally fine with him going to CJ Daniels. Not going to complain about that one.
Yeah, it is a little curious what's happened with Burks. There's some more supers though. Oh, so the Texans just took Lewis Bond.
Ooh,
He's a
I
wide
like him.
receiver out of Boston College who we took in a mock. I think we took him in a seventh round, right? I think he was one of those picks at the seventh.
Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I think we got him with the last pick. I was so good at the ticker, and then everything went out of hand.
It's all right. We do have more supers that came in though.
Yes. Matthew, thank you for the 5. Y'all think you're messed up fan? I'm in South Carolina, Rams fan, Braves fan, Celtics fan. Only state is college with Clemson. Yeah, the only New York team I like are the Yankees.
I mean, it's interesting for me because I'm from St. Louis, but now I live in Chicago, so I'm all St. Louis teams. I mean, the Rams are not; they're now in LA, but
Another W in the chat.
wow, W in the
got-
chat. Thank you.
We got a nice filet mignon from Sean. Appreciate you. This is from my wife, Kate, the angelic assassin. She has 48K plus followers. She is big on Meta.
Well, thank you.
Damn. Well, we
Thank you for
appreciate
the-
it.
Yeah, thank you for the super.
Yeah, much love. And then Sean also decided to go and become a member of the channel. Thank
Nice.
you. Thank you, Sean.
And guys,
Skylar Gill Howard comes off the board to the Lions here. That's a player that I mocked, I think, once or twice.
Make sure, if you guys don't already, follow Downtown Rams on social media. Follow me and Jake on Instagram.
Hell
We
yeah.
have our own Instagrams too.
And then we got DeReal A-Dog with the 5. Jake and Alexis, do you
Thank
think we're going to
you.
trade for A.J. Brown or take Diggs or Hill or Brandon Jennings? I remember the point guard, Brandon Jennings. No, he's talking about Jawan Jennings
Yeah.
in free agency. I don't think they're going to get any of them, especially not after C.J. Daniels.
I don't think so either. And thank you for the super.
Thank you for the super, 100%. So the Rams didn't pick. We didn't have to wait 5 hours for them to pick, but we came pretty darn close.
Yeah. So Chargers, Eagles, Falcons, Commanders. So we're at pick 206. The Rams don't pick again until 232.
Oh,
Thank
wow.
you for the
Sean
super.
with the boysenberry. Thank you. Yeah, my wife has 48K here and 1 mil on Meta, Facebook, and Insta. Sadly, she is a Philly fan.
That's crazy.
Damn.
Good for her. And yeah, Philadelphia, I mean, hey, they've had a good draft. Between their picks and the trades.
Yeah, this is... Well, Rams traded with Philly, and it worked out for them. Normally, anybody that trades with Philly, they get just absolutely destroyed. So...
We're in the long stretch now. Well, guys, you know what? At this point, if I'm the Rams, I maybe try to trade into the end of the sixth and just give up your seventh and give up a seventh next year. Like if I'm doing that, if I'm looking at best available right now, and the Chargers took another guard. They took Alex Harkey, the offensive guard out of Oregon.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to play him at guard or tackle, but I know he could.
Like,
Probably
what if
play
the
either.
Rams traded up into the end of the sixth and took like Deontay Lawson, linebacker out of Bama, or
I would want Riger.
Harold Perkins Jr. or I mean Caden Curry's, who I brought up earlier, the pass rusher out of Ohio State. It's tough because I don't love the board here. So I'm like, am I just thinking they should trade up because I don't want to wait?
Yeah, that is
You know?
exactly how you
Or
feel.
do I actually like think
Is that their
this
last
board
pick?
Huh?
Is 2 whatever when they pick 230?
232, yeah, it's the last pick they've got this year so far.
Yeah. So
So we're at 207.
what did I say? They would have 5 picks, 6 max. They'd have 5 picks total. Sleeping on Hurst, he's gone.
Hurst is long gone.
Hurst was gone last night.
Yeah.
Like Hurst couldn't be any more drafted right now.
Hurst
You can't get more drafted than Ted Hurst. Ted Hurst is so drafted, he's already up for his final contract.
What's everyone's plans for after the draft? Because the draft gets over with enough time for, Saturday night. What are people got going on today?
I got game night. Got a bunch of people coming over. I don't know how I'm going to do it. Entertain all these people after streaming for 7 hours with you. But,
Right, I know.
But yeah, I do it every other weekend. And since I'm going to Florida next weekend, it's perfect.
I really need to just like lay on the couch and do nothing. And not talk. So I'm gonna do that. I do really need to probably like I want to run to Sephora maybe and do an online order and get some more of my skin products that I want. So I might do that right when we get off and get it done and then come home and just get on my couch and drink tea and watch a movie and like try to get myself better. Which was like the unfortunate thing is just getting sick before the draft because what I really need is to like not talk for 24 hours. And of course, we're doing these like long hour-long live streams. So my body's just like, you were doing the exact opposite thing that you should be doing right now. But it's worth it, guys. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
All right, CJ Daniels clip should be up now.
There's sporting events on tonight too.
Yeah, the Yankees are playing. I'll be doing a show after way after the Yankees game, but I'll be doing a show after that. Matthew is not planning on doing a damn thing.
Best type of Saturday night.
It'd be like
Best
that.
type of Saturday night.
All right.
Well, guys, all right. Let's see who is up.
It might be squirrel hunting if you don't get out my bird feeder. You sound like my mom. She'll feed the birds and then like the squirrels try to just take the food and she gets so pissed. Oh man. Appreciate the super. Yeah, it's been. Where are we at now?
So the Falcons just took defensive tackle Ontario Thompson out of Washington. So at pick 209, the Commanders are up. So we're at pick 209, so we're slowly but surely. Guys, remember, I'm pretty sure that the NFL needs to make this last until 7 Eastern, Jake. We
I
have like
know
a
this
little
is
under 2
ridiculous.
hours.
This is diabolical.
This is gonna be brutal. This is the part where, you know, the NFL is gonna win. Well, guys, what should we talk about in our time here? Because there's not. It's the thing is they're not even announcing the picks like people are saying in the chat at the draft. So it's like we can't really talk about the Rams yet. We can't talk about anybody else because no picks are being made. Like this is the part that gets kind of brutal.
I would air CJ Daniels highlights if we weren't going to get copyright claimed. Because that would be fun. 300JGJW. Thank you for the 10. Hey, folks. I don't really have a problem with any of our picks. It was just so out of character for this front office. All that said, the thoughts on Lemon lining up in the slot was very appealing. I actually think that's a reason why I didn't want him, because I didn't want them to get another slot receiver. Like I want Puka Nacua lined up in the slot. I want a guy on the outside, and actually I think CJ Daniels can do that. But they're not going to be in 11 personnel that much, I don't think. That's kind of my thing. What was the last pick that was made? Was it Ontario, the guy you were talking about?
Yeah, Ontario Thompson, defensive tackle, Washington. And then the next pick, the Commanders took Matt Golbin, center from Michigan State. So now you've got the Steelers up at 210.
I don't know what's going on with Deion Burks. I'm a little concerned.
There's something going on. Maybe there's an injury we don't know about.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see any health issues, but it's so weird. Sometimes they show the clock and sometimes they don't.
So we did get pick number 4. That was CJ Daniels. That was our 4th pick. He was the wide receiver out of Miami. And we traded up for him. So we only have one more pick, and that's at 232. We're currently sitting at 210.
So, let's see. You said we're currently sitting at 210?
Yep. Steelers are up at 210, so we got 22 picks, guys.
They've totally throttled the draft. They're doing the truck cam segment.
They got to make it last another hour and 20 minutes.
So obnoxious. I don't care what anyone says. Is Double X Alex in here? Because every time I see Gulpin, I think of Gulpin, the Pokemon, and I know that he would appreciate that reference.
Steelers took defensive lineman Gabriel Rubio.
I don't know who that is, but congratulations to Gabriel Rubio for being drafted.
I don't either. I'm trying to figure out what school he goes to. Do we have some more supers that just came in? Wait, Gabriel Rubio went to Notre Dame. Wait, what?
How do you not know him?
How do I not know him? What? Hold on a second.
I know Ricky Rubio.
Unfortunately, this actually is now sounding familiar with me, which makes it sound so bad that I heard the name and like didn't figure out who that was. But yeah, no, this is hold on. Is this who I'm thinking of? You guys also have to remember Notre Dame doesn't have the names on the back of the jerseys.
That's
so it
true.
is not uncommon for me to like it takes me a while sometimes to like I think it's the dumbest like I know you deal with this with the Yankees. I hate it when the last names aren't on the back of the jerseys because I'm not the best with names. As we all know, if you listen to the show, I switch up people's names all the time and I don't mean to.
Yeah. The Yankees though, the pinstripes, you don't want names on the back with the pinstripes. It just looks weird.
That is so funny that I'm like, Gabriel Rubio, why do I not know who that is?
Of all the schools too.
So wait, I want to see if this is who I think this might be. First punter off the board, Ryan Eckley to the Ravens. But don't the Ravens have Stout? Right? Am I crazy? Maybe not Stout, but don't the Ravens already have like an established punter?
They lost out.
They did.
Jordan Stout signed with the Giants. He went with John Harbaugh. So they got their punter. Who's going to draft Trey Smack? I need to, like, that is the greatest name ever. I'm rooting for him so much.
So Gabriel Rubio didn't start. It was interesting. He's a senior this year.
Yeah, that's why you didn't know him. He probably barely played.
He played behind Jason Anye. At least from what I'm seeing I'm going through like the game logs and I'm like, because I'm like, how do I not know who this is?
I just All right, let's talk about this. All right, so we are at Nnamdi Obi-Azer, the linebacker from TCU, just got picked by the Patriots.
212, I mean. Yeah.
So
the Bears are up.
So we're at 213. Rams pick in 19 picks, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So the Rams pick in 19 picks. They got wide receiver, tackle, tight end, quarterback. One more pick to go. If Riger's there, I'm running to the podium. Oh, the Bears. They traded up. That was the Bills pick. Bills love collecting day 3 picks. I went through the history of it. And yeah, they love doing it.
We'll see. You got the Bears, Colts, Falcons, Seahawks, and then we get into the 7th round. And anything can happen in the 7th. It's a wild, wild west, right? So you never know. And I will preemptively say, so Jake and I normally stay on a little bit longer to talk about UDAs and all that, UDFAs. I think this year it's not happening. I don't think my voice can take it, and Jake's got people coming over, and I think we're going to not do that this year.
Yeah, no, good executive decision there.
We will talk about it on social media, and we will,
if we know the players. I mean, Lord knows if we're even going to know them.
it. Now, this is a good point to bring up as well. Downtown Rams draft recap. I'm going to have to do that when I get back in town if I still go out of town. So it might be like 5 days, which will be good. That should be the amount of time my voice needs. I'm going to need a full 5 days. What are the Bears going to do?
I love how this person said these videos suck. Like, bro, we're literally recording. I think we're honestly so far ahead of where we used to be, like when we first started. Alexis, we are now recording clips in the middle of us doing a live stream and uploading them during the live stream. If I tried to do that the last time, my computer would have had an aneurysm. Do you remember that? We couldn't open up certain things on my computer.
Yeah.
Like, we've come so far. But yeah, somebody commented, these videos suck. Not in this thing, but on the new video. By the way, blowing up. That has 629 views in 15 minutes. The CJ Daniels. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course it does. Because people we're
yeah,
excited.
Everyone's rushing to look them up. And that's why we do the video clips, y'all. There is a explanation for it. Jordan Vandenberg to the Bears. Actually a pretty good pick here. They add some interior defensive line help.
Out of Georgia Tech. So now we got the Colts, Falcons, Seahawks.
Yeah.
And then we're getting into the 7th round. So let's look at what the 7th round looks like to start. Because then you got the Cardinals kicking it off, Cowboys, Saints, Bills. So the 7th round starts with pick 217. Rams are at 232.
Let's see here. Now I'm going to clip my Draft Gems video and clip out the spot. CJ Daniels. Just got to find it.
Well, guys, let's see. How's this round going to... I think we just need to get to the 7th because, like... anything can happen there. What's about to be frustrating is them delaying picks because we still got now over an hour and a half that they got to make work. Oh, the Colts took Caden Curry.
There's your
Man,
guy.
there's my guy. I got to remove him from the list. Man, it's late for him, in my opinion, anyway. So I didn't really think that he'd be available, but the Rams have not gone defense, which is interesting. So they could go defense with this last pick, Jake. You know, I still think you gotta get depth at corner. I know that you go out, you get your 2 starting corners, you bring back Emmanuel Forbes. I know you got Josh Wallace, but like I think you want to add some more depth there. Like a safety would maybe like take another safety, like something in the secondary, I think just add depth. I could also see them adding another offensive lineman for offensive line depth. Might be nice. So I think that those 2 positions, like a secondary depth and offensive line depth, I think at this point, this in the 7th, there's not really another receiver I love.
Yeah.
So I'm not really wanting them to double dip at receiver. Obviously, they're not going to take quarterback. Do not take a running back. Do not take a tight end. So I'm going to say if I'm ranking positionally what I want the Rams to do at pick 232, I think I would like to see first and foremost secondary depth. If not, another offensive lineman. If not that, then maybe like a linebacker. I just don't really love the linebackers that are left personally. So I'm not like, like it couldn't hurt if you've got like a high rated pass rusher.
I don't want to say it, but I mean, is because Jinx, but is Riger there still? I think he is.
I think he is. The Falcons took Harold Perkins Jr.
Oh, see, I would have been interested in him too. Kind of situational pass rusher type vibe. Deion Burks is still there. That's crazy. I don't remember. Can he return kicks and punts? He still might be in play for the Rams at 232 if he falls far enough.
I'm sure. I mean, the Rams have no issue historically using people that don't.
Like,
They threw Kyron Williams back there.
yeah, I know. So let's see. Trey Smack, let's go.
To the Packers.
Let's go.
The first kicker off the board.
Oh, talk about names. I love it. Trey Smack. I remember we talked about this on DTR. It's the greatest name ever. You already know the Packers radio announcement, and Trey smacks that one through the uprights. I'm telling you, that's amazing. I want Riger bad.
Oh, I feel like I can't. Apparently, you're only supposed to take these every 2 hours. I can't take another one of these.
I would say Dion Burks, Mason Riger, Isaiah World. Might be it. Oh, Eli Heidenreich. I think that's... Oh, no, VJ Payne. So I think that's it. I think that's like my top 5 right now. Jaden Williams, the tackle of Ole Miss, started 34 of 45 career games. He is being drafted by Arizona.
Yeah, I don't know. Looking at who I have left, I mean, Jalen Stroman, the safety out of Notre Dame, would be just a fun pick for me. I don't suspect the Rams to target him. I still think it'd be a fine pick. You know, Dion Burks, Isaiah Worlds, Emil Wagner, offensive tackle, Patrick Payton out of LSU. I have Toriano Pride Jr. out of Mizzou, Torian York, linebacker out of Texas A&M, Devonta Smith. I don't think they'll do. He's a receiver. Bishop Fitzgerald, safety out of USC. Kind of that's a USC pick. Did Dante Corleone get drafted?
Nope, the Godfather's still there.
So he's still here. So he's on my list. I've got Connor Tollison. He's a center out of Mizzou. Eric Gentry, linebacker out of USC.
Let's see here. I love when it gets silent as hell.
We're at a really weird spot in the draft. So
Well,
real quick,
it's the draft. There's no pacing. Anthony Smith, East Carolina wide receivers headed to the Cowboys.
so this means the Seahawks on the clock, right, guys? If I remember the order correctly. Saints up, then Bills. Everyone's like talking about after the draft. I mean, my plan after we get off, immediately after the draft ends, we're not sticking around this year to do UDFAs. Jake's got plans. I'm
Hmm.
sick. Um,
Get better, Alexis. I can't
I
believe
know.
you. We have things to do.
With things to do. I'm gonna run to Sephora, which is only a few minutes from my house, and pick up some of my skincare that I pre-ordered. Then I'm gonna come home. I'm going to get on my couch and not talk and watch a movie and just get cozy and like I'm gonna do that tonight and all day tomorrow after the busyness of this weekend for sure.
I don't care what anyone says. Trace Mack is still an S tier name.
I think it's a little risky to have a kicker with the last name Smack though. Someone like said in the comments like, "Oh, and he smacks it off the upright." Like you're setting yourself
No.
up. You're setting yourself up, you know?
No, that's not how I looked at it. I just smacked the football. I don't know. TJ Hall out of Iowa is headed to New Orleans.
Did we miss a Seahawks pick or did they trade? I'm so confused.
They probably drafted a Kansas Jayhawk at
I
this
mean, they did.
freaking rate.
They did earlier.
Yeah. Oh my God. I already know. Jalen Daniels is going to go to somebody in the AFC West, isn't he? I'm going to be distraught.
But who would he go to?
Probably the 49ers.
That would make sense, actually. Well, we'll see. It hasn't happened yet.
Nearly 8,000 views, which
Hey,
is
pretty good for a year.
insane,
Yeah,
honestly.
pretty good for this year, considering
It's
so many people are boycotting the draft after round one and said they won't watch anymore.
I know.
And it's day three.
Yep. Hopefully they got to check out CJ Daniels.
All right, guys, everyone drop in the chat. Rams fans, non-Rams fans, who you want the Rams to take?
Non-Rams fans or Rams fans?
Both. Just anybody who's watching. Because we're at pick 220. The Rams are up at 232, so we're 12 picks away. Oh, the Bills took Toriano Pride Jr. Oh, I would have liked him. Oh, well.
Yeah, but is he Trace Mack? Does he have does he have an S tier last name? I don't know about that one.
I don't know.
The answer is no, Alexis. No.
He's got pride. Toriano Pride and Toriano Pride Jr., which means there's a Toriano Pride Sr.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, I was muted. Now that he's gone, like, who am I?
Um,
Like, if I'm looking at secondary depth,
I like Moten. I was using the PFF mock draft simulator this entire time to simulate the draft, and it just reset. It's not doing the picks anymore. Literally, he's like, you can just use a regular mock draft. It's weird. Well, that's annoying. I can't believe that happened.
let's look at best available on ESPN because my board got all messed up with.
It's so
Oh,
funny.
so
I was
you know
just going to
what?
say mine did too.
Thaddeus Dixon, I forgot about. The corner out of North Carolina could be interesting. Colin Wright, corner out of Stanford. I just don't love like any of the like corners they're saying are available. Like safety, VJ Payne out of Kansas State, Bishop Fitzgerald, who I mentioned earlier, out of USC, Lewis Moore out of Indiana, Jalen Stroman out of Notre Dame. I mean, that's probably who you're looking at for secondary depth at this point. Logan Fano, if you want to go pass rusher, he's still available. Mason Rieger, as you mentioned, out of Wisconsin. Patrick Payton out of LSU. Vincent Anthony out of Duke. I mean, there's actually like a lot of kind of quality pass rushers at this point.
Hmm. Let's see. So I'm assuming Logan Fano is related to Spencer
Yeah.
Fano. That's not just a coincidence, right? I would assume.
I think I read that they are.
Can you imagine though? That'd be a crazy coincidence.
Yeah, because I don't think that's a super common last name.
No, and on the same college of all colleges, like there's no way.
Yeah.
So this has been an all offensive draft. Yeah. Yeah, I think Riger's the pick if he's there. I think that's the type of guy that they would like add him to the pass rusher rotation.
Is Anthony Lucas still available?
I think he is, yeah.
I could see that out of USC.
Let's see.
Commanders are up. I don't see that they made a pick. And then you got Steelers, Titans, Bengals. So we're at pick 223, so we're now within 10 at least, guys. We've finally made it.
Finally.
Let's see. We have an hour and 20 minutes until the NFL's slotted time is over. So I can't imagine how they're gonna make. We're at pick 224 because the Commanders just picked Ethan Kelly McManus, a quarterback out of Rutgers. So we're at pick 224. There's 257 picks. So that is, if you're doing 257, that's 33. The NFL needs to make the next 33 picks fit into an hour and 15 minutes. That's not that bad.
Kind of insane, but let's see. Let's see. We got some supers. What's the odds Tutu goes beast mode at Dallas? I hate he didn't get used more with us. Well, he went to Miami, so you're not talking about a specific game, right? Robert Spears Jennings to the Steelers. But yeah, Miami. I mean, I think there's a chance. I think he and Malik. I think he and Malik are going to be a good tandem because Malik works off script. I think that benefits Tutu Atwell. You know, I mean Matthew Stafford does too, but I think on another level, Malik Willis can literally be a scrambling quarterback. So I do think that works for Tutu Atwell. But appreciate you, Matthew. The Vault of Horns. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate everything you guys do. Well, back at you. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And then Matthew's back at it. Sorry, someone said he went to Miami. Hits us with a super chat to literally correct his previous super chat. Really appreciate you, Matthew. And then Sean, thank you for the 10. Deion Burks had 14 returns for 278 at Purdue. Okay. Well,
All right.
I we're on Deion Burke's territory. Watch territory. I don't know what I'm saying. Don't listen to me. What am I even doing?
I just feel like they're going to go defense. I don't think they leave this draft without doing at least something defensively.
Yeah, no. I hear you. I think Riger will end up being the pick, and people will complain it's not a corner. I actually think they like their corners. Like I think like they look at like Josh Wallace. People stop talking about him. Josh Wallace. They like Cam Lampkin. Maybe they add a corner, but I don't know. Daniels reminds me of Woods. Great pick. Thank you, Zaylor Swift. Let's see. Much love, guys. Thank you for all the supers and supporting.
Thank you, guys.
And honestly, investing in what we do. That's how I would word it. Supporting, investing in our channel. It really does mean a lot. You're buying stock in DTR. That's whether you realize it or not, that's what you're doing.
And shout out to those of you that bought stock 8 years ago.
Yes.
You have seen your efforts. I don't want to say quadruple. I don't know what the most poetic way, because it's been 8 years, but so that's less than 8. But
I think we're doing pretty darn well. So. Yeah, the CJ Daniels reaction video is literally the highest performing video I think I've seen in this draft so far. It's doing very well. It's already at 2,000 views.
People needed a good feel-good moment after the first 2 days.
No, absolutely.
They got it.
I just dropped my pre-draft video on CJ Daniels, so if you did want to check that out and come back over here, that is now on the channel. Our clips, and I clipped one of my videos for the gems because I had CJ Daniels as one of my gem wide receivers. Him and Josh Cameron. Cameron is the weirdest build I've ever seen. Have you seen his legs? He's a receiver who wears number 34, which is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. But man, did I enjoy watching his film.
Well, I don't know if people know this or not. I have a very, I don't like the new numbering system in the NFL they implemented a few years ago. I very much prefer the old way of doing it. So I already just see so many jersey numbers that I just find horrific.
34 in college is diabolical at wide receiver.
Titans took a tight end. There are so many tight ends that have been drafted. I guess I was just ignorant to the fact of the depth of the tight end class, because apparently there's just a plethora of tight ends that
I'm not exactly thrilled that PFF just got rid of all of that, though, because I had like a list and now it's just gone. That's really irritating.
So, guys, we're at pick 226, and the Rams pick at pick 232. So we are getting close, and 232 is the last Rams pick of the draft.
And I would imagine they are going to be at the podium doing pressers, so that'll probably be the last pick. I don't see them trading back in, but who knows?
I don't think so. I do think they're going to go defense. I feel like a pass rusher fits just the Rams' MO and what they typically would do here. But like, I would like to see some secondary depth.
Jaron Kanak, another tight end off the board to the Titans.
Yep.
That's insane. How many tight ends have been drafted?
My guess is we're at 13.
Okay, you're guessing 13. I'm going to guess we've actually hit 18. So let's see what we got, right? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh my God, it was more than both of us. 19 tight ends have been drafted. 19. I don't even watch.
Broke the league. Rams broke the league.
In the best, I'm not kidding you, in the best tight end drafts, I don't even watch that many tight ends. I don't have time. I watch 15 tight ends max. 18, I think, is the most I've ever done. 19 is insane.
Well, I do love tight ends, Jake. As you know, I am a tight end prop person, and I think like I'm an offensive line tight end person. Those are my favorite types of players. So
You just like blocking. I don't know.
I like blocking. So I'm all for a resurgence in tight end love. People talking about putting honey in my tea. I have had honey in my tea.
Two girlies,
It
one
does help.
cup. Wow, I haven't heard that in a while. Thank you for the 5. Even though it
Thank
was a
you.
lackluster draft, thanks for giving me something to look forward to and listen to while I deliver packages all day. Well,
Hell
we
yeah.
appreciate you.
Thank you for listening.
And people like you that deliver packages on time
Yeah.
and work your ass off for it. I think it's one of the most thankless jobs in the world. Think about this, Alexis. We are so, like, we take everything for granted. We are so lucky. We live in a world where, like, you can order something on Amazon, it's to your door the same day. And you're like, how does this happen? It's because this person right here is doing that.
Yep.
And the person at the the fulfillment facility putting it together. Like, it's actually the most thankless job ever.
It's an essential job.
It's very essential.
Yeah.
And we don't even use it for essential things all the time. We'll just get anything. And it's like these people are breaking their backs to make sure that we have insert whatever, right? Like, oh, I'm getting a new controller for my console. I need it tomorrow. It's like first world problems. And they're breaking their back to make sure it's there on time. It blows my mind. So yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to you because
Big shout out.
I have a lot of respect for delivery drivers and people that work in fulfillment because that is not an easy job at all. And again, very thankless. Sean Stewart, thank you for the lemon. It's a copycat league. I expect a lot of 12 and 13 personnel across the league. That's for damn sure. That is for damn sure. I will tell you that right now. I definitely hear you.
So, thank you for the super. And I agree with you. I think more people are going to start moving to 13 personnel. Garrett Nussmeier still hasn't been drafted. And I didn't know this. Nussmeier's dad is the Saints OC. And the Saints have passed on him 4 times today. But I'll be honest.
Yeah, Nussmeier's dad used to be with the Rams.
Yeah, I don't think that they would take his son for that reason. So I don't really care about the stat that the Saints keep passing on him. But I do
Yeah.
think it's interesting that he hasn't been drafted.
Must be the injury freaked him out, but I don't understand it. You can't tell me some of these quarterbacks aren't that. But also, I mean, there are other quarterbacks that haven't been drafted either, so. Let's see. So, yeah, Sean, really do appreciate that. Super. And then Dan hitting us with a lemon. Enjoyed your draft coverage. Thank you, Dan. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. We're glad you enjoyed it. We enjoyed it as well. It is it's not over. It's not over. Landon Robinson just got drafted. I thought he was already drafted. That's insane. That's crazy value. By the way, do you think, like, I don't know what the rules are for Navy, so, apologies for my ignorance. Do you think Navy players fall late because, like, they're worried about the commitment issue? Because I know that came up. Remember that came up for the edge defender? I forget his name. They weren't going to, like, let him play.
Maybe. I think it's that. I also think that don't they usually have sometimes they don't have as much like game experience, so that
That's true.
you're
And they
also
also
don't
they
play in
run
like
offensively, they run an offense that isn't at all based in reality to an NFL
yeah, so
team.
I just think it's
So, yeah.
a combination of things that kind of makes it a rarity that people get drafted.
Jackson Kuwach from Miami of Ohio, Sean McVay's alma mater. That's such a cool name, Kuwach. Jackson Kuwach. I still can't believe Landon Robinson just went off the board, though. That's wild. Like I said, great value. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Because I know people say, oh, yeah, he's the great value version of... No, that's actually great value. Oh, boy.
Well, guys, we are at pick. Let me refresh ESPN, make sure I didn't miss anything. We're at pick 228. We're 4 picks away. VJ Payne just went to the Jets because, of course, safety out of Kansas State.
Yeah, that's pain.
That's a pain.
That is a pain to watch VJ Payne go off the board.
All right, guys. Raiders, Steelers, Falcons, Rams.
By the way, here's something that's absolutely mind-boggling to me. So there's been 19 tight ends selected. Michael Trigg is still there. Like, I would have expected him to be in like the top 8 drafted, and he's not even in the top 19. That's crazy. Brandon Cleveland is off the board to the Raiders. I couldn't tell you what school he's from because it just says defensive tackle Brandon Cleveland.
NC State.
Okay.
Well, everyone in the chat, drop who you want for the Rams while you have time. Quick. Because we're at pick 230, and the Steelers are up, the Falcons, and then the Rams. Let's see. Someone's bound to get it right.
Oh, Dan's burned into the screen here. Again, appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
What pick are we at?
230.
All right, let's not spoil it. Okay, let's do so
The Steelers took Eli Heidenreich, by the way, just now.
of course they did.
So the Falcons are up, and then the Rams.
So Alexis, I actually haven't taken an offensive lineman in my shadow, and I don't think you have either. So is there anybody here to even take?
I'll take Isaiah World.
Okay, yeah, I'll also take Isaiah World.
Like at this point, why not?
That's an easy shadow draft selection. At least I think.
The 7th round is just so easy because like you can't really say anybody that's going to be insane.
Isaiah World, and then who's that? Guard? Yeah, it's looking like World for me. Yep, definitely Isaiah World. Jesus.
So that's for the shadow draft, but
all right. So who I would take
earlier,
is Reiger. I'm standing by that. I think Reiger's a great fit. If they go edge, it definitely makes he's the best edge defender there. Are they on the clock now?
Nope, 1 pick. Oh, now they are. So
okay.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be Reiger or Fano.
I'm saying it should be Reiger. I think he's the best pass rusher available, and that's what I would go with. I mean, the shadow draft we decided because I picked Reiger the last pick in the shadow draft, so I'm gonna go with Reiger. I love Reiger, by the way. Absolutely love Reiger. So we'll see how it goes.
We'll see. Well, we're in agreement that it's got to be defense here. Get some depth.
Thank you for being easy for the shadow draft. I could just copy and paste. Yeah, I think get some guys in that room, or get another guy in the room, the edge defender spot. I really, really like his tape. I mean, I think he kind of reminds me a little bit of like TJ Watt, like really, really light. I'm not saying he's a first round talent, but I had a late third round, early 4th round grade on him. I mean, you're talking about relentless motor, just heavy pursuit. This guy has those effort sacks that honestly the Rams haven't gotten. Really disciplined run defender, high football IQ, was a consistent producer. I don't know. I think this is somebody that knows how to use, the hands. I think he fell because he has shorter arms and he has injury history, but that's who I would want. I would want Mason Reiger. There are also some cornerbacks like Moton I would be really happy about. And then if they go interior defensive line, which I wouldn't say is out of the question, like Xavier Harris makes sense. Cam Rice would be a good play there. I could see him go with Corleone, but like linebacker, I guess Deontay Lawson. Maybe Eric Gentry. Aiden Fisher, such a Rams pick, though. I could see them drafting Aiden Fisher, to be honest with you. So, we shall see. We shall see.
We're about to do the silence before every pick. We talk and then it goes dead silent.
Yeah. I love seeing Navy players come off the board, though. Happy for Heidenreich.
So the Patriots pick is out. Why is the Rams not? Oh, wait, the Patriots picked before the Rams. Never mind. No, they didn't. How did the Patriots picked a quarterback? That just dropped.
Who'd the Patriots pick?
Texas Tech quarterback Bayron Morton. What?
It's funny because Chris Sims thinks Baron Morton is a top 5 quarterback. So if that's the case, like Patriots nailed it. I don't know how. I'm just going to be honest. I don't know how on earth he went ahead of Nussmeier. That's insane to me. I mean, if they were to go offense, obviously Burks is a no-brainer for me, but I want to get Riger. That's who I want. I think Isaiah World's going to go undrafted because of the injury.
The Bengals drafted Jack Endries, by the way. Another tight end.
So are these players, these are picks like after the Rams?
Yeah. Everything is sporadic and out of order now.
Ethan Anianwa was drafted by the Falcons, the pick before the Rams. But pick is in. I guess. Is that what they're saying? Yep, pick is in. Rams social media team just announced. The long wait.
It's the silence. See what we all talk about?
It's Tim Keenan from Alabama, the defensive tackle. What do you think about this one?
You know, I am familiar with Tim Keenan. He wouldn't be probably the defensive tackle I would have gone with here, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he's a bad prospect. And I think at this point in the draft, you know, as we talked about, it's hard to kind of take a bad prospect, you know? And so I think he's a 5-year player, you know, like a stocky guy, low center of gravity, big guy. You know, ESPN has him ranked as the 21st defensive tackle in the draft, 210th overall. I think with him, it's a lack of like size thing because he is like, you know, low center of gravity, kind of stocky, like built, but it's not, you know, probably the size that you're really looking for at a defensive tackle. And I don't think he's as quick. I think a knock on him is probably, you know, he's not the fastest tackle. You know, I think if anything, you take this pick as a depth piece, consistency. I got to look at a lot into him. I feel like I know him on a very surface level. But I think that this is where he was projected to go. This was like a guy that went to a big school, went to Bama, and is probably like trusted. He's a safe pick. No, he's not a flashy pick, but I don't think that he's somebody that, you know, you would trade up for. But, you know, another defensive tackle, I mean, curious what the Rams do now with that room. I'm seeing the chat saying, is this a bad pick? I don't think it's a bad pick. I don't think it's a bad pick. I don't think it was a pick that I expected, but I don't think it's a bad pick. You know, I don't think it's the best value pick maybe right here. But Jake, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, here's how I see it. The Rams have Kobe Turner, who's going to be a free agent after the season. I think he'll be a Ram. Poona Ford is there. Then you have Braden Fisk. Okay. So Braden Fisk is kind of your do everything. Poona Ford's kind of your do it everything, although he's your absolute run mauler. Kobe Turner's kind of a do it all guy. Then you have Laryl Murchison. Then you have Ty Davis. Then you have Ty Hamilton. Then Bill Norton. I think if they keep 7 on the roster, which I don't think they're going to, I think this is going to be a Ty Hamilton, Laryl Murchison, and then, Tim Keenan battle here. I think it makes sense because, clearly this is a position that they looked at. They had met with some defensive tackles earlier in the draft, so that's not entirely a surprise they go this route. He's a prototypical nose tackle. I see this guy. I didn't love the Ty Hamilton pick. If Ty Hamilton doesn't make the roster this year and this guy does, then it only just makes me more annoyed that they traded away the 4th round pick in this draft to move up and get Hamilton. But, he's an early down run stuffer. I think it's a very limited pass rushing floor. Obviously, this is somebody that was well liked. He was a team captain at Alabama, so that's something to keep in mind there. But I think his best projection is that he is going to be an absolute gap eater. He's 6'2", around that 320 range, and he's a nose tackle. So I personally don't mind the pick. I don't know him that well. I didn't do too much work on him. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense because you're adding more to that room. And I think you're adding some competition. And I think what the competition will do is it will shore up that you have the best guys in that room because you can't keep everybody. And it's going to be Laryl Murchison, who is a veteran. It's going to be Ty Hamilton. Ty Davis is a lock. I don't care what anyone says. I think they really like Ty Davis, and he's really continued to work his way up the rungs of this team, the circle of trust, if you will. But I think, Tim Keenan here has an opportunity to make this roster. And I know people hear that and they're like, wow, awesome. We drafted a guy who might make the roster. Well, I hate to break it to you. This is a Super Bowl team. They are the betting odds favorite to win the Super Bowl. And when you draft a guy at 232 and you're, the betting odds favorite to win the Super Bowl, it's not really a guarantee that this guy's going to even make the team. I do believe Keenan is going to make this team. I think it's a good pick. I don't really have like a crazy grade on it because I don't know him as well as some others. But based on what I do know, and it's a little bit above, I think, the surface level, but I didn't do like a full eval, right? I don't have a whole draft profile. I had some things that I, was able to get into. But I would say, yeah, I mean, I think it's a B plus, something around those lines. It's not a bad pick. We had our guys that we would have gone with. I think Reiger was a great fit, but I also know, Reiger's dealing with, he had some injury concerns. And I think that's a big reason why these guys fall. And to be honest with you, I'll just say this, has nothing to do with Tim Keenan. I think these guys fall with the injury concerns. I think it is completely overblown most of the time because people will say, oh, well, we can't draft him because he's got injury concerns. It's like, well, you take crapshoot picks on guys that are just traits and they don't have any football skill. You're not going to draft a football player that, also has traits but is injured. Like, I never really understood that. So, yeah, Tim Keenan, not going to be the one that has people, jumping up and down for. Like CJ Daniels is fun. It's a fantasy football pick, as I call it, because people are like, wide receiver, I'm going to get that guy's football card. I'm going to, follow that guy. But these are the type of, picks that, like, if you hit on this in the 7th round, it's only going to make you stronger. And when you build from the inside out, for your team, you're definitely in a good position moving forward. So the Rams have hit on these picks in the past. I won't be surprised if Tim Keenan ends up being a great role player for them and works in that rotation.
Yeah, guys, that's it for the Rams. Because I'm seeing in the chat, people are like, "Is it over? Did the Rams have more picks?" Nope, that's it. And I don't foresee them trading back into the 7th because we're kind of towards the end of the 7th now. I think you hold on to your assets, and yeah, guys, the Rams have their 5 picks. Draft is coming to a close, and they did end up with a defensive guy after going offensive the first, which is good because that's what I was hoping they'd get depth somewhere, defensively. And I agree with you on how I think that defensive tackle room is going to look going forward, but it is interesting. So yeah, we'll look more into Tim Keenan.
I like
But
all. I think they got 5 good players. Obviously CJ Daniels pick. It's one of those ones. I think we'll look back on and be like, damn, that was the pick where it was like we knew he was good. We didn't know he was this good. Like, I think he's going to end up being a legit starter for the team. And this is probably why they don't draft wide receivers in the first round. If CJ Daniels ends up being something and most of the first round receivers bust, there you go. I'm not going to rewrite my story. I still believe they should have taken Omar Cooper Jr. or Sadiq or whatever, but CJ Daniels got me pretty excited. And I think the one thing I've learned a lot, obviously, over the years, but something I've really learned is do not look too much into the speed, because
yeah, I agree.
Puka Nacua wasn't a blazing fast receiver. It doesn't matter if you're blazing fast. We've seen guys that are blazing fast, and I mean, how many times do you see that build of like Denzel Mims and it just doesn't work? And you're like, why didn't it work? It should have worked. He had everything, right? All the tools. There's more to the game than just speed. So speed is great, like if you're Tyreek Hill, but at the same time, you also have to keep in mind, like, Tyreek Hill wasn't just speed. He also knew how to run routes. He knew how to create separation. So, yeah.
Well, guys, Rams last pick, like we said, at 232. The NFL draft is currently at pick 238. The Seahawks took Andre Fuller, the cornerback out of Toledo. So people have been watching what the NFC West does. Max Llewellyn just went to Iowa. Max Llewellyn from Iowa just went to the Dolphins. Iowa doesn't have an NFL team, I'm sorry. Dolphins have just had such a great draft.
Yeah, they really have.
Also, guys, from earlier, this is random, but we were talking about, remember Gabriel Rubio, the defensive tackle who got taken by Pittsburgh from Notre Dame? And I was like, didn't recognize him. I know who Gabriel Rubio is. He's from St. Louis. I don't know how I didn't
Oh,
register
wow.
that, but I just saw a post and him and I shared a personal trainer. He uses the same personal trainer that I used when I played soccer in St. Louis because they just posted a congratulations to Gabriel Rubio. And I'm like, oh my God, I know who Gabriel is. That makes it even worse. That for an entire 5 minutes, I like had no idea what was going on, and he got taken in like the 4th round by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So congratulations, Gabriel Rubio, and to our trainer for being part of that process. That's right, guys. The Broncos do have the Mr. Irrelevant pick. Who's
That's
it gonna
cool.
be? Who's it gonna be?
The Rams just went through an entire draft without trading. I can't recall ever seeing that.
Who?
The Rams didn't trade once.
Yeah, they did. They traded up for CJ Daniels.
Yeah, they trade up, but they didn't trade down, is what I mean.
Oh, down, yeah.
Yeah. Because normally they trade down. That's crazy.
Listen, what Nate Atkins reported, it appears true. The Rams believe that they did not have any holes they needed filled. So I don't think that they were trying to give up a crazy amount of assets for stuff that they didn't really feel they needed, and they kind of were sitting put. So 5 picks, Jake.
I nailed it.
Yep.
I did say, guys,
What was the largest draft class that we've covered?
14.
Was it the 14?
They had
That's
12 and
crazy.
14. They drafted 26 players in 2 drafts. That's insane. That's half a football team.
That is insane.
Not actually, but it's close. Basically half. Yeah. That is wild when you think about it. Who was the guy who was it? Sashi Brown, the Browns GM, who's like, we just need a lot of picks and it gives us more chances to hit them. I'm like,
You don't want to have that strategy.
no. It's just like, oh, if we throw 13 darts, it's bound to hit bullseye. Like, what?
That usually means you're not very good at your job.
Why would you admit that though?
Yeah.
That was the worst draft quote I've ever heard.
So let's talk about the NFC West a little bit because we've talked about the Rams a ton. And the only other teams that really matter if you're a Rams fan, for the most part, until the playoffs, is, you want to know who you're facing, who's in your division. Looking at the 49ers, I don't love their draft at all. My favorite pick by the 49ers is probably Ephesians Price Hawk in the 4th round.
That was a good pick. I thought that was valuable.
I think no one else. Jake, you probably like their 5th round pick, Enrique Cruz Jr.
I thought that was a little high, actually.
I think it's high.
But I mean, I think he's a good player. Yeah.
There's no one. I mean, Romello Height in the 2nd or in the 3rd is good value. But I don't feel like I look at the 49ers draft and feel that they really had a strong draft. Now, the Seahawks, I liked their 1st round pick, Jadarian Price. People hate that. They hate that he went in the 1st round. So many people aren't familiar with Jadarian Price. He's going to be really good. But, I'm underwhelmed by Bud Clark in the 2nd. I like Julian Neal. They didn't pick again till the 5th. I mean, they took Emmanuel Henderson Jr., Kansas guy.
Yeah, they did. I just updated the ticker, so every Rams pick is up there for those of you who keep asking who the Rams got. There you go.
And honestly, Arizona has the most solid, but it's not even Jeremiah Love, insane, right? So, obviously, Chase Besantis, solid guard in the 2nd. I don't like Carson Beck.
No, I don't think
I thought Caleb Proctor is good. Reggie Virgil, wide receiver out of Texas Tech, is good. And then that's really it for them. So, there's not really a draft that went down to me in the NFC West that I think is amazing. You know what I mean?
I think that's fair. Very fair.
We want to get into some supers as the draft's closing out.
Yeah, definitely. Let's get this thing going. So we got, let's see, that one. Okay. MF Stave, thank you for the 5. Thank you both so much for your Rams draft coverage. Great job. Go Rams. Thank you. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being in here. Real ones that are in here, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Absolutely insane.
6 hours later.
Just unreal. Matthew, thank you for the 2. Don't forget my brothers, the truck drivers. Yeah. Well, I mean, anyone that does that, it's crazy how much, how thankless that those jobs are. And I appreciate them. So I always like to shout them out. Ruiz, thank you for the 2. I'm going flexing at 430. I did that in round 2 and 3. All right. Thank you, Ruiz. Sean, thank you for the 10. They have to get a waiver of service, like a postponed service, which isn't always approved, they also can go guard or reserved, but the commitment remains Army retiree of over 22 years. Okay. So they have and not all of them get the waiver of service. Because that one, there was one prospect that like wasn't able to do it because he didn't put in his waiver of service in time or whatever, but and like he said, it isn't always approved. So yeah, this is for the Navy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah. Appreciate you. And then Matthew, I feel like I'm I'm a moron.
You're going backwards.
Yeah, give me some grace. It's over 6 hours stream. Okay. Service schools require 5 years of service, 2 years before playing, unless approved to waiver for reserve service. Direct play was canceled in 2019, can be waived, but not always approved. Interesting. Thank you for the 10.
Thank you.
Sean, thank you for the 10 again. Keenan, 90.1 run defense grade. That's who Keenan is. You get Keenan to be your...
Puna Ford Insurance.
Essentially, yeah. He's just your gap eater, right? Someone's got to plug the gap, and he is one to do that. Appreciate you. Matthew, thank you for the tangerine. Gonna leave you with a tangerine. Good with Keenan. If he's a run stuffer to cycle in for Puna, now I gotta go show a damn squirrel some of my kung fu moves. Keep it up, guys. Appreciate you, Matthew. Don't hurt yourself. Ruiz, if we don't win the Super Bowl and go one and done, fire Snead. No. That's not happening, but appreciate you, Ruiz. Wildman Samurai, thank you for the broccoli. Great pickup on Keenan. Very good run defender. This only makes our defense better, especially with what we have in the secondary now. Absolutely agree. Low key, Keenan might be one of the more important ones because I point back to the Carolina game where you remember, and we talked about it on DTR, and I was really annoyed by it. Puna Ford dealing with injury on a snap count. And when he came out, they were running all over the Rams. When he was in, they didn't do anything. You know? So they lost that game to the Panthers. And I think the Rams look back at that game and they're like, let's get somebody who like can actually fill in when Puna Ford needs a breather and doesn't just cripple our run defense. So I love this. I think the Keenan pick is a great pick. I'm glad I had notes on him. I forgot. I did some work on some interior defensive line. Like Grayson Halton, I did a little bit. There were some guys I didn't even touch. Well, the problem is you run out of time. You can't watch everybody. I don't care what anyone says. It's not the lack of preparation. I am not one of the draft experts that watches that scouts prospects from September to the draft. I start in January. So, and I've tried, trust me, I've tried to get into it early, Alexis. I don't know if you have, but I can't. I don't like college football. So it's hard for me to watch college football throughout the year. I only watch KU and then I just go and do my draft stuff in January, but appreciate you, Wild Man. And yes, I'm very happy about that. Jay Johnson with the 2. Jake and Alexis, awesome work as always. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
And then last but not least, Tyler Sweeney coming in with the 2. Only 3 corners on the roster still. What do we do?
You look at who's available, I guess, and free agency still. Maybe you do make a trade. I don't know. This is my one, I don't even want to call it a qualm, but my main point of confusion, if you were to ask me about this Rams draft, is why they didn't take a corner. For that reason. I guess they like Josh Wallace.
Well, Josh Wallace is like a star. Like he's really, I would say he's more of a safety. So to your point, they really don't have a lot of corners. I mean, currently on the roster, right? They ended up losing AJ Green via the waiver claim. No, he was signed off the practice squad. So their corners are Jalen Watson, Trent McDuffie, Emmanuel Forbes Jr., Cam Lampkin. I think they plan on signing somebody. That's what I think. I've actually heard that they're likely to sign somebody. Now, the question is, who is available currently, right? And that's something we got to talk about because that matters at the end of the day. Like who's currently available to be signed. And so if you look at the players that are currently available, we got Marshawn Lattimore. That's an interesting one coming off major injury. He was just with Washington, and of course you just had Cliff Kingsbury was there. I don't know. I guess we'll see on that one. Trayvon Diggs, I don't think so. I don't think so on L'Jarius Sneed. I mean, Tre'Davious White was on this team before, but they traded him away. I don't think so. No for Jeff Okudah. I guess I would be looking at Dane Jackson is a good option as like because he'd be a fourth corner. You don't need a lot. Caillou Blue Kelly is a guy. He's 25. The Rams literally claimed him. They put in a claim in the Packers. I think the Packers won him on waivers. Jalen Armour Davis. Damari Mathis is an intriguing option. He just worked with Evero and Jonathan Cooley, who were with the Rams. So maybe Damari Mathis comes over. Like Fabian Moreau. There are some guys. Nick McLeod from Chicago. They don't need anybody that's loud. Like, they don't need a huge pickup. Martin Emerson is really intriguing to me because he had some fantastic tape, and then, of course, he had a major injury. But, yeah, I think they're going to look in free agency. I think that's what this draft is telling me. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Nussmeier had the cyst on his spine, and that's a good point. Like, I guess really, I saw it as a good thing because it's like, oh, that was explaining why he fell off at the end of the year and why he looked like he was in pain. But teams might have actually looked at that as a bad thing, that he even had it to begin with. So, yeah, I don't know.
Ooh, my voice almost just didn't work.
Damn.
Perfect timing, though, because we've only got... Let's see, where are we at? 246, and there's 257. There's 11 picks left in the draft, guys.
Jam Miller. We just got another super here from Alex, Double X Alex. Were you here when I compared Matt Gulpin to Gulpin, the Pokemon? You'll have to let me know. Grant Cohn just cooked John Lynch on the draft. Oof. Well,
I'll have to see that.
My buddy Grant. He's a cool dude, by the way. I met him when I was at the 49ers game, and he was in the press box, and they make you go like all the way around. Like, you couldn't just like walk down. He went all the way around to come and see me. It was really cool, like how he went out of his way. I always thought that was a cool thing. But yeah, I've collabed with him before, and I think he does a great job. I do. I know he's a shit starter, but hey, he's good at what he does. And he's supportive of what I do, so I got to give him props there.
Well, as this draft comes to a close and as my voice is on its last leg, do we want to give kind of our final thoughts on the
Yeah.
Rams, because and we'll do an episode about this.
Yeah, let's do.
Way
I mean, we
more.
can obviously we'll
But
end up
just a
sleeping
quick
on this, and
break.
we'll have maybe a
Yeah.
different feeling or whatever. But yeah, I think just kind of going through the draft, I thought again the Ty Simpson pick, not what I would have done. I do think, it's one of those things where you didn't win the Super Bowl last year. You have this 13th overall pick. You were so close, and I understand they probably look at it as, well, we just added 2 corners. It's going to be game changing, but be that as it may, I really felt like they should have added like kind of a game changer, kind of somebody that completely changes the game, if you will. And I don't feel like Ty Simpson does that, because he at most this year will be a backup or a spot starter. He'll maybe play a couple games if Stafford goes down or whatever. But to me, you're not going to see him for a long time. And the time is now. It's the future's now. Like, essentially what the Rams are doing is they have Matthew Stafford on an expiration date, and we don't know what that date is, and they don't either, but they know it's coming. I mean, within the next 5 years, Stafford will be retired. So knowing that, it's like you're trying to maximize every single year. That just wasn't the best way to maximize it. And then Max Clare, I mean, don't get me wrong, Ty Simpson, they took care of the future. That's fine. It's just not what I would have done. Max Clare is one that's just growing on me. It's not who I would have picked. If I knew that they were going tight end, I would have gone Kenyon Sadiq. But Clare he's impressive as a route runner. A lot of nuance there. Really is able to manipulate defensive coverages, find soft spot in the zone. Just a natural ball carrier. Just seems, he runs really well after the catch. And he's kind of a struggling blocker. I know a lot of people say he was improving, but I didn't think he was great. I do think he's a better blocker than Eli Stowers, so I'm glad the Rams didn't go that route. And then the pick of Keegan Trost, I thought it was early, but Trost helps them right away, because Trost essentially can play all 5. He's their 6th man. He's had 7 years of collegiate experience. I mean, I think Trost is a great pick. And then on top of that, you don't trade up, you don't trade down until late, and you get CJ Daniels. And I think Daniels absolutely becomes wide receiver 3. I really do. I think the things that Konate Mumfield struggles with, I think CJ Daniels is really good at. And Mumfield might be a better separator, but Mumfield's really struggled in those contested catch situations. And, I think CJ Daniels really thrives in those roles. And so, I like the trade up. I like being aggressive, getting your guy. And then Tim Keenan is also going to help you right away. So I think it's weird, because it started off like, wow, they're really only focused on the future, was what people were saying. But really, the Ty Simpson pick is and funny, it was the 13th overall pick, so that's why it feels that way. Ty Simpson pick is the only one that's not going to really contribute this year. But I think Max Clare will have a role. I don't think it'll be amazing. I don't think he's going to be like a superstar or anything like that, but I think he'll have a role this year. I think Keegan Trost will have a role, and you don't want to see Trost. That means somebody went down with injury, but he's going to be really good depth. And I think CJ Daniels is going to win wide receiver 3. And I think Keenan is going to make the 53, and he's going to be the backup to Poona Ford. And I think that's a very valuable role. So all in all, the Rams rallied. They came back in this draft on day 3 by not really doing a lot. They didn't trade away any assets next year. Gives them some leeway moving forward, at the deadline, what have you. I'm going to give the Rams a B-. They drafted 5 players. I thought they got 5 good players. I think the Ty Simpson pick definitely lowers that grade for me. But I also do like Ty Simpson. And like I said, I think it's going to work out. So I'm going to go with a B-, Alexis.
So, in the interest of saving my voice, I want to keep this a little bit quicker. We've talked a lot about the Ty Simpson pick, and I still feel kind of the same about it. I just think it's the wrong direction I would have gone in a year that you expect to go back to the Super Bowl. I think, I disagree with the vision that the Rams don't have any quote unquote needs. I don't think that's true. So, that kind of, I think set the board off for the Rams in an interesting way. I thought that was echoed by their pick of Max Clare, who I do like, and who that's kind of where I thought Max Clare would go. I just didn't think that would be somebody the Rams would be interested in. I didn't think the Rams would be interested in tight end at all unless it was Kenyon Sadiq in the first. I really like Keegan Trost. He was a guy that, I picked in our Rams mock draft that we did on Downtown Rams. He's a versatile offensive lineman. I really wanted the Rams to look at offensive line depth this draft. So I thought, at the time that was my favorite pick. But CJ Daniels, I really love that pick from the Rams, trading up to get him. And, I think that that's a really good value pick, and I think that he can compete right away for a wide receiver 3 spot. And I'm curious to see what that looks like. And sprinting to the finish line with my voice, last pick, Tim Keenan, I think is a great value piece for depth at defensive line. So, Jake, my overall grade is a C for the Rams on this draft. I don't think it was on the better side. I don't think it was awful. I think it exists. I think it was fine. I think and I think that's kind of what the Rams were going for based on what they've said. They kind of were like, our team is good. They didn't feel that they had any pressing needs that they needed to address, and they wanted to look to the future. So I think that, it's a C draft for me. I've seen all the years we've been doing this, we've seen better, and we have seen worse.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that this is just kind of one of those years that, I understand why people are a little bit disappointed, because I think, people really wanted to see some guys taken that would be contributing right away and that would give us some safety and depth in some positions, and we didn't get that. We got a very future forward draft, I still believe. We'll take it. We will take it. And guys, on that note, the Chiefs drafted Nussmeier.
Yep, they did. And
so he does get drafted.
That's interesting because...
That's an interesting room because you've got Mahomes, Fields. I think you still got Minshew, right?
No, Minshew's on the Cardinals.
Oh.
You also have Jake Haener and Chris Oladokun.
Weird vibes.
And this is the most Ravens pick ever. Rayshon Benny, who was mocked to go in the 3rd round, they just got him at pick 250. Yeah, there's good value. I don't understand the Nussmeier drop. I'm just going to be brutally honest. I don't get it at all. I think that they're, again, this isn't that great of a draft. We're told it's not that great of a draft, and yet there are like teams that get so like, I guess, cowardish, if that's even a word. They show cowardice. We'll say that. They show cowardice to draft anybody with injuries. It's like, you're telling me it's not a great draft. Everyone said it's not a great draft. It's weak, right? So why is Nussmeier falling this far? Because, like, I'm sorry, this wasn't that great of a draft, sure, but Nussmeier was the 3rd best quarterback in the draft. Like, I don't really understand. I mean, I think he's more NFL ready than Drew Aller, and I like Aller more, right? I think the ceiling isn't as high, but I think the cyst on the spine that was causing the pressure, I think was literally affecting his play on the field. He's going to get that removed. That's actually a good thing. I don't know why that's considered a bad thing. And so I think he struggled while he was dealing with that. But I think with Nussmeier, you get mobility, you get the subtle movement in the pocket, you get fearless competition. He's a fearless competitor, and I don't think he has the strongest arm. And I think he plays like he doesn't know he doesn't have the strongest arm. But at the NFL level, he's got enough there where it's like, I don't really get it. So good on the Chiefs. They made the most of that pick. That was a great selection. I'd give that an A+. The value's great. They just took him because they're like, yeah, we have 4 quarterbacks, but why the hell is he here? They weren't planning on taking a quarterback, you know? But they're like, yeah, we'll take him. So, yeah, that's a bummer for him to fall that far. He lost a lot of money in this draft. But hopefully, he catches on. He's able to maybe someday compete for a starting job, not with Patrick Mahomes, but, somewhere else. So Deion Burks and Isaiah World. I did say Isaiah World is probably going to go undrafted at this point because of the injury. I don't understand Burks, though. Texans took Aiden Fisher. Yeah. I'm so confused right now. So the Eagles took UR Bernard, the International Pathway Program. Huh?
Yeah, I don't know who this is.
I've heard of his name. I just don't understand. I thought the International Pathway Program, they were assigned to you. I didn't know you could draft them. So the International Pathway Program consists of 3 months intense full-time training to ensure athletes learn the intricate concepts and develop fundamentals of American football in a bid to enter the NFL draft or an NFL roster. Okay. So is this like the only way you can get drafted if you're an international player?
I don't know.
He's from Nigeria. Edge defender. And this is such an Eagles pick because they did this apparently with Jordan Mailata. I didn't know so I actually was ignorant to this though. I didn't know that Mailata had to go through the international program to be drafted. Does that make sense? I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know you had to be drafted. Because do you remember Maximilian Percher? He was on the Rams. He was assigned to the Rams. The Rams did not draft him. Oh, awesome. They're literally comparing him to Myles Garrett right now. Good God. 6'5", 306, 4'6", 340, 10-10 on the broad. What are we doing? 33 on the bench? This guy is insane. I hate that the Eagles just got him. Now, can he play football is the question, but that's a lot, man. That's a lot of athletic traits. We've almost finished the draft.
My voice needs it so bad.
Let's see here. Okay. So we're at that point. Alexis, I don't know where you went. There you are. Okay. We are at that point. So shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring this 7-hour live stream. Keyshawn James Newby was just drafted. Shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring today's live stream. You can use promo code HMA and play $5 and get $50 in lineups. You can go over and check out their team picks on the app. And as you can see here, if you picked Cade Klubnik over Diego Pavia to be drafted, then you won. But you can do this. It's not just the NFL draft, although I guess you technically could probably do something about the rest of the draft. But it's also picking games, picking players. So if you haven't done that, be sure to check it out. It's available in 40 states. Typically what I like to do is I find my favorite players, and if I'm feeling really good about, say, Aaron Judge, which I don't know when I'm not feeling good about Aaron Judge, C99 over there, I'll just throw him in there and say he's going to have, more than X amount of total bases. And obviously we have a lot of, Los Angeles clientele. So I know a lot of you would do the same thing with Ohtani. So be sure to check it out. That is Prize Picks. Again, link in the description below. Shout out to them for sponsoring today's show. All right. We got super chats. Sean is back at it with the lemon. We do pretty good with O-line and cornerback depth in UD RFAs. Wallace, Woods, Lampkin, Bowles, Dedish, Jackson, etc. He's right. We do. And there's still guys left over. Josh Moten is still there. I don't know why, but he is. And that's a player that I really like. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be really interesting to see what they do UDFA-wise. I suppose that they go after cornerback depth as well, maybe some more defensive depth, do get some more offensive line.
Yeah, no, I feel that. Sean, thank you for the 10. Deion Burks and Isaiah World UDFAs. Yes, they're going to be UDFAs, it looks like. Well, potentially. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks left. Denver and Denver. Can you imagine that? Denver has the last 2 picks. So they have to choose which one that they're going to give essentially the vacation, the Mr. Irrelevant title to. This is a huge, huge moment. I don't know if I've ever seen this. Back-to-back picks. Evan Bernstein or Bjornson from Northwestern literally has beer in his last name.
Hell yeah.
It's an interesting... Yeah, I mean, it's such a guard name, and he is a guard, so...
What do you think the Seahawks do here?
Flexing means Amazon. Okay. We weren't sure what you were talking about, or at least I wasn't. Less in 2027 first for Howie. Wait, you want to trade the 2027 first and the GM for another GM? Yeah, I'm out on that one. But appreciate you. Deion Burks, Colts. Oh my God.
Yeah. There he goes. You're right.
I don't really get it. I don't get it.
I don't know why he fell. I don't know if something will come out, though, maybe about that.
Yeah, that's I saw him going in the second round in like every mock draft ever, so I don't actually understand it at all. But because it's one thing, like if you're off, okay, fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like mock drafts are off. To be off by 5 rounds, that's actually shocking. shocking, isn't it?
Well, Seahawks took Michael Dansby, the corner out of Arizona. So now you've got the Broncos up with back-to-back picks, and then the draft is over. And Jake, we're approaching 7 hours. We did it against all odds.
We did.
Really appreciate again everybody who tuned in all weekend, hung out with us, participated, watched, sent us messages, sent supers. We love doing this every year, and it kills me that I got sick the week of and have had to.
Yeah, but you killed it, though. Everyone give a shout out to Alexis Taylor Craft. All right? Like, for real. Like, the fact that you did this, like, Michael Jordan's flu game wasn't a flu game. He was hungover. You were not hungover.
He was poisoned.
I'm messing. But the whole point, though, right, is that you literally were in urgent care not that long ago trying to fight this thing off.
Yeah.
And you were here on the dot, albeit we started 10 minutes late, but it doesn't matter because we literally just went 7 hours, or we're going 7 hours. So I'm proud of you. I think you did an amazing job, and you deserve a lot of credit.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I wouldn't miss it. If
It's a
my
lot of
voice
fun.
even was completely gone, I would just sit here in solidarity and let you talk, and I would be typing in the chat. But I'm glad that I was able to at least talk a little bit and figure out a cadence and keep my voice, maybe just not talk as much as I normally would. But it's all good. It's fun. We do this every year. Looking forward to doing it again next year.
Hell
When
yeah.
we hit our decade show, that'll be crazy. I mean, it's worth all the time just to get all the messages from everybody about how they love watching the show every year and
Oh, yeah.
the community
Absolutely.
we have. And we get messages like earlier, people watching us from the time they're in 8th grade to now in college.
Crazy.
Generations, the younger generations. Thank you so much for all the comments, everybody. And again, I just mostly feel bad I wasn't able to really talk as much as I would have liked to yesterday and today. But we'll do an episode next week where I can only assume my voice will be fully back, and I'll give more
I think it will.
in-depth thoughts on some of these picks when I can talk more. But we made it. This is going to be about a 7-hour stream.
Yeah. No, we made it. That's for damn sure. I'm putting up the Keenan reaction right now. So that is what I'm currently doing. This dude is going to be really good in their rotation. So I don't think Bubba Ventrone got a pick. I don't think he got a special teams pick because CJ Daniels hasn't played special teams. So I know there were some people like, yeah, do you think that happens? I was like, maybe. It did not happen, as the narrator would say.
Well, Broncos are taking their sweet time. Guys, we'll report those picks, but just preemptively, if you don't already, please subscribe. Please like the video. Please follow Downtown Rams on social media. Please follow me and Jake on social media. Follow us on X. Follow us on Instagram. So it sounds like the first pick is tight end Dalen Bentley to the
I like him.
Broncos, who have already taken a tight end. And this is the 21st tight end taken this draft out of Utah. So he
13
stays pretty close
personnel,
by.
man. It's coming. It's a storm. I think everybody's going to use 13 personnel. Everybody that matters. Like obviously, if you're a 4-13 team, I don't care what you do. A lot of 13 personnel copycat, which I'm not hating on. You should do that. If that's the best thing in the league, you should do that. And the Rams were the most efficient run game, and they led the league in scoring. So clearly, the 13 personnel was doing a lot.
So let's see who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant, guys.
Well, it's not going to be Tim Keenan. But his reaction video is now up. So be sure to check that out if you're interested. I do not have another video coming out on that because I don't have a clip because I didn't do a video on Tim Keenan before the draft. That would have been insane. You would literally just think I am in the Rams war room at that point. Can you imagine that? Just like randomly. They do one defensive tackle and it's Tim Keenan of all the defensive tackles in the draft.
It would be sus. People would be like, hey, how?
I've had those moments before where I knew a lot and I like, you kind of, you kind of like try to throw like curveballs and stuff, but maybe give like a hint, nudge, if you're allowed to.
Yeah.
But I don't like to come out and be like, yeah, it's this. And I know it's this, but I'm just like, eh.
UDFAs are already dropping. We don't even know who Mr. Irrelevant is yet.
We don't, but I think the draft's over already.
No, the draft is over. It hasn't been announced. Oh, Jalen Daniels is signing with the Bucks.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't going to go to the Rams. They drafted Ty Simpson. They got Stetson Bennett. The way I hear
guys,
these Stetson Bennett fans, you'd think he's already started 50 games in the league.
Mr. Irrelevant is linebacker Red Murdoch from Buffalo.
Ah.
He's going to the Broncos. So, guys, the 2026 NFL draft is now over.
Let's go.
And it was a pleasure and an honor to be here with you guys again this year. We do kind of normally stick around for UDFAs, but Jake and I have already preemptively decided not the year for that. One, I'm not going to be able to talk much longer. He has a game night. But we'll like be online, we'll be around.
So before we leave, what was the number that I gave you yesterday for our?
Oh yeah. Yesterday, I think we hit, I don't know, because we hit 15 on YouTube, but we didn't check like everywhere else. So I don't actually know what our views were yesterday.
Okay. Let's do this.
So
we're going to tally them up before we log off. Ready?
Yeah. Let's do that.
So I can do YouTube and then I'll just real quick go. So, okay. So we got 16,584 views on night one. On night two, 12,156. So that is, can we round? I don't feel like doing math.
That's 28,740. I've got my calculator out.
Oh my God, you're good. Okay, cool. Right now, as it stands, we have 10,000 views on the dot. So
that's 38,740.
So that's 38,740, and then that's not including Twitter, right? Mm-hmm. So currently on the Twitter, wherever okay, there it is. 1489 for today.
Okay.
Let's see, going down. $74.60 for day one. Where the hell is day two? Did I just blow right by it? $2,332 for day two. And now I'm going to go on yours. We're going to get a proper tally here.
My YouTube?
Everything. So
Nobody is watching from my YouTube because I sent them all here.
Well, I think there's some people, so I want to get everything.
Maybe.
So
All right.
day 3 today, you had 1315 on Twitter.
That's shocking.
Twitter.
Okay.
So that's day 3. Day 2, you had 2334. In day 1, damn, you tweeted a lot. I'm messing with you. Where the hell is it? Day 1 is 1181. Okay, so we got that. Now, I'm going to check out Facebook, which probably isn't very good, but I'm going to check it out anyway.
Hey, my grandma watched it from Facebook. She watched it on Facebook.
Well, we appreciate her. So day 3, we got, let's see. $679. Day 2, $245. Day 1, $521. That's just on my personal. And then on Downtown Rams, probably not very high, but $240 for today. Oh, that's right. Meta just actually deletes them, so genius on their part. 71 and 61 on the other page that I put it on. And now I'm finishing up YouTube and then we'll be done. Sorry to keep this thing going. I want a full tally. So Alexis, you currently have 9 watching.
Surprised it's even 9 over there.
You got, I don't know how many views you got today on that one, so that's the only thing. But as far as yesterday was 270 and then 340 on night 1. And then Downtown Rams is probably laughable, but it's okay because, like I said, everyone's pretty much here on my channel. So, let's see. We had 175, 237, and 126. Fiend.
You want to know the final number? Is that all of our numbers?
That's all our numbers.
We don't got Twitch or Discord or anything?
Mm-mm.
So the total views then that we got over 3 days across all platforms for the 2026 NFL draft is 57,825.
That's pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good. 57,825, almost 58K views.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I just texted it to you so you would remember.
Yeah, I mean, it's an event. Like I said, I have a lot of people that message me who don't even follow football that much that watch our show, you know, and because they want to know what's going on, at least night 1, you know, when the first round happens. And
yeah,
crazy. But guys, we appreciate you guys tuning in.
we got some supers and then we're out.
Yeah.
Sean, thank you for the lemon. Don't worry about cornerback depth. We have UDFAs, June 1st cuts, and PS practice squad. stealing that we will excel at. That's true. Darius Williams was a steal, essentially.
Yeah.
So was Marquis Christian, if you remember him. I interviewed him a long time ago. Ram DeLorean, thank you for the 2. Great job, you two. Lexus, get
Thank
better
you.
soon.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we're going to end this thing the right way with Mr.
you.
FBI ID 89. 5026. We appreciate the boysenberry. Thank you both once again for the draft special. Love coming here and racing to the picks. Enjoy game night, Jake, and go get yourself better, Alexis. Much love to everyone in the Ramley and all the NFL fans who hang out through the process. That is awesome.
Beautiful closing note there, ID89. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for sticking around, hanging out with us during the NFL draft. We'll be back sometime next week to talk about all the Rams picks more in depth, but we really, really appreciate everybody. Please like and subscribe. Follow us on social media at Downtown Rams. Follow me and Jake on social media. We'll be around. And guys, we'll talk soon. But as always, stay safe, take care, and go Rams.